So I went to him privately afterwards and I said, look, I'm very troubled by that. And I need you to know it's just not something I'm going to be able to do. And he said, well, then you don't have any right to call yourself a reporter. And I thought, I guess that's right. I guess that's true. I think in every career, there may come a moment where you have been aligned and it's a fit, and then you're not a fit anymore. And so that was the moment I said, okay, yep, I think you're right. I think this is not right for me. That is exactly right, because I cannot do that. So I made a very graceful exit, and that was it.
Usually we do a quick or like a longer intro. I don't think we should do that. What do you think?
Well, there's a lot to talk about with this show, so I'm excited about that. At the same time, I don't always get nervous. I don't really ever get nervous for the show, but I feel like for this show, this is episode 268. So we've done this. This is our 268th time doing this. But like, I still feel like I'm like just playing modern day media. And so now we're having like, no kidding, media really legend in our community on the show. So I feel like I need to up my game a little bit.
I love that you're nervous. This makes me laugh. When I met this individual, it was when Start Norfolk 1 was happening. We did a quick 10-minute phone call on the show for Start Norfolk 1 back in 2011. Super appreciative of that. And then many times after, was able to go on her show, Hearsay. Was it Hearsay with Cathy Lewis?
Yep.
Is her name in the name? Smart.
Oh, yes.
Smart.
Oh, yes.
Smart. People don't realize, like, throwing your name in something, like, there's a real branding aspect to that, because then the repetition of that is there. So, Cathy Lewis, thanks for being here today. You made Tim Ryan nervous.
Well, this is hilarious. When I heard Tim say that, I will now, let's have an under the seal of the confessional, true confession moment here. I've been nervous about this for 10 days. I really haven't, because I'm very rarely in this position, and it gives me great empathy for what I put people through for 25 years. But yeah, I've been nervous about it for a week. So Tim, we are together in our anxiety, and so we will press through together. I mean, very excited to be here.
Is it because you don't know what questions we're going to ask?
Yes.
See, and that's what you guys do to us.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Bringing it back.
This is really, what is this, karma or turnabout is fair play or whatever? Yes,
the hunter totally becomes the hunted.
Yes. So I will confess to my anxiety, but I think I love both you guys, and so I think we're going to have a great time of it. I love the idea of an hour just to kind of see where a conversation goes. That is magical, and I hope people listening will have a fun time of it.
Yeah. Can we get a traffic report first?
Yeah, what's the downtown tunnel looking like?
Well, so my office is in Dominion Tower, and I am on the 14th floor. And so I've always threatened to do my side hustle would be just letting people know what the downtown tunnel is doing, because I can look at it out. It's pretty clear right now, but I can look at it out my window, which I love. This is the loveliest office I have ever had in my career, and it is delightful. I can tell when it's a clear day because I can see town center from here. It looks like Oz rising out of the mist. So it's a lovely situation, and there is no way I ever thought I could be in an office in Dominion Tower, but one of the things I've really become a big believer in is looking at what's going on in the world. And figuring out where there may be opportunities for you. And so when when COVID came, and of course we all went home, and then not all of us came back to the office, folks have some office space now that they had previously had occupied or whatever. And these leases are 40 years. They're not that long, but they're not 10-minute leases. So people now may have office space that they're not using, and they may be able to they may be happy to have you use an office in their facility for less than the market rate. So that's my pro tip for the day. And then I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't just sort of explored a conversation and asked a friend of mine who I knew worked in this building. I was like, do you know anybody in that building who might, this might be a thing? And she said, yeah, actually I do. So So here we are. So, and my wonderful map of Hampton Roads, the area that I know and love, and if you ever need to know what's going on at the downtown tunnel, text me. I will let you know.
I would never get anything done with a view like that. That's just
Well, this is why the desk is, it's behind me, because that you're right. That's that it's a bit of a distraction, but a beautiful one. So yeah.
Yeah. Anyone that has any question about the greatness of Hampton Roads, they just need an office with a view like that, and you would appreciate it every single day.
You are so right, and I love during the day when I'm bad about taking breaks, but I'm trying to get better because this wonderful waterfront down here. I can go and walk and look at the working waterfront, which is very interesting. And I like this because there's a lot of tourists that kind of come up and down by Town Point Park and what have you. And it's just really, oftentimes, people will have a little bewildered look in their eyes, and I'll say, hey, you have a question? And there may be cruise people or tourists or whatever. And it's delightful to interact with them. And to find out what they like about what they're seeing. I love that. And this is such a great region to visit that, I don't know, that makes me very proud to show off our fair city and our fair area.
I just came back from a cruise a couple of weeks ago, and like the best part of the cruise, I was up on the running track on deck 11 or 12, coming back on the Elizabeth River. And it was just so much fun to as I'm running around the track, all right, this is what Portsmouth is looking like, and this is what Norfolk is looking like, and that was the best part of the cruise. It was great.
Oh, that's magnificent. I thought about taking a cruise out of Norfolk, but then I thought, I don't know, because I don't know if you felt this way, but I'd be like, look, I mean, what if I have one too many, Mai Tais or something, these would be all people I know getting on.
Right.
So
the crazy,
that is
I didn't know a lot of people.
See?
There was a lot of people from our neighborhood. There was like a group of 47 of them or something like that. But thankfully, I did not run into.
So it's big enough.
47 people in your own neighborhood were on the same cruise as you, but you didn't run into them?
Like from the principal of the school all the way on down. It was. But it's great. It's such an awesome thing that we have that we can build upon, because we're bringing people in from all over the place to
it's
really
nice that it's year
showcase
round
our
too
region.
now.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. And every time I drive around the corner and, you see that ship when it comes in, and you're just like, how in the world is it fitting in the river? Right? They're massive, but they're so much fun to watch. And to me, that's just more people coming and discovering what a great place this is. So you're convincing me. I will never be on the 11th deck on the track. I'm just going to be very clear about that. But but now I'm kind of becoming convinced maybe that would be a thing that I need to, swallow my anxiety about it and go give it a shot. Right.
Yeah.
Zach,
I think that my wife she's already looking for the next one
okay. Yeah. So we've probably been on like 8 or 9.
Really?
And mostly out of Norfolk, just because we live here.
Because it's here, right?
And it's easy.
Yeah.
And so what's the worst thing traveling is going to the airport. So now you eliminate that. Like when I lived in Ghent, it was 2 minutes away.
Yeah.
Now
right? You can walk down there. Yeah.
Yeah. We Ubered in, Ubered out, and there was no surge pricing or anything. It was so easy.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, now you've convinced me. I'm going to have to do that, because I get so excited when I see the people, they're all happy coming to the cruise ship. They are all happy. And
then exhausted getting off.
Yes. So
I think you'd be okay with the cocktail aspect of it. Like there's enough. Okay. Yeah. So like the only rowdy place really on the boat, I guess the club, but that's really late. I wouldn't expect.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be out there.
I'm not going to be there.
Yeah.
Right. And then the pool, but there's so much nonsense going on at the pool that you're not the attraction in that case.
Yes.
So people are seeing there's so much there's always there's great people watching. There's always some rando doing something ridiculous that you're just
nice.
Like,
yeah. So that sounds fun. I'm going to have to do it now.
And they're relatively inexpensive.
Yeah, I've often thought that would be such a fun, got different groups of the little girls groups that we travel with and go different places. And I've often thought that would be super fun, just put a little group together. It would be a great, that would just be a great time. So now you have convinced me. And after we wrap up today's recording, I am going to go check out the website.
Check that one off the box. Here we go.
Yeah.
So in interviewing people, like, I don't like to know the questions beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a first coffee, even if I know the person, right? I mean, there's some touch points that I want to go there. And a lot of people are like, well, how do you get people comfortable in that situation? I think it's like figuring out something and like humanize them. And
Absolutely.
I mean, what's the first thing we talked about? Traffic. It was like, okay, like they're comfortable now. So now you're probably going to be comfortable the rest of the time.
Exactly right.
And it's like, I guess I just realized that over time. Was there a trick that you learned back in the day to get people to feel comfortable when you were interviewing them?
You've hit the nail on the head there, Zach, because to me, it was about being that present moment with the person. So I am the same. I used to drive me crazy when people say, can you send me a list of questions? And I'm like, well, I can tell you broadly the category, like I like your questionnaire, it's like, here are the broad things you want people to know or take away or whatever. And I like that because why would that stunts spontaneous conversation. And so, usually I will ask somebody, well, what was happening before you got on this call? Just so that we can kind of talk about that. And that's a good doorway. People I've known for a long time, and this was the great delight of doing that show for 25 years is I had people, guests and what have you, that I had known and had on over time for 25 years. So, our children were relatively the same age, so we could talk about that. And that to me was delightful that, even the most famous or powerful kind of person still has some of the same, struggles or experiences that I do. And so I think connecting over shared experience is a great way to make people feel comfortable. Oh, we share that. Okay. Well, now we can have a conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, don't you want the person asking the questions to be listening to you? And then if there's more feedback that needs to be from that, and so like, here's the 5 questions that I'm going to ask. It's like, no, right. You just said this one thing. So I do this all the time. If someone opens up something ridiculous on here, like I'm not going to skirt past that. I'm going to be like, oh, well, tell me a little bit more about what you just said. Because I think it's important. And it's like, if you're not listening as the interviewer, I feel like you're doing your audience a disservice.
Yeah. No, I was thinking back. And the other thing it can do for you is it can really bridge a gap. Because I was thinking back to this interview I did, this was 1,000 years ago, with a delegate in the General Assembly. And he was not from this area. So I met him one time in person. And he was very conservative, and he was kind of leading the charge on some of the very conservative social women's reproductive health issues. And so, kind of a polarizing figure. And I read somewhere that he carries a camera with him and takes pictures. When people come to his office, he takes pictures of them visiting the office. And I just thought that was kind of interesting. And so I said to him, Delegate, why? I'm just curious. I read this about you. Why do you do that? And wow, he said, I'll tell you why I do it. He said, I had a son and we had, amazing experiences together, and he was killed in a car crash when he was 17. And it struck me that these moments have meaning for people, that they are moments they can look back on, whether their children are still here or not. It is an important moment when you come to see the seat of power. And I wanted to give them something that they could remember that by. And I wanted to recognize the importance of that as a shared family experience, because in my life, I had a limited number of them. And I just thought, wow. I mean, that's an answer, right? I mean, and it was so authentic. Got me a little choked up, but yeah, I mean, it was so authentic. And what I loved about that is, there's a guy, I'm sure there are people who heard his positions on these social issues and were probably really opposed, or may have been looking for an excuse to kind of tune him out because that's how it is now, right? I don't agree with you, and therefore I shut you down. But to me, that idea of being able to connect, and I had several people say that afterwards, is that they really felt a sense of connection to him. And I think those kinds of moments keep us from jumping into immediately the polarization that seems to be, so prevalent. It has been for some time. But to see people as human, I mean, I'll never forget that. And I never looked at that guy the same again because I had him in my head. Oh, yes, of course, that's Delegate Fritz who has this position on this issue, and he's, from this county or whatever it was. And you can't look at people the same way after you plumb down and get that shared experience. It's very human. It had nothing to do with politics.
Yeah, that's gosh. It's things like that really, I don't know, it makes me want to step back.
Yes, and to your point about if you have the list of questions, then other people might have just gone, okay, thank you for that. Let's go to question number 6. Well,
right.
I don't remember anything about whatever else he said in that interview. It's probably bad on me, but I really don't. I remember that moment, and that probably happened 20 years ago, and it's still, it's still with me.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about time before we went live, and like the last thing I want to do is someone preparing answers for 5-10 questions, and then they get upset because we didn't get to those questions because the conversation took us in a different direction. Yeah. And to me, I would much rather the conversation go in a fun way.
Yes.
Whoever's listening, while we're having the conversation, that's great. But I really enjoy the conversations and getting to know people for who they are.
And can I just say that your questionnaire was great because what it gave me the opportunity to do, and probably was why I was anxious for 10 days, but what it gave me the opportunity to do was reflect on my own kind of business and where I am now. And it helped me realize some things that I hadn't quite put together about the work that I'm pursuing and, what I'm saying no to, and all the fact that I am saying no, that they were great questions. And so I wanted to thank you for that because honestly, I felt like I got a little strategic planning exercise out of that. So I really appreciated it. They were great.
You're welcome. We'll send you an invoice.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. So other than this show, what makes you nervous?
What makes me nervous? Okay. Cooking for other people. Like I was just talking to somebody about this morning. Entertaining. I love to entertain. My goal in life is to be an effortless and, gracious kind of entertainer. And we were fortunate to have dinner in friends of ours home last night. It was the most lovely, simple, gracious, thoroughly authentic, connected experience that you would want to have. That is one of my life goals, is to try to achieve that level of comfort with entertaining in my home, because I love conversation. I love to have people in, but if you have people in for dinner, you have to feed them. And so I'm trying to get really comfortable with them. Like I can cook. I'm not the greatest cook in America, but I can get it done. But the thought of cooking, right? Yes. The thought of cooking for other people and making it all come out on time. Yeah, I'm working on that. So yeah, so for my husband's birthday this year, we did an afternoon tea and just had a couple of folks over. So that was sort of my, tea. It's tea. It's little sandwiches that you make in advance. It's little things, So this was part of my, what do they call that? Exposure therapy. Let's jump into it a little bit at a time. You're afraid of snakes, you go pet the little garter snake. That was kind of what that was. And we had a wonderful time. So I will build on that. But yeah, that scares me. I mean, yeah. And it's sad because I love talking to people. I love having salon style, conversations. And so I've got to get over it because it's a barrier. So I'm working on that.
What I would say to that is be careful what you wish for. So like this past year, my father-in-law forever has made Thanksgiving dinner. He's getting a little older, and I was like, well, you know what? I cook a lot. Let me throw my name in the hat.
Okay.
So they let me do it. I really tried making the greatest dinner of all time.
Yes.
So it's now come to my attention that that is now my job. So be careful what you wish for.
When you do, and especially when you do a good job. Yeah.
I did a damn good job. I hate turkey. That turkey was damn good. I brined it, spatchcocked it.
Did you cook it the day before? Because I did that and I liked that, cooking it the day before.
I did not. But I did the 24-hour brine, which was quite interesting. I guess that gives it a juiciness.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Who cooks your dinner, Tim? For Thanksgiving?
For the day-to-day?
No, the Thanksgiving dinner. Do you do that?
Oh, I usually do the turkey on the grill, on the rotisserie or the Traeger. That's my thing.
The Traeger's a smoker, or is it a grill?
Smoker. Yeah, a smoker. But before the Traeger, I would do it on the grill, on the rotisserie.
That sounds
and
good,
do you do all the sides? Or because I think one of the genius hacks is to have everybody else do the sides. Like my cousin makes some great candied yams, which I hate yams, but she makes that and everybody loves it. And so that's a genius hack right there.
We do
everybody
split that up.
Good.
Yams.
I know.
Is that
and
a Southern
I love
thing?
potatoes. I don't know. I can't stand the texture and it's too sweet. And so I just have I have almost a, you just a visceral, I have a violent dislike of yams. So it can be said, yes, I have a violent dislike of yams.
I mean, coming from a Marshall girl, I can understand that.
That's right. I
was waiting for some sort of comment like that to surface.
Come on, this is just real.
Yeah.
How did you guys officially meet for the first time?
It was at Civic. So that was right, the in between period, some transition, and Cathy came in to finish our class.
That's right. Yes, that's exactly right. I was trying to remember when you were, and I did probably 20 classes altogether. So it's hard to remember who was, in each class, but that's exactly right. So I came in for 6 months just between leadership to, and it was great because I knew how to do the job. So it was the easiest job I ever said yes to. And I loved it. It was great to be kind of back. What I appreciated is that all the planning had been done. I'm sorry?
Did you start Civic? Was that something?
So I did not start it, but it started in 1996 by a woman called Kay Kemper, who's amazing. She worked at ODU, and they kind of tinkered around with it until 1998. And that what I did in 98 was I was asked to come in and facilitate the program days, which I loved. So I did not run the organization. Then Kay, who is enormously talented, decided to open her own government relations firm called Kemper Consulting. Smartest thing she ever did. It was fabulously successful. But that was in 2001. And so in, I guess, April or May of 2001, I got a call from the late marvelous philanthropist, my surrogate dad, Josh Darden. And he asked me, he called me, I'll never forget this. He called me in the office one day and he said, "Now I'm going to need you to run Civic." And I said, he had this just charming Southern accent. And I said, Mr. Darden, I appreciate your confidence. You don't, I have no, and I didn't, I had no experience to be qualified to do that. None. And he said, "Well, I think you can do it and I'm going to be here to help you." And I thought, okay. And then I learned what everybody else already knew, which is you just really don't say no to him. So I said yes. And so now get the timing of this. So I started on July 1st of 2001. And you know what happened on September 11th. So that was our first opening retreat, which is, for the listeners who may not know, that's just like a 2-day big intensive. We bring everybody together to meet each other, and they're going to spend the next 9 months, 1 day a month together, learning about the region and the challenges and opportunities and the like. So so September 11th, we were leaving on a Thursday for our retreat. September 11th was on a Tuesday. And so that was, well, you live and you learn. And so I will forever sing their praises. The Williamsburg Lodge was where we were going to have it. And they just said, "Don't worry about it. We'll reschedule it." And because that was my nightmare. Oh, great, my
Mm.
first event, and I'm inside the cancellation time, and they're going to charge me this, but everybody was being very understanding about it at that point. But so I had the first, so that's when I came into it fully in terms of running it, was 2001. And I did that till 2019.
Wow.
And
that was such a great program.
Thank you. Privilege of a lifetime to work with Josh Darden. I learned so much from that man. I learned so much.
From a region standpoint, everyone thinks that they have an idea and understanding of the region, but when you go through something like Civic, I quickly realized how much I did not know about the region.
Really? Good. I'm glad.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That's great. The other thing I think we try to do, I still say we, but we try to do in Civic is we really work hard to look, when you have leaders who are at the level of the folks that are in Civic, which is senior level leadership. These are either, founders, or they could be executives. I mean, these are people who are at the height of their careers typically. And so when you get those folks in a room, as you know, that experience is pretty rarefied, and you sometimes, understandably, kind of can forget what life is like for the people at every stage of the work ladder. And so one of the things I felt really proud of is that we really made a point of exposing these executives to what life is like for the people who work for them and for the people who work for their organizations. And so one of my favorite memories of that whole time was there's a guy who still runs Westminster Canterbury, is an amazing leader named Ben Uncle. And Ben went through the program, and we did this simulation of a day in the life of the working poor. So this is not people in poverty, these are people who have jobs. And it's a simulation. It's about a 3-hour simulation where you set people up with like an alias or, an assumed identity, and you give them a family structure, and you give them, this is your job and these are your hours, and that sort of thing. So we set them up with that, and he went through this experience, and then through the 3 hours, you throw things at these people like, oh, guess what? Your rent just went up 15%, and in your little play money bucket, you only have this much money. He was so moved by that he went back to the board at Westminster Canterbury and said, we have an obligation to the people who work here to pay them a living wage. And so I've forgotten what the calculation of a living wage was at that point. But he challenged the board and said, we really need to be paying these people a living wage. And to their credit, they said yes. And he said it was a really transformative experience. And so I really feel very proud and happy and satisfied about the fact that this wasn't, we tried to present people with opportunities to say, look, if you had to get here today by a bus, how would you do it? Because I couldn't, I don't know,
right.
Most people at that point, this was before the apps, so, well, here's the map, and we just hand out the map and say, okay, well, what's it going to cost? What buses are you going to take? What time are you going to leave? And what time are you going to arrive?
Right.
And when people realize, holy smokes, we cannot get around this region by bus. I shouldn't say that. Not everyone can get around the region by bus. That is a profound awareness. So to connect people with skills and talent and expertise to community problems.
Well, and the beauty, taking that one step further, the thing that's so great is it's all business leaders that are decision makers, that those connections are made instantly, and they can make those decisions almost on the spot to impact change.
Yes. There's so much that got done because somebody knew somebody in Civic, picked up the phone and said, hey, this is a problem. Can we work this out? And it happens. I mean, that will forever be just work I feel really good about and so happy about. And
Best class ever?
Can't say that. You will not back me into that corner.
I mean, I tried.
But nice try. Try. And
is there a class that you remember as being like a little above? Let's see.
But I can't. But I can't say that. I can't say that. But the current president, Mary Kate Andrus, is doing a great job. She is a Civic alum. So that was the other point that we wanted to get to. Not that you had to be a Civic alum to run Civic, but what a great thing to me that the program has grown and the program is producing people who want to lead it. So that's a very happy thing too.
What did you what'd you study in college at Marshall?
Broadcast journalism.
Broadcast journalism. What are your thoughts on college these days, 2025? What's the Cathy Lewis thought?
That is a great that's a great question. I think, and I'm very privileged to do some work for Old Dominion, which I love and adore, because it's giving great opportunities for first generation students. And I mean, it's a great place. But I think what I'm starting to see, and what I think smart college presidents are recognizing, is that, and Brian O. Hemphill, the president of Old Dominion, is a smart college president. And he talked about this last year, that colleges are going to have to start thinking about certifications and workplace knowledge, and starting to integrate that into the college experience, which I think is very smart.
Yep.
And so his thinking is, he wants to get to a place where everybody graduates with their degree, but with some sort of, certificate that says, hey, I know how to do this. I can do this. And and I think a lot of colleges are moving that direction, which I think is very smart. I'll be honest with you, it is very expensive. Obviously, if you've put children through, you know that. I think college is a great thing. I think if you don't know what you want, I was fortunate. I always knew what I wanted to do, but you don't know what you want to do. If you don't know yet what you want to do, I think it's a great idea to get a skill or to go to 2 years of 2 years of community college. If you're stepping into the 4-year environment, I know, and people will probably disagree with that, but I think it is such an expensive venture now that you really ought to kind of have a narrowed down idea of what you want to do. It's a very expensive place to figure that out. And so, that's my take.
I do think that a recalibration of sorts needs to certainly happen. Job market is changing really, really fast.
Yes. Yeah.
I love this certificate idea. I think that's it's smart. Like, I have a broadcast news degree as well.
You too.
I feel like
know that.
Yeah. So I loved my time in Morgantown.
Yeah.
I would not say anything bad about Morgantown. However, there's that caveat. It's like, I learned more in my first week at a TV station than I did my entire time in school.
Yes.
And
I appreciate that.
It makes me really, like, I look at that and I go, okay, so that's $100,000 decision that I could have figured out in a week by just calling someone and saying, hey, can I get this gig?
Yeah.
Now
I'll give you a counter perspective on that. Just not a counter perspective, but a complementary perspective. What I learned in college, yes, I agree with you totally. You work in a newsroom, man, you're going to learn that stuff or you're not going to make it.
Deadlines.
Right? Deadlines. And that has influenced, I don't know about you, Zach, but that's influenced my whole life. Back timing a show. Okay, we got to start at 6. We're going to finish at 6:30. That's a deadline. You have to finish at 6:30. That's been really helpful to me. But what I learned in college was ethics. What I learned in college was law around, journalism. And all
I
of
might have
that,
learned that. I might have taken the
background.
class, but I'll remember.
Well, those having gone to college in West Virginia, you will know that. Yeah. So I took comparative religion. I went to Marshall, yes, and I took a comparative religion class, and that was the one I decided I was going to skate on a little bit because I was doing other things. And so I show up in class having not been there for a little bit of time, and it's the day somebody does a report on snake handling as a religion and had snakes there, and I'm like, this is why I don't come to this class, honestly. So you gotta be careful about that not showing up thing. But the whole thing I learned in college about journalism, which has served me to this day, is law, ethics, and the opportunity to sit back and have conversations about that. And I do think so much of that is missing in our current environment. I mean, and Zach, I don't know if you would agree with this, but what we have today in TV news. And would that have been something that your professors at Morgantown would have been happy with?
No, I mean, I think I think of like sources, right? Like there's two sides to every story, and then maybe the truth, right, in the middle. But you're trying to get both of those sides. I don't feel like in journalism we see a lot of that. I feel like it's more just like entertainment at this point. And I feel like we really should treat it like that and say it's just another channel on the TV dial. And that's definitely not what I learned. I mean, I don't read a lot of things in the paper and things like that, but I remember like the last time I really saw like a really well journalistic post was when they did the Chesapeake Bay Bridge tunnel, like really long piece by the pilot. And it was like 10, 15, 20 pages. And it was really thorough about the whole piece. I was like, okay, like that's like, it was like a documentary in written form. And I was okay, like that really gets the whole gambit of what it is. We don't see that. We're just trying to get first to go. And I think about like the Ryan Lochte Olympics when it was clearly a lie. There was no fact checking in that. And I'm like, if we couldn't even get that right, what makes it, which is something so like trivial, what makes us think that we're going to get real serious things correct when we're just trying to be the first on air and that's all that matters because you want those eyeballs? Like that's, that's not the way I was taught. That's not the way I really look at it. It's like, you want to make sure this is thorough and as correct as possible.
And then going back to Cathy's point in terms of timelines, you can't have a long form conversation. Then you narrow it down to a 7-second snippet because you have to meet the timeline.
Yes, it's very hard. And I'll tell you, I feel like now I'm starting to sound like, get off my lawn. But, but there is this, there was a certain wisdom to back in the day. Your news came on at national news came on at 6:30. Now people listening to this are going to be like, were you born after the Lincoln assassination? But it came on at 6:30. It was off by 7. So, and there was none of this live stuff unless something really dreadful happened.
And you only had 3 choices. Yes.
So everything that happened was in that 30 minutes, and it forced them to make decisions about what's most important. And I was saying now we have 30 minutes of news crammed into 24 hours. Like that's, so that's part of the reason why you get all of this, this stuff that's either not really news or just like live speculation. That's all it. Well, it could be this or it could be this. Tell you what, go figure out what it is and come back to me when you figure it. That's what I want to say every time I see that. Well, we don't know. We're live. It could be this. It could be that.
Tim did this thing. I think he probably did this on the show, but like he brought this to my attention. It's basically like the word should or could in a headline is really like you're sitting there like, okay, well, there's nothing to that.
That is such a great point. I'd never thought about that.
Yeah. So when I see that now, I'm like,
great point.
Yeah.
It's not a factual
statement. I will typically not read anything if it's could, should, might, may, possibly. I mean, it's just like, this is all speculation, so there's.
And that is great advice, Tim, because really, that would simplify all of our lives. I don't know about you guys, but I do feel overwhelmed with, the amount of information that's coming at you and trying to figure out what you're looking at and what you're not. And my media habits have changed without question. My media habits, have changed. So that's a very helpful thing. I'm gonna be on the lookout for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure that you've seen a lot of change. I don't think that journalists are produced the same way as they once were.
No, and part of it is, when you had, and I started when we still had the 30-minute newscast, but then very shortly after I started, we started getting a noon newscast, so always you had an 11, I should have said that, but then they started getting the noons and then the 5s, and then we're just on all the time. But but I think what was helpful about that is that it gave you time to go out and figure out what the truth was, or to track down sources or whatever. I don't know how we expect these people, like when they go to these people live, I don't know how you expect them to do their job, because all they're doing, because you keep going back to them live, they don't have time to go check out and see what's really going on. So I think it's a really unfortunate moment. There's some things are really good about it, but there's a lot that's very unfortunate. And then I think the manipulation of, okay, maybe, the concentration of ownership is a problem. And then the other thing is all of these consultants, that come in. And I know in this market, I'm not going to say which station it was, I was told that in a station in this market, there was a sign on everybody's desks that said, does it matter to an 18 to 35-year-old? And I just thought, wow. I mean, I think 18 to 35-year-olds are very important. Having said that, since I am not 18 to 35, I would like to think that somebody thinks what's important to my age range might be important too. So anyway,
Is that
whole
saying the demo is
thing.
important in that case? Like
Yeah.
that's who they're trying to get. Interesting.
I'm sorry, I should have explained that. Thank you. Yeah, they're going for that demographic, and I understand that as a business imperative. I completely get that, but the 18 to 30. I gave an example. 18 to 35. We've got this bill that's just, I guess, making its way through the House. That's going to, have some significant Medicaid cuts in it. I think that's an amazing story and a very troubling story because that 18 to 35-year-old may not care about that much right now. That 18 to 35-year-old, when they get to be 40, 45, 50, and they have to keep their parents in their home because the Medicaid funds that would have facilitated them being able to have their loved ones in some sort of facility that matched their need for care are not going to be there, or it won't be there in the abundance that it is right now, which is not abundant, but it is what it is. That's going to be a story that matters. And so I think that's an interesting way to look at these stories. How does it hit you depending on which generation you're in? I think that's fascinating. This aging thing is going to be huge. Yeah, that's going to be huge.
When I worked in TV, I think probably the last straw for me when I wanted to get out was worked at a TV station locally, and there was no hard hitting 11 o'clock news. And they had this thing called the breaking news bell that would ring, basically hoping that something would hit. And I'm like, okay, so you're hoping that like there's this thing, like if it bleeds, it leads. Like if someone gets murdered, that's okay. I'm like, that should not be what we're wishing. It's like, it's just terrible. And that's what I was like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah. I had an experience that was kind of a similar experience in terms of the breaking point was, and I want to be careful how I tell this story, but there was a family that kind of rolled through Virginia Beach, and there was much adulation about them because they were adopting all of these special needs children, and it looked on the surface like a really good story. Turned out they were abusing these children, and it's a terrible, sad, gross story, but the little boy died. One of the little boys that had been hospitalized died. And I was noon anchor at that point. And so we, said the little boy had died, and that was sad. And we came back to the newsroom afterwards. The then news director said, now, here's what I want us to do. I want us to go out and find the other 11 children and find out how they feel about their brother's death. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, you're talking about the 11 minor children. Am I getting that? This is what I'm thinking to myself. And to their credit, several people in the newsroom said, you know what, that may be how you do it in New York. That's not how we do it here. That's not a good idea. And these children were all in foster care. I'm like, well, how do you think they would feel? It's gross. Like, I can't even, it's so gross. It was disgusting. So I went to him privately afterwards and I said, look, I'm very troubled by that. And I need you to know it's just not something I'm going to be able to do. And he said, well, then you don't have any right to call yourself a reporter. And I thought, I guess that's right. I guess that's true. I think in every career, there may come a moment where you have been aligned and it's a fit, and then you're not a fit anymore. And so that was the moment I said, okay, yep, I think you're right. I think this is not right for me. That is exactly right, because I cannot do that. So I made a very graceful exit, and that was it. But I think if we're honest, wherever you are in your career, you may have had one of those experiences that is, a sentinel moment or a moment where you think, yeah, I think this is, our paths have diverged. So that was a gross day. I mean, I still to this day think about it and think that's disgusting. And, these things happen.
Well, you have had a very storied career doing what you're doing. Like how did you start? Day one, how did you start in terms of, was there a strategy to that? And how did you stay current, and how do you continue to stay current for so long?
So as I said a moment ago, I felt very fortunate to know what I wanted to do. So when I went to Marshall University, I knew what I wanted to do. And I worked, the great Boz Johnson, who was a local legendary anchor, who was recruited to NBC News and just had 5 children in Huntington, West Virginia, and he decided he was going to stay there and devote himself to that place. Had tremendous respect for him. He was a real ethical leader for me and a real North Star. And so when I was rolling through school, and between my junior and senior year, I worked out enough credits that I got it done in 3 years. But between my junior and senior year, I got an internship at the local television station. And I know, Zach, you know this. When you work in Huntington or Morgantown or any of these small markets, you get to do everything. I was 19 years old producing an 11 o'clock newscast, which was a really dumb decision on their part, truly. I mean, very dumb. But, I was doing it. And I had a train wreck one night back in the day. You'd had everything was on these carts and they had to be in order. And I don't know what happened, but it just hit a thing where the order wasn't going. And so nothing was hitting. And I was 19 years old and I was devastated. And I knew that this was going to be the end of my career. And the director, everybody smoked then. So the director kicked back in his chair, put his feet up on the switcher, pulled a cigarette pack out, starts puffing and says, "Little lady, you're going to get this, but we're just going to put up a trouble slide until you do." So he put up one of those technical difficulty slides. Took me about 3 minutes to get my mess together. And then we proceeded. And I've often thought about that because I was like, he knew it wasn't the end of the world. To me, it felt like the end of the world. I thought I was going to lose my job. But it wasn't. We figured it out and came back and the world continued to turn and everything was fine. So then I worked in Huntington for a couple of years. And then if you've worked in Huntington for a couple of years, you're probably ready for something else. And I felt very ready for something else. So back in the day, we had this thing called Broadcasting Magazine, which was where you found out about jobs. There was a section in the back. Zach, you're much younger than I am. I don't know if this was the case when you were in this business or not, but there's a section in the back that says television stations seeking reporters, whatever it is. And it said East Coast television station seeks general assignment reporter. And I thought, by this point, I didn't care where it was on the East Coast. I did not care. I applied for it. And then they brought me out for an interview and I got the job. Yay. But I did not know where it was. Then I had to do some research, just to figure out where is Norfolk. I don't know where that is. And I don't care because I'm going there. And so I put all of my stuff in a U-Haul and a friend of mine and I drove it over the mountains and I, and then I started here and I really thought I was going to be here for a minute and then go be a London correspondent in a trench coat, very attractive and working for the network. And, and then I don't know, I got here, I fell in love with this community, then, met my husband and had my daughter. And so, then you blink your eyes and it's 45 years and you're like, So, but it has been the happiest. This is all I ever wanted to do, was to come to a place and hope to make a difference and live in a great community and contribute to a great community. That's really all I ever wanted to do. I grew up in the service, so we moved around a lot. So, that deep root thing was not really a part of my life. And I always wanted that. And I feel so fortunate and so happy to have found it here with, great folks like you. I so love what you're doing in this entrepreneurial space and supporting that sector of the community. So for me, it's like, it's been a great run but I'm still excited to see what comes tomorrow. Right. I mean, I'm still excited to see what comes tomorrow.
Well, thank you for those kind words.
Yeah, no, I really mean it. And the other thing, I think, Zach, maybe you said this to me, or you were speaking at one of the Hatch things or something, and you said something that really it kind of struck me and made me take a look at things. You were talking about the entrepreneurial spirit, and you were kind of describing the character traits of an entrepreneur. And I really thought of myself at that point as, I think that's me. I think I'm an entrepreneur. I think I am. And then when you said that, the more I thought about it, the more I really looked at it, I thought, I don't think I'm an entrepreneur in the way that you're thinking about it, because I had to be honest and say, I don't have the risk tolerance, that entrepreneurs have. And I have so much respect for that, that moment where you can just say, yeah, I'm going to put it all on the line. That is a brave and courageous thing to do. And, yeah, I very much respect and admire that. And the idea that you sometimes will temporarily fail and you get up and you dust yourself off and you get back to it. That's another thing I respect and admire. And so, yeah, that was very helpful to me.
Yeah, I think you only really fail when you quit. Everything else is just a learning experience and being able to move on from it. And so one of my favorite quotes is by the former Duke basketball coach, Mike Krzyzewski. Don't ask me to spell it. Please probably not even ask me to say that last name again. Coach K.
Coach K.
It's next play. It's basically like, okay, like you had a bad play, move on. And just immediately next play, like move on.
Yeah.
Don't make that same mistake again.
Next play.
But
that's great. Yeah.
And so ever since I heard that maybe 5-10 years ago, I'm like, okay, like that makes a lot of sense because we dwell on these things. And it's like you want to learn from it, but don't be on it for so long. So we live in an interesting region. I think there is often lots of positivity, often lots of negativity. From a business perspective, is there one thing that you think really needs to change that would really take us to that next step?
That's a great question.
Let me bait it a little differently.
Okay.
I think forever people have said that the infighting or the lack of regionalism is the reason why this region hasn't done that thing. I personally think that's BS. I think that's just a cop out, right? I think it's a scapegoat, right? So most of the time that's what people are going to say. Knowing that, is there something that you've seen in your many years with businesses that seems like, okay, this is really just that catalyst that needs to happen to get there?
So this is not going to move the fate of Western civilization, but I tend to agree with you about that whole business of we need to be, we need to codify it, be one region. Yeah, go back in time, maybe we should have done that. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but we are where we are, and so I appreciate all these moments where cities are starting to work together in spite of it all, and businesses are starting to work together in spite of it all. I think that's fantastic. The one thing I think we could do better with, and I just felt this way for a little while now. We have so many young people who've grown up in this region who know what a great place it is to live and work. They leave here and they go to Richmond, they go to Washington, they go to New York, they go to Raleigh. I mean, they go other places, obviously, but those are kind of the main places that they go. And so they go for 5-8 years, whatever it is, they do their thing. I wish we could get more of those young people back here. And I'll tell you why. I think it's really, I heard somebody from Brookings say this once, and I thought it made abundant sense. We are not going to be able to go out and say to a young person, coming out of college or technical school has great experience, come here. You don't know anything about this region, but come here, trust us, it's great. But we do have people who've grown up here who would love to come back here if the jobs were here, if the things that they care about were here, that kind of thing. And so I think if, and this is easier said than done, but I think we could really use some sort of a concerted campaign to target, especially after COVID, by the way, when we discovered we could remote work, and many of us are still doing that, a concerted campaign to lure back some of these young people who have left for better jobs, more money, but are now at the point in their lives where they're saying, Washington, it's a tough city to live in. It's a tough city to raise a family in. You can't, you can't necessarily buy a house in Washington, D.C. to grow your family. If that's what you're thinking, then this is a great place to do it. But you have to have the job and you have to have kind of the social supports to do that. So I remember I was riding on the Washington Metro and there was a poster up there about come to Virginia Beach. And I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if we had some sort of campaign that was targeted to young professionals that said, come home and let it, if you've been gone for 10 years, there's a lot going on here that wasn't going on here maybe when you left. And oh, by the way, everybody goes and tries something else because they think, that's going to be the grass is greener thing. People are in different phases and stages of their lives. And I know so many people who have done that successfully and happily. If you grew up here, you've got family here, and it's a great place to live near the beach and all the rest of it. I feel like we should leverage that a little bit more and do really targeted efforts to get some of these young people back. The jobs have to be here, admittedly. That's just a thought.
Yeah, Nova Life is
I can see your brains turning.
Well, no, I'm just thinking Nova is such a tough life to live. So my daughter just graduated from JMU. She's working up there right now. So she commutes an hour to get to the closest metro, and then it's another hour metro into to work. And that's before your shift even starts. It's a tough
4
life.
hours of daily travel.
Yeah,
it's tough. Yes. DC is a very tough. My daughter lives in DC too, and it's a very tough city, and it's very tough. I mean, it's just it's lovely, but it's rigorous.
Yeah, and I just think that to your point, especially like with HQ2 with Amazon up there, people are going to get tired of that, and it's just like, hey, when you get tired of it and you want to start a business, or if you look down here, and we could attract a lot of people when they've had enough of the metro life.
And that's the point where we need to be hitting them. That's the point where they realize, oh, I'd like to, I found somebody, I want to start a family. Oh, I need to buy a bigger house, but I can't afford. My daughter was telling me there's no way. She works in nonprofits. She said, there's no way I can afford a bigger place than what I have right now in Washington, D.C. There's no way. So I'm going to have to think about something different. So right now she is splitting her time because she can work remotely. She's in knowledge management for a nonprofit company in DC, there's been so much turbulence in that space since January. But she's trying to make that happen. So she's here a couple days a week. She goes up to DC like now 2 days a week, every other week, and it's working out. And so,
I tell you,
I would never move back there. That's where I grew up. I would never move.
Really?
Back.
You wouldn't? Yeah.
No, absolutely not. They have trails, which are nice. We don't really have those.
I will say, shout out to the Newport News new Amtrak station there. Taking the train up there is so pleasant. It is fabulous.
Oh, they have a new train station there in Newport News? I got to go check that out. Because I love living down here by our train station, except it's irritating me what they've done with the parking at the downtown.
Yeah,
Norfolk,
there's it's a brand new train station, tons of parking.
Wow.
It is it's great.
Yeah, and see, we have 3 trains a day that leave. I could pick up my camera right here and show you where they leave from because they're right over there. But we have 3 trains a day going up there, and that makes that completely feasible. So to be making a DC salary but living here is could be a kind of a good thing. We should let people know, particularly those who can remote work, that's the possibility. She's very present in their office when they need her to be there. And the rest of the time, she's down here having a great time. So
you could be not only a traffic reporter, you could be a train reporter too.
This is true. I do feel a 4th act calling my name. Yes. Transpo with Cathy. Yeah. That's right. I like it.
It just dawned on me, like as we round out this show, but I tell everyone, I'm like, Hampton Roads is the biggest small town that you'll ever live in. You can get a meeting with anybody. You're super close to decision makers, but thinking that through just a little bit further just now, it's like, I guess the only downfall of that is that we move at the speed of a small town too. So
yes.
But if you're looking for that small town feel, Hampton Roads, we have that. Everyone knows everyone. It's amazing to me how tight the circles are amongst folks.
And have you run into the what I think is so interesting too is how a lot of people are related to other people. Like, you'll peel back the onion. Oh, wait a minute. You're second cousins of that one who married that.
It's stunning to me.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. No question.
Well,
but I think that would be fun, is to do a very targeted, and I've been trying to talk everybody into that, but I know they're trying to do kind of an attraction survey for the region, but I think it has to be a very targeted thing to professionals who grew up here, who are living in Washington and New York and are hitting that age, maybe early, mid, late 30s, where they're thinking, maybe this is not, maybe this is not for me. Maybe I've done my DC adventure and it's time to go home.
I mean, maybe even if you just do the traffic aspect of that, people really complain about traffic here. And it's like, okay, well, 4 hours of travel time for Tim's daughter just to go to work every single day. And here you're in, what is it, 22 minutes, I think is the average traffic here, something like that, like each way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like just looking at that number.
Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. And just the basic things like going to a department store or going to my daughter, where she said it takes her, she's about miles from the what do you call it, the Trader Joe's, the Whole Foods or whatever, and it takes sometimes an hour to get there, because of traffic. And so
she lives in DC proper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. And she said she loves it. She loves living in the city, but it's dawning on her that she will never, she just can't afford more than she's got right now. And it's a very hard, she said, I'm getting tired of taking an hour to go to the Trader Joe's, so she drives down to the Harris Teeter. She's like, you have no idea how wonderful this is. Go there, got the thing, back, no worries. Yeah. So all of those things become more attractive the longer you're in a place and the tougher it gets to live there.
Not to mention just the housing prices. Like my mom lives 90 minutes. She lives kind of close to where your daughter lives, Tim. Yeah. And it's 90 minutes basically from DC by car. Let's just say, no, it's not that far, but it could be 90 minutes, right? I mean, the amount that she lives in a townhouse.
Okay.
The amount that those are going for in her neighborhood now is just astronomical. Like she's like, yeah, the comps are like $800,000. I'm like, you're not close. Right?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And so it just keeps going down, south. It's wild. I'm just like, wow.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, so when my wife has to travel up to Northern Virginia, she can make it we live in York County. She can make it from York County to Nova in the same amount of time it takes for people within Nova to commute within Northern Virginia.
Wow. That's amazing.
I mean, so like from York County to Springfield, she can make it there in the same amount of time as someone who lives on the other side of Northern Virginia into Springfield. It's crazy.
It is amazing. It is crazy. But anyway, I think there's an opportunity there.
Yeah.
I can't quantify it, but it just makes sense to me.
You might be the first guest that has done the research to know where we're going to round out that last question. But is there anything else you want to talk about that we haven't talked about? It's been
here's the thing. I know you don't have guests back, but if that opportunity ever presented itself, I would just love to come back because I've really enjoyed this conversation.
I feel like this is one of those shows where like usually the hour goes decently fast, but this is one of the shows where it went. I looked and it was like 45, and I was like, "Oh boy,
there was a lot we didn't get to.
We haven't done anything." And I find that's my fault. I apologize. So this could be like one of those like 4-hour shows. I feel like we could have actually.
We're living into it. So
part 2 will happen.
Good.
Part 2 will happen.
I look forward to that.
From right now to whenever we book this, we want you to be nervous because.
Great. Well, actually, this has been such a delightful experience. I probably won't be nervous about the next one, but yes, it's interesting to be on the other side of the thing.
So, Cathy, do we have a food of the region? Do we have?
Yes. White sauce.
See that has surfaced. White sauce and the orange crush are the things that have surfaced at the top.
Yeah. White sauce. I think to me, white sauce is just the essential. Yeah. Because, and my daughter, when she was at UVA, she introduced that at the Mexican restaurant. She said, "Do you have white sauce?" And he goes, "I don't know what you're talking about." And so she has this little cadre of friends, and she got them to start making white sauce and bring it.
Oh, really? So they reverse engineer how to make it?
Yep. Apparently, it's not that complicated, but it's magical. I don't know how to, it's one of those things like.
It is good.
Yes, it really, really is. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's white sauce.
Allegedly, the Orange Crush was actually created in Maryland. There's some
Oh.
there's a little battle.
Interesting.
We have to hold on to it though. We're not going to give up
Of
the
course
fight.
we do. Yes, like Dumars with the ice cream. I'm sorry, that's where it happened. No.
That's not alleged. That is factual.
Of course, but then somebody else, some other community was trying. I'm like, no. I'm spiteful.
The World's Fair, right?
Go to the mat
Wasn't
over
it?
that. Yeah, we're gonna go to the mat over that. Yeah, that's right. I love that it's still the same. Like, I love that you can drive to Dumars and see them making the cones. You know, 4th, 5th generation, standing there and making the cones. And that's just such an iconic part of, you know, if you've lived here and grown up here. That's another thing about the people who've grown up there. Everybody's been to Dumars who's grown. Most people who've been at least in the 5 South Side cities has been to Dumars. It's just, I don't know. It's iconic.
I love Dumars.
Me too.
A mince with slaw, pineapple shake. It's rock and roll.
Yeah, and I am a double slaw barbecue girl. Put the double slaw on there. That is stratospherically wonderful. Yes.
Okay.
Love it.
Looking forward to part 2.
Me too.
Coming soon. You know.
Okay.
You know.
Hey,
what will happen? What will happen first? You back on the show, or like Stranger Things finally comes out?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Probably Stranger Things.
Probably Stranger Things. Yeah. I hope it's me coming back on the show, but
this was delightful. I really enjoyed it.
So
turns
fun,
out I had
guys.
nothing to be
Thank
nervous
you.
about either.
Oh, good. I'm glad we held hands and got through it. I love that.
Let the record show.
My day.
Let the record show 0 nerves on this end.
Okay. But Zach, that's one of the things that makes you so special, is that I feel like you're not scared of anything. I feel like
I get nervous. We got something coming up August 21st, Startup World Cup at Sandler Center.
Oh.
I don't know if you've ever walked into that venue, but there's a lot of seats. So
there are a ton of seats in there. Yeah.
When Tim told me, I think we're gonna do it at Sandler, I'm like,
yeah. Okay.
I'm like, I can just hear the heart beating already. Like,
but you're just so good in those live venues. You'll be great. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. As I say, no matter what, the show must go on, and we'll push through it. And have fun doing it.
Yes. Well, I very much look forward to a return visit. This has been so delightful. Thank you so much. I hope our listeners had a good time of it. Yeah. Let's do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cathy. Have a wonderful day.
I've seen some creators overseas that are using robots and AI for training, right? Most of the nursing schools nowadays are, when the nurses go out to the lab or the practicum, they're actually training on some of the mannequins or dummies or dolls that they are really good with veins and working arteries and crazy stuff like that. But I've also seen a developer in Dubai that's developed a virtual space that's a virtual clinic or hospital environment with a virtual patient, where the nurse actually wears goggles and actually can see this patient and actually perform on the patient. But nothing beats, a live patient, but we don't want to train our students and we don't want to experiment on our students.
4 scores, and that's all I remember. Did you ever have to memorize, what was that, the Gettysburg Address? Is that what that was?
I don't think I had to memorize that. I guess that was a good thing for us growing up in the Western New York, Buffalo area. It wasn't so history driven as it is here in Virginia.
That's true.
In some cases, though, I wish I would have learned more about the history, because when I do go to things, it's always interesting to learn something new. That
agreed, but I'll put it like this: I was too stubborn and dumb kid to care about those things. But now
that would have been me as well. Yeah,
because when I get I still think our area should, and I know we have Nauticus and Wisconsin and stuff like that. I still think we should have a better museum than we do for the military.
For the military.
Yeah. And when I go to places like that, I remember the time I walked through the Wisconsin, I cannot believe people do this. People live on these things for months. I was like, this is crazy. And so just I think you appreciate it more as you as you age?
I think for me was I think last year I was able to go take a tour of a submarine, and that was like, dude,
Okay.
that's some close quarters.
Could not do it.
Yeah, that would get.
I have nightmares about the closeness things sometimes.
Oh, do you?
I think I have that fear. Mm-hmm. But like in a hotel, I'm okay. But in a cruise, I'm
ship,
okay.
you're fine.
But I think because you just realize how low you are. And is there a pressure thing in those things? They have like the water.
I mean, so I was told back in the day. So I used to work with a submariner, and and he claimed that if you went down deep enough, and if you had a clothesline from one end to the other, and you had it taut, and then if you went down, the pressure would then some slack would then enter that clothesline because the pressure being so significant. I don't know to what extent. It might have been very small. I don't really know, but still, to your point.
There's a Netflix documentary, I haven't watched it yet, but about the boat that was trying to go to the Titanic that disappeared. They were using a PlayStation controller as the...
Well, the crazy thing is that the Navy uses that in their submarines for the periscope.
Oh, a PlayStation controller?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Think about how much cheaper that is than, and the kids know how to use it.
It's true. It's true. Now we transition from something that has nothing to do with today's episode.
Just as big as a problem, just in a different, hard right turn.
Tim Anderson, Armstrong. I don't know why.
Don't let the name fool you.
Tim Armstrong. How's it going, dude?
Pretty good, my man. How about yourself?
Pretty good. What kind of headphones are those? I'm digging those.
These are some generics I ordered off of Amazon as a cheap alternative to my more Plantronics, my more expensive Plantronics. But the earpieces were molting, and so my wife made the little baby bonnets to go on top of them. And so I told her, you should sell those.
She should.
Yeah.
Find out somehow. I'm sure there's a way for you to scrape who was ever bought that thing or looked at it.
Right.
And then send them an ad that says, "Hey,
are your earphones molting?"
That's cool. So introduced to you via Chris Tillett of the City of Portsmouth Economic Development. Mm-hmm. Really, I think that's how, if I recall.
Yeah, Tim and I have run in the same circles with Star Peninsula and B Force, and
cool.
So we've run some in the same circuit from that standpoint. So it's great to see that you're still charging ahead with the business. Tell us a little bit about what it is that you're doing.
Well, our core business is recruiting nurses. We absolutely love nurses, and we're recruiters, the whole team of us. And we're a bunch of knucklehead HR folks that have recruited overseas for 15 years or more, and another 10 years here in the U.S. And so we decided to fill a niche, right? To fill the niche of the shortfall of nurses in the job market here in the U.S. And it's not a shortfall that could be met organically. I often get the questions, why can't we fill the job with Americans? Because we're recruiting nurses from overseas. And the quick answer is we don't have enough.
So Tim, how is it currently in America, if someone like for a US student or someone that is pursuing nursing, how long does that process take as opposed to the overseas track?
Yeah, it takes weeks or months. Usually the nursing programs can last anywhere from 6 to 18 months. It depends on what track and course they take or what school they go to, and any previous prerequisite classes that they might have. And then it's just a matter of signing up for your nursing board exam, getting those results back in about 30 days, and then you just go and press forward and get a job. Usually nurses in the United States will already have a job by the time they take their nursing exam. A lot of nurses have employment opportunities before they even graduate, because they're doing their practicums and their on-the-job training and what we call OJT in the hospitals. Yeah, in a hospital setting that or clinical setting that they're going to work in. So it's fairly easy. You're not going to find an unemployed nurse or a nursing student in the U.S. They won't be hard pressed for work. And if you do have a unemployed nurse in the U.S., run.
Good advice. If we take away anything from the show, that might be it.
Run fast. Okay.
That's right.
So I've noticed this too. Like when I go to my vet, they have a shortage of veterinarians in there too, and it sounds like there's a shortage of this from the nurses aspect in hospitals and
Well,
any
quick
place
aside,
where,
do you know that it's much harder to go through veterinary school than it is to
I
become
think it's
a,
like 7.
a
It's at least 7 years.
well, yeah, and you have to learn like the body. You need to learn all of the animal systems as opposed to a doctor. You just have to learn the human system. So from that standpoint,
Yeah,
the vet side is a lot more difficult and longer,
that
which is
sounds
super
about right.
interesting.
Okay, so but why is there a shortage of these individuals? Where I mean, it seems like decent paying jobs. I mean, is it a stress thing? Is it like why are they so hard to fund?
Yeah, it's all the above. It's we have the largest segment of our population, which are baby boomers. They're all retiring at the same time, and they're all retiring and needing geriatric care. And guess what population is in that geriatric population? Nurses. So you have a issue that's compounding or stacking upon each other. Plus, you have the nursing schools. They're at capacity. I hear some numbers like 100, 203% capacity with enrollment. So we're starting to see more and more nursing schools come online and more hospitals starting to have their own nurse training programs. You have nurses who are just getting exhausted and just quitting and just leaving because there's so much pressure. So it's just a compounded problem that's coming in from 4 different directions.
What I never thought that I would even say the phrase, but like, what do the charts look like in terms of before the curve is kind of flattened? You know, like like to your point, age continues to go up. Job market, you know, that's only growing as fast as the population. You know, like what is it going to take, and how many nurses until there's an adequate number?
The number is insanely high. There's estimates that we'll have a million nurse shortage by the end of this decade. But there are a lot of measures being taken to mitigate that. But if it doesn't get to the million, it will be several hundred thousand, as low as 750,000 nurses shortage in the U.S. by 2030. It's really rough. I mean, I think we walked into 2024 needing several hundred thousand, and of course, it only goes up in 2025 because of the age of the baby boomers. My parents are baby boomers. My mom and dad are 74, 75. My stepdad is 82, and they're all needing some sort of care.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just like my first career was in TV news. And the way I describe it is imagine meeting someone on the worst day of their life every single day.
Mhm.
And that's usually just one person. You know, you go to a hospital, they're seeing that not only every day, but multiple times a day.
Right.
I cannot imagine the emotion that you have to have and then figure out how to just like remove it out so that you can handle it. Like,
Yeah, it definitely is a career field not cut out for. Not everybody can do it.
the faint of heart, if you will. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's.
I got a
Well,
lot of
not,
respect for nurses that they really
oh,
go through it because part of my interview process is interviewing how do you deal with families because you have to deal with the patients, the doctors, and of course the families, and that can be rough.
yeah, and it's the other thing this is a field that you cannot make mistakes. I mean, like even being right 99.9% of the time is still not good enough.
Right. You only remember for the one time you messed it up.
Oh yeah, and well, which can be, I mean, that could cost someone their life.
Catastrophic. Yeah.
It costs someone their life, costs you your freedom, your career, right? And
And
so
something that you're going to be thinking about your entire life too, right? You're
yeah.
going to live with that, and that part can't be crazy. So, are you seeing a lot of the robots and AI take over this field? Do you think we're getting to that at all, or where do you see that?
No, I see. I've seen some creators overseas that are using robots and AI for training. Right. Most of the nursing schools nowadays are when the nurses go out to the lab or the practicum, they're actually training on some of the mannequins or dummies or dolls that they are really good with veins and working arteries and crazy stuff like that. But I've also seen a developer in Dubai that's developed a virtual space that's a virtual clinic or hospital environment with a virtual patient where the nurse actually wears goggles and actually can see this patient and actually perform on the patient. But nothing beats, a live patient, but we don't want to train our students and we don't want to experiment on our students. I remember when I was a kid, though, we would be treated at the Naval Hospital here in Portsmouth, and all of my doctors were all interns. So we were being practiced on every single day. But I don't see AI taking over where the human component is most vital. I see AI taking over in the technical areas and in areas where there could be some sort of instruction or some sort of technical competence building.
And I would think that like smart beds and mattresses that can take vitals would also help with the workload so that the nurses don't have to do so many things as they're making their rounds from bed to bed.
You're seeing a lot of that. Of course, I thought it was really groovy, 15, 20 years ago when we saw beds that could actually weigh the patient. But
Right.
now you have beds that can actually roll the patient up and get them situated in the bed and can tilt to the left or right and do some really interesting things. Bed alarms in case someone gets out of the bed. And I have not seen vitals, but the beds are measuring other statistics in charting for that patient.
I mean, it's just like my bed that I have. I have a shout out to Sleep 8. I have a mattress cover, but I mean that will it will heat, it will cool, it measures my respiratory rate, it measures my my heart rate variance. I mean,
Wow.
it's like all those, and I get a report every day in terms of like how everything is all over
Do you
time.
ever heat your bed?
That's amazing.
Heat?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, in the wintertime, getting into a
Have
warm
to.
bed.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
baby.
Or I don't know that I can handle that. So you know what's interesting is like I remember the first time I ever put on a thing of Oculuses. This is probably like 2012, 2013. I got super dizzy, and I was like, I don't get this. It was a plane game. It was at Maker Faire at the Scope. And then fast forward, like I don't know, 2-3 years later, a company from Seattle was in town doing demos. And we came to our office, and it was like construction training, and I was like, oh, I get it.
Yeah.
And then so now I've been watching. I'm a DC Commanders fan, and they say that Jaden Daniels, the quarterback, he puts on the goggles and he gets like reps that way, and so that he gets so much. And again, it's not the real thing, but it's closer than ever before. And it's just interesting how that training aspect is giving you so many more reps, which is ultimately what you want, right? Is you want your people who are fixing you to have as much practice as possible. And so that's cool that's how they're looking, how you're seeing the training aspect of that going, Tim.
It's like pilots being in a simulator. Same thing.
Right. And race car drivers doing the track before they do it.
Do they simulate the G's in that too?
In the
I would imagine that would be the hardest.
In simulators. Oh no, they use they use a centrifuge or some sort of device that turns them to practice G's, because you have to get into a physical device and get swung around the room to pull those G's on you. But the simulator, the pilot simulator, and these are mostly commercial aircraft. It pitches, it rolls, it lifts, it simulates drag like a pilot would feel in an airplane, but not the G's.
I correct myself. It is 8 sleep. Is my.
What did you say?
I think I said sleep 8, but it's 8 sleep.
Why is it called that?
I think to get your 8 hours, I'm guessing, would be the.
Yeah. At my age, 8 hours is a luxury.
I think I got 8 hours and 1 minute last night, and that is a beautiful thing.
I'm looking right now. I mean, people are like, "Oh, I get 5 hours." I'm like, "Huh?" Like,
sleep is a
necessity.
It is a lot more important than what people
It's the key to
Make
good
it out
health.
to be.
It really is. You cannot have a life if you're not getting enough sleep.
That's where they say you do all your growth.
Yeah. Yep. That's right.
My wife and I just got blackout blinds, and I'm one that wakes up with the sun.
Not anymore.
And I don't, and it's really been creeping me out. Like, I've been sleeping a lot longer, and I'm not getting that that bolt coming in.
Stimulation, yeah.
And I'm like, I look at my watch sometimes, and I'm like, oh, it's probably like 5:45, and I don't even want to tell you guys what number is on my watch when I see this sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, like I'm not going to bed later.
Right.
But I'm getting like 92 hours extra sleep, and I used to get 8 hours of sleep. So I'm like, damn, this is.
I freak out if I wake up and the sun is shining. I've got to get up before the
I got
sunrise.
7:51 last night.
Oh, congratulations.
So pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I haven't seen 8 hours in a minute.
Yeah.
We got a lot of stuff on our plate right now, Tim, that we're working for.
I pray for 8 hours.
And man, if I wake up as to go to the bathroom and then my mind starts going and it's just all over.
Yeah, you're done.
Oh, you'll start working in that?
Well, no, my mind will start working, and then I have to go through and try to calm it back down to fall back asleep.
Do you have like a thing?
I'll typically throw on a podcast or something, and
that's what works for me. Podcast.
Yeah.
I always think when I don't think I'm sleeping, I actually am. I'm actually
those
dreaming.
are the worst. Those are the worst nights.
According to the watch, I am getting sleep. I'm like, well,
I
there's no break in there.
I'm with
What
you.
are we doing?
You're laying
I'm sure
still enough.
There's some documentation on what we're actually thinking in that time that some, brain scientists figured out, like, oh, this is what's the matter with you, and this is when this is happening. So what made you get into this field, Tim?
The need, right? So, and it was like an epiphany. I think one of my partners and I think we were sitting in India on a trip because we're still trying to figure out exactly what we wanted to do. And or we were somewhere, I think maybe we're in Kuwait, and we saw a bunch of nurses, and I went, hang on, wait a minute. Why don't we recruit nurses? Then we did some research and found out that there's a huge niche. Went to India and thought, oh yeah, these are nurses, right? Yeah, because we have a lot of the Asian countries that are graduating U.S. qualified nurses in the droves. And the biggest problem that we're having these days with getting enough nurses, because there are enough nurses around the globe that are U.S. qualified and, of course, proficient in English, that can fill our need. But unfortunately, we have a antiquated immigration system that just doesn't allow it, and it's just incredibly stupid how we immigrate here in our country. And that's apolitical, right?
Well, I agree. I mean, this is something that while everything in this world seems to quickly become politicized, this is not a political issue.
No. It has nothing to do with who's in office. It's the same bad system, no matter what.
I mean, we should be recruiting the best and brightest,
right?
Always.
And I've worked in countries where they do. I mean, I've been recruited to places like Saudi Arabia where they needed my talent as a human resources practitioner, and it's fast. I was able to immigrate myself and get my work visa within, I think, 45 to 60 days. And then once I got mine done, I got my wife and my children done in 30 days. To get my own wife here in my country, it took, my wife got denied 3 different times. I had to hire a lawyer and go through a process of getting my wife to my own country, my own wife. It's kind of ridiculous. When I could get my wife into Saudi Arabia in 30 days. Just think about that, how ridiculous it is. And I've worked for the United Arab Emirates. I worked for one of their para-government organizations and had to go through a background check and security clearance to work for their government. 30-day process, right? And so as soon as I got cleared, I was able to bring my family in on a visit visa and convert the visit visa to a residency visa in 3 days. And so there are countries that are hard to get into that have demonstrated that we can be safe and secure, go through a really decent granular process within a short amount of time to make sure that we get the best and brightest in our country. And I've worked in those countries because I had a talent that they wanted and was able to get in.
So with all those countries, what are the top countries that you currently recruit from, and what are the requirements? I would imagine speaking English being one of them, but what are the countries and what are the things that you're looking for?
Wow. Okay. So we'll start with the top countries. The country that has the highest passage rate of the NCLEX, which is the U.S. nursing exam, is the Philippines. I mean, and they hands down for a long, long time have been the top performer with the NCLEX. And so, of course, the Philippines is very attractive to us, and we target the Philippines. And India is number two. Philippines, India, they take turns with number one. Usually, 3 terms, three quarters out of the year, it's the Philippines. 1 quarter out of the year is India. But we found a rich gold mine in places like Nigeria and Ghana, where they're really graduating U.S. qualified nurses who have a profession, who have a, I'm sorry, proficiency in English. Now, they're taking the English exam as demonstrated through a paper exam in a exam facility, and they do it according to the U.S. Standards based on whatever the State Department has set for one particular year or so. But there are several English exams that any foreign national can take that the U.S. Embassy will accept as a part of their visa processing. And now we're finding most countries, it's very rare that we find a country that does not chart in English. That's very important because our nurses are charting patient progress notes or charting in English. And nowadays we're finding more and more of them that are charting digitally. And believe it or not, some of those countries are using a US charting system like Epic. If you go into CVS or one of the local hospitals in the Hampton Roads area, you'll see that they use something called MyChart. And so I'm finding there are several hospitals, especially in the Middle East, that are using Epic as a charting system. So these nurses are well immersed into a U.S. style of nursing and charting using English. And you got hospitals in the Middle East like Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi, and you have Cedar Sinai, and you have the Mayo Clinic as well in the UAE. All of these are managed by their U.S. counterparts, although it's staffed with a lot of foreign nationals, but it's managed by the U.S. counterparts. And you get these nurses that are well ready to come to the U.S. Did I answer your full question, Tim?
Yeah. I mean, it's just because I'm sure that people listening to the show or they're going to wonder, people like to come up with objections, so knowing that they pass the exams, have the right education, certifications, speak English, are trained on the same platforms, so that is comforting for the potential patients or family members of patients. On the other side of the equation, what kind of pushback from hospitals are you getting, or what is there any objections that you face as to, I would think that anyone with a nursing shortage would be lined up to talk to you? What are the objections that you may get?
One of our frustrations is are the objections the amount of time that it takes, the cost that it's involved, and my strategy is to get the hospital or the clinic to forward think, and I told my clients, listen, I can fill your nursing shortage today. I can find your nurses here in the U.S. domestically. That's no problem. But they're going to turn over. The turnover rate for nurses is increasingly high because you got other hospitals and clinics and medical facilities that are giving better deals, location, schedules, pay. I mean, nurses really want a work-life balance that is normal, but it's really difficult given their profession. But they will move, and they're very mobile, especially in a post-COVID environment. And so the pushback is really frustrating because I want to just wring their necks. I want to just scream at the top of my voice and say, "Hey, listen, dummy! do not record that." And say, "Hey, listen, why don't you think about the next 3 years? Why don't you let me solve your nursing problem for the next decade with a sponsored nurse who is more likely to bring their family and settle than a nurse that's going to pop all around. And that's the difference between the international nurse and the domestic nurse.
So yeah, with that, the question that popped into my mind is who pays for the sponsorship of the nurse, and can that nurse then shop around for a different offer and then leave, or are they tied to that hiring organization for a certain amount of time? How does that work?
Okay, yeah, so the sponsor of the visa is usually the employer. We're not sponsoring nurses at this point, but we should be by the end of the year. Pays for the visa fees, the immigration fees, everything that's associated with that, including travel. And then that nurse is now going to go to work for that employer. Now, depending on the visa type, we can figure out whether that nurse is going to shop around a bit. Now, we're bringing our biggest client right now is bringing nurses in on the EB3 visa. Now, that is a green card visa from day one for that nurse and that nurse's family to come. And so the nurse literally could get on the airplane, come here to the U.S., get off the airplane, and tell the sponsor, "Yep, nope, not going to work for you. I'm going to go work across the street for your competitor. Bye-bye." After that, sponsors probably put upwards to maybe $10,000 to $20,000 investment into that nurse. Now, if that nurse comes in on like an H-1B visa, then that nurse is tied to that employer and cannot move to another employer unless that employer sponsors the H-1B visa. So whether that nurse has the freedom and liberty to shop around will be based on that visa.
And I would assume that businesses doing the hiring would want to reduce their risk as much as they can.
Yeah, I would prefer an H-1B, at least for the first 2 years, so that the employer can recoup the cost. But we have a lot of problems with human trafficking and employers that just do bad stuff. And so, from the very beginning, we were very cognizant of human trafficking, and so we select our clients very
That
carefully.
is wild.
Yeah, it is wild, and there are a lot of foreign nurses who are nurse advocates now for nurses who are being I don't want to use the word enslaved, but sometimes it feels like enslavement, but more like an indentured servitude. And so there's more than one way to collect debt in the United States other than holding someone to a visa.
I don't know. I guess me as a person, and Zach, I know you're the same way. I always assume the best intentions out of everyone.
Yep.
I mean, my mind is just blown.
It is pretty hard to believe. You're like, what? Like,
I can't believe there's not like a TV show that's been done on this, like
there
how there
probably is.
or will be soon. But my gosh, I mean, my mind is just really, I had no idea.
Yeah. It's frustrating for me because we have to find a balance, when the sponsor makes a significant investment, because, Tim, I've been recruited and mobilized to other countries, and they spend a lot of money getting me and my family there, and they expect a 2 to 3 year commitment. And I've signed these contracts where there's at least 2 years commitment, and that's just to ensure that the company gets an ROI.
Sure.
They're investing in me and my talent, and so I don't shop around. And if I did, then I know that if I don't complete my first year, then I'm going to have to repay my mobilization fees, and that's something I don't want to pay. And we've had nurses to come here to the U.S. who did not want to stay with their employer for many reasons, and some of it were justifiable because of the working conditions, work hours, or breach of contract or something like that. But you still have an obligation to pay. And so we have to find that balance. How do we make sure that we are bringing nurses over here and that we're completely compliant with all global human trafficking regulations, that we're treating our nurses with the utmost respect, giving them the great opportunity to participate in the American dream, and yet everyone abides by their contract, including the sponsor and the employer.
So with that, what is the reasoning or why you are moving towards being the sponsoring organization? Why are you moving your business in that direction?
For us, it is going to be a lot easier to make sure that we can get nurses into a clinical setting expeditiously, right?
Hmm.
So if we're sponsoring a nurse, the plan is to batch hire 10 to 15 nurses, house them here in the area, in the Hampton Roads area, and be able to quickly mobilize qualified registered nurses to our clients in the area and outside of the area as well. If we have to put them on a plane and fly them to another state, we'll do it and use them more like a travel nurse. But the idea is to make sure that we can mobilize and get nurses to our clients in an expeditious manner, which for us is just more revenue, more sales.
Hmm.
You said you grew up here?
Yep. I was born at Norfolk General, just down the road here, and grew up in Chesapeake. I was a military kid, so we bounced around just a little bit, but I graduated from Indian River, then Norfolk State University. And then after college, I started to move around because I was working in retail, and I got my first human resources job in retail.
Interesting. How long did you do all that for, that style of career?
Wow. So I got my first HR job out of college in 1995. And I started recruiting for a retailer based in the southeast of the United States. And then as a recruiter, you just kind of bounce around a bit. I dragged my family all over the country. My mother calls me a gypsy, and rightly so. So in 2004, I was working for a major national retailer, doing quite well. Did not see the career progression that I thought I deserved and earned. And then so I kind of rolled the dice and started working. I applied for an Army contract position in Kuwait on Camp Air John. Everyone thought I was absolutely insane. And when I took off from Minneapolis, headed over the Atlantic Ocean, I thought I was insane. Until I got there.
Would have called you a gypsy, to be honest.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Insane gypsy, whatever.
Yeah. An insane gypsy, that works. And so I went to Kuwait on a 1-year contract. I came back 10 years later to the United States. Went to Washington, worked for an international organization there. Again, recruiting and mobilizing, pushing people all over the world. Did that based in Washington for a few years, and went back overseas to the Middle East and did it for a few more years.
Tim, I don't know about you, but do you get a lot of like recruit messages like in your inbox?
I don't. I mean, every once in a while I'll get one. But yeah, it's not so
whenever I see these though, I'm like, okay, like I don't know why you guys are sending me this. But like, what's your strategy? Is there one to like stand out from that perspective? Because I think there's so many people are getting so much like information, they're being bombarded. And it's like, how do you make sure that they see yours and you don't look like some of these other?
Which is a pet peeve. My pet peeve is getting these recruiting messages in my inbox. Tim, we've reviewed your resume and you qualified for a job in a warehouse in your area. It's quite funny. And these are just absolutely lazy recruiters. And I've managed.
Do you even have a resume anymore? Like I
yes.
don't. Like
yes,
okay.
Yes. It's all.
But like, so I get that, and I'm like, a resume, like.
Well, it's all laziness. It's just a cut and paste email that is sent out to you. There's no way that you reviewed my resume because I didn't post it anywhere. I didn't apply for a job, and so I get a lot of people that always send me emails that, Tim, I got this message from a recruiter. They want to make me an offer. I went, did you apply for the job? No. Did you interview for the job? No. Do you have an offer letter? Then how are they offering you a job? And so you have to meet those 3 criteria, at least 2 of 3 of those criteria in order to at least get to the offer stage. And so what we do is we go out and we purposely hang out where nurses hang out, right? We engage with nurses in social media spaces. We join groups and we just participate in the conversation, making ourselves known for who we are and what we do. And then when we see an opportunity, we will run a targeted ad in that particular group. Or of course, LinkedIn is where I hang out because I'm a Gen Xer and I don't know any better. But it's a great place to link up with other professionals and be seen as a professional. This is Tim, a real guy, a real person who wants to engage with you. And so I don't go for the hard sell right away, which I had to learn over time. And that is, just reach out to the nurse, build a relationship, talk to them about their location or their specialty, or maybe an article that they post, and you begin the conversation there, and then you grow that relationship into, this is what we do, and we have a client that would be interested in talking to you. And so we just don't jump in and send these very cold emails, and it's quite a pet peeve of mine. We try to cultivate and enter the relationship warmly.
What other verticals are there in the recruiting space?
Break that down for me, Tim.
So like you're in the nursing vertical. Is there any other recruiters that specialize in a certain industry? I know that you have what is it, Ladders, that does $100,000 a year or more, but like, there's not any that come to mind in terms of like, do you have any competition, or who are you competing with?
Yeah, we compete with two firms here, one in the Tidewater area and one in Northern Virginia, that specifically recruit international nurses, primarily from India and the Philippines. So we've identified those, and then we've identified some of the bigger boys. And I'll talk about the verticals in a minute, but I want to talk about my competitors for just a second. And so, I think our unique selling point is that my team is a team full of recruiters who, this is not our first job. We have more gray hair than we like to admit, and that we've done this job for many different sectors and many different employers in many different countries. So I'm sitting here in Portsmouth, Virginia, but I've sat in Kuwait and pulled people from all around the globe, put them in Kuwait. Same thing when I was in Saudi Arabia, when I was in Bahrain, when I was in Abu Dhabi. The same thing. We're always moving people from around the globe to a specific place for a specific job. And our competitors can't say that they've done that. Our competitors may have one or two people on staff. They have a limited amount of experience. But this experience of my team sitting in different global seats around the world and pulling people from all around the globe and pushing them out to even third countries, because when I was in Abu Dhabi, my remit was most of Southeast Asia, including Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. And so we were, even from Abu Dhabi, I was able to move maybe a person from Malaysia to Thailand, or from Singapore to Jakarta, Indonesia. And so we come with a bunch of experience that our competitors just don't have. And I bet a nickel to a fat lady that I could stand up against the biggest boys on the block when it comes to actual real world experience of sitting in these places and actually having people on our team who speak English as a second language, or even a third language, who has done the very same thing that I've done. Now, when it comes to verticals, we're just talking about sectors and silos of recruiting. Before I came to work here in medical, I specialize in oil and gas, and I specialize in construction and design and engineering. I specialize in recruiting, and these are very niche sectors of recruiting that requires different types of skill sets. And I've been able to adapt, and I'm more of a universal recruiter now because I've worked in so many different verticals or sectors, so to speak, but in different cultural environments, different linguistic environments, and different countries.
Interesting.
You've been to a lot of places.
Yeah.
Is there a place that you haven't been to that you want to go to? Because it's like,
wow. I want to go to Burma. I do want to go to Laos. I haven't been there, and have not conquered the continent of Africa. I've learned through DNA that my family heritage is mostly Nigerian, 80% West African, but 30% Nigerian. So I need to get back to the motherland and kiss the ground just one time. But in my imagination, I believe that there's some sort of a tribe in Nigeria that's missing their crown prince, and I need to go and fulfill that role.
I mean, I get those emails, but
I didn't send them.
oh, that's good.
But I'd love to visit. I'd love to visit Ghana. I visited North Africa, but not Sub-Saharan Africa. I want to visit Ghana for sure. Nigeria for sure, Eswatini.
What DNA test did you do?
23andMe.
Did they just close? Did I hear that?
Well, they went bankrupt, but I think they got bailed out.
Someone acquired them.
Huh.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge with that business model is you pay for the kit once, and then and that's it. There's no reoccurring revenue after that.
Yeah. But it works for us because you find when you start shaking your family tree, strange fruit falls out.
Yeah,
So you better be careful.
and once 23andMe what came on board, so even strangers fruit fell from that tree.
But interestingly enough, interestingly enough, I was able to pinpoint because my last name is Armstrong, right? And Armstrong is Scottish Irish. I don't look Scottish or Irish. and so we said that was probably a name of a family that owned my family here in Hampton Roads. I was able to trace my last name as far back as the early 1800s here in Chesapeake. They used to call this the Washington District of Virginia. But I was able to pinpoint somewhere in a couple of years where my Irish descent started. And so you could see, okay, this is where it happened. This is where I have 10% Caucasian in my blood. And so I found exactly where on the timeline that was. And so, okay, well, we know that we were enslaved by that particular family, and then that particular family's DNA got into my family's DNA, and that's where I picked up. But you also get some very interesting historical DNA results, like I share the same maternal DNA as Nelson Mandela, and I share the same paternal DNA as one of the Egyptian pharaohs. I think it's Xerxes. One of the
maybe you are that prince.
I keep telling my wife, I should be called His Highness or His Eminence, but it doesn't work.
Wow.
So how do you do that research to track dates and stuff like that? Because that sounds pretty interesting.
That's part of your report.
Oh,
yeah.
Have you ever done it, Tim?
I don't. I guess I have not dug in that deep. That'll be interesting to take a look, though.
Is that an expensive test?
$100.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, get it on sale. Father's Day, Mother's Day. Usually on significant holidays, they'll knock it off 50%.
4th of July.
Yeah. Go pay 50 for it. Yeah, don't pay 100. Pay 50.
It just seems like a rabbit hole that might be fun to go down.
Yeah,
especially like with some fruit falling from the trees. You say, like, like strawberries, blueberries.
Find out about relatives that you never even knew you had.
Exactly. Found a relative who was in search of her mother. She was adopted, and her family would not tell her who her mother was. It was some sort of family secret. But she called me, and she's a bit of a nomad like me, bit of a gypsy. She's an RV traveling around the country, and she was in Darlington County, South Carolina. And she said, "Yeah, I'm just camping out here." I went, "Where are you?" And she told me exactly where she was. I went, "Yeah, you're not going to believe this, but you're in ground zero." I said, "Stop what you're doing. Go down to the county courthouse and look up these names. And these are the last names of our family from that county. I guarantee you're going to find a clue and a hint." And so she was a distant cousin, maybe 10 times removed or something. But it was so nice to meet her and chat with her and give her some clues or hints of who her family was. And so I think she was able to actually get some more clues to take her down the road of investigation. So it was really nice. It's quite nice.
Yeah, it's wild. Just in terms of like humanity, we've only been on this, we've only represented this planet for like a fraction of a blink of an eye. It's just such a small part. But like in terms of all your worldly travels, where do you rank healthcare in the United States? Should we still be, despite the challenges, we're in good hands, or do we have work to do? What's your thoughts?
I've been treated in hospitals and clinics all over the world, and I guarantee you that America is the best. I've had excellent quality care in Abu Dhabi at the Cleveland Clinic. Absolutely world class. I recommend anyone, if you're gonna get sick, be sure you get sick in Abu Dhabi. My mother got really ill in Abu Dhabi before Cleveland Clinic opened up. The Sheikh Khalifa Hospital was managed by Cleveland Clinic. Found a doctor. My mother ran out of her meds, and they ran into a doctor from Howard University, believe it or not, at Sheikh Khalifa Hospital in Abu Dhabi. And the pharmacy didn't have her medicine, but we had a compounding pharmacist that actually made my mother's medicine for her, made it in liquid form and gave me the proper dosage, which was really brilliant because my mother was 6,000 miles away from home and needed her medicine. I've been treated in the Philippines. I've been treated in Saudi Arabia. I've been treated in Bahrain and Kuwait. And I've been treated in India, right? Got really, really sick in India. And
Doesn't everybody?
The X-ray machine really scared me because the voltage that thing pulled down, I think it shut down the lights in 40 counties. But I was treated well. I was really treated well in India. But experienced medicine all over the world. Take me home, country road.
Oh yeah, we when I was at business school, we went to India for our international residency.
Mm-hmm.
You did?
Yeah, and we were there for 2 weeks. And my gosh,
did you get Delhi belly?
Everybody would just boom, and
wait, what?
People would make, because they would eat the local food, and they would want to be really adventurous. People would make fun of me and another friend.
Don't do it.
Because all we had was bottled water, bread. We were super, super careful about and we were the only two that didn't get sick. And even then I was like on the ropes, like, oh baby. But one by one.
It's like the water in certain countries.
Oh yeah.
You can't drink water in any country. You have to drink bottled water. I have residency in the Philippines, and even in my house in the Philippines, my father-in-law, he still boils the water for 15 minutes and then filters it before he drinks it. And so we just typically drink bottled water, And when you travel, I've learned, just eat in some of your established larger hotels or established chains. I've gotten sick from street food in the Philippines and had food poisoning, which is a horrible experience. And, I remember, I go out and I run in the morning. Wherever I am, I try to get a 5K run. And I remember running through the street food vendors in Kuala Lumpur and said, I want to stop there. And then, I ran out one morning. There was a big rat making his way through the vendors. And went, yeah, nope, not going to do that. I did get risky. I did get frisky one time and had street food in Singapore. And I was saved by the bell. I had no major issues. But I had street food in the Philippines. It didn't work out.
I am not a brave person when it comes to that stuff. And I think one of my biggest fears really is like you are somewhere in another country and then something bad happens and you have to
Yeah. So how do you recover from that? Is it just like an IV or something? Like,
well, Elliot, for our trip, thankfully we had a physician in our class, and so he brought a whole bag of medicines and things to help. And I felt so bad for him. He had to leave early for us ahead of the class. And on his way home, he fell ill to the Delhi belly, and he had given out all of his stuff. So
I travel with antibiotics. I travel with about 2 or 3 different antibiotics. Because typically when I'm bouncing between time zones, usually I try to get 2 or 3 countries done in one trip. And so you're bouncing between a lot of time zones and it wears your body out. And so I typically start to get some sort of respiratory issue going on. And so I have some antibiotics that I take prophylactically, especially when you're going to be out and about. And I try not to when in Rome, do as Romans. And so I try not to offend my local hosts, especially when I'm being entertained. And a lot of the entertainment is food. And so you really have to pray. My grandmother taught us to say grace before you eat. You better say grace before you eat. But I keep antibiotics prophylactically to take when I'm traveling. And believe it or not, you can walk up to a pharmacy in any international airport outside of the U.S. and you can buy any antibiotics you want without a prescription.
Yeah, that part is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I just keep a stock of it in my bag. And so when I know I'm going into a risky situation, I just take some antibiotics and let's go eat.
What's something we haven't talked about that you want to talk about?
Well, I think the nurses that we're bringing in are absolutely fabulous. We're starting to bring in nurses from all over the world. We have quite a number of nurses that we brought in from Africa and Asia. We're particularly finding great nurses in the Middle East. And the reason why that's happening is because the Middle East is starting to up their game tremendously with world-class healthcare, and they're bringing in nurses from the likes of Africa, India, Philippines, Pakistan, and the nurses are actually practicing there, and they're getting their Western skills honed and sharpened, and they're going there specifically to work. But we particularly like recruiting out of the Middle East because we're finding those nurses are getting that electronic charting experience and getting the routine of Western medicine under their belt, even in the Middle East. You'd be surprised how incredibly sharp the medical practitioners are in the Middle East, and is quite an interesting story. You know, we're based here in Portsmouth, Virginia. We are a global company, and you know, I keep pinching myself, and I get imposter syndrome sometimes. You know, we're really doing it, right? We're real employers. We're giving jobs. We're making difference in people's lives. You know, our why is to change lives, both for the nurse and the patient, and also the patient's family and their nurse peers, because an extra nurse on a shift is a relief to another nurse within
That's right.
the group. And so we're changing a lot of lives in what we do, and we absolutely love it. We're really driven by this purpose, and we love what we do. First of all, I'm a recruiter, and I love recruiting. Recruiting is the best job in the whole world, and it's that career that's paid for my gallivanting and journey around the planet, and I've done it on someone else's dime. You know, thank God for my talent. But we're really making a difference, and I think one of my frustrations is that a lot of our hospitals, especially here in Hampton Roads, and believe it or not, Tim, all of my nurses are going everywhere except for Southeast Virginia. And that is because a lot of our potential clients, you know, we have one major client here that only wants us recruiting domestically, won't touch our international nurses, and we've stacked up an entire pool of these great nurses. You know, we have in our network, in our pipeline, over 300 international nurses that are ready to go, and we're starting to send those people all over the country and not here in Hampton Roads. And so, you know, I'm office in Hampton Roads, but I could probably go anywhere and base myself even overseas, because our clients here aren't biting. And I think that's one of my frustrations here. I don't think it's a trust factor because we've gotten a name for ourselves. You know, I think there's a cost factor there, and a lot of our clients already have established partners that are doing this type of work for them. But one thing we want them to understand and realize is that we bring something that their current suppliers aren't bringing them, and that is we've lived in the places where we're recruiting from. Right? We understand the process where those people are coming from. And take, for instance, I could land in Mumbai today, pick up the phone, make a call, and have 2 or 3 different people come pick me up, and let's go sit down and talk about nurses. I'm talking about other recruiting firms and other partnerships that we've created. And these are people that I've known over a decade. You know, same thing in the Philippines and in Singapore and in other parts of the world, where you can land and say, hey, dude, I need 10 nurses. Can you get them to me in 3 days? I'd like to interview them in your office. And it happens. And it's not the trolling online that we have to do, or some of our competitors are doing, but I can sit down in any country, and many countries, at least half a dozen countries, make a phone call, have someone pick me up at the airport, and have a dozen or so nurses to interview within 72 hours.
Well, when you come back from all the traveling and you're ready for that meal in good old Hampton Roads, Virginia, what's the one restaurant that you can't wait, or you think about when you're overseas that you can't wait to visit as soon as you come home?
Well, it's probably either the Texas Roadhouse or Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, but I jones for some Uncle Rick's custard, frozen custard. Oh my God, the food there is so incredibly good.
Where is this?
It's in Portsmouth, and it is on Airline Boulevard. It is the smoothest, creamiest frozen custard you're ever gonna get in your life. And actually, they got good barbecue sandwiches, believe it or not. And down the street from there's a place called Bubba's and Frank's where you can actually get some decent brisket and some decent barbecue. But I'm a steak man. Even when I'm traveling, my go-to, I love Thailand. I love Thai food, but I can only eat about 5 days in a row of it. After that, it's like, okay, I need a steak.
Amen.
And so, but my wife is Filipina, and so I eat rice every day, and and I have some sort of rendition of Filipino food, and I've grown to love. And so, believe it or not, even when I'm here in the U.S., my go-to and my comfort food is going to be something out of the Middle East. I love kapsa. I love grape leaves. I love tabbouleh and patouche. So my go-tos are going to be Arab food or Filipino food when I'm here in the U.S.
Never heard of any of those things.
Come have lunch with me. I'll introduce you to it all.
I ain't trying to have to take a little antibiotic, if you know what I mean. So, I'm a little nervous. And I know Tim is definitely nervous for that stuff, too.
We'll put a few pounds on you. I promise you that.
There you go. This has been great. I'm glad Mr. Tillett was able to connect us. Continued success, and we really appreciate your time.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Greetings, Tim Ryan.
Hello, Zach. How are you?
I'm great. You would think that, after 269, 270-ish episodes, whatever number this is, somewhere up there, you would think that we would have figured out a better intro than just being like, hello. But here we are. I kind of like the spontaneity. Don't ask me to spell that.
Yeah. Well, definitely not. And nothing scripted per se. That is for sure. But we always open up the show with a little snippet of what is soon to come.
A little candor.
This
is going to be anything going on crazy that I need to know about?
I think the next hour will be interesting.
Okay, so back in 2012, I met at least one of these individuals, maybe before then, at a barbershop. And so since then, these individuals have gone on to open their own shop, I believe like in 2018, 2019. We'll get all the facts right. But they went out on their own, built their own thing, have won many awards, very popular place, cool vibe. And I'm excited about this. I actually have interviewed one of these individuals before.
Oh, really?
Fantastic time many years ago when I used to have the TV show, Hampton Roads Business Weekly.
Oh, okay.
You actually might have been there that day. It might have been the same day that we shot at the Push Comedy Theater.
Very well could be. I did shoot an episode there. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah. Well, I'm going into this blind, so this will be fun.
Us too. So.
I had a conversation with Heather, who is the lady on the right.
I'm Kelly. No last name. I'm Ashley. Heather.
Hello.
Well, welcome to the Fervent Four Show.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Okay, so to get into barber world, like, did you guys grow up like really enjoying hair and things like that? Like, how does one get into that world or recognize that that's something that you have a passion for? Because I know with Heather, I think she used to do photography, still does photography a little bit, and maybe something around that. But how does hair, wanting to make people look good, become the thing that you guys want to do?
I had a friend whose mom was a hairstylist. She wasn't a barber, and she always made it look so fun. And she always had cash in her pocket because they tipped her. And I was like, oh man, I want to do hair because I always looked up to her. So then I was like, I'm just going to go to school, do hair. Well, then I started doing women's hair because I didn't know barbering was a thing. I mean, I knew there was barbers, but I was like, I really don't want to work on women. Takes a long time, got really nothing in common. They are never really truly satisfied with your hair. So then I was like, I moved to Virginia and started working at another barbershop. And I was like, okay, I only want to work on men's hair, no more women. So
Okay, there's a lot to go off of there. Okay.
yeah.
Where did you move from prior? Where were you before Virginia?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Big New England fan, big fan of Deflategate,
Wait.
all that.
So, allegedly. That's
Allegedly. Yeah.
I mean, I've never spoken to Tom about it, have you?
Nope, just
And a Bill, not Tom. I used to, yeah. But that's how I got into it.
Okay, so is it difficult though, like knowing that people are never satisfied from that perspective? Like that sounds like something interesting, like in being in business, to know that is a difficult task at hand. Like
sometimes. I mean, I guess you just kind of have to know that, like, if that person is never satisfied, no matter what you do, they're not going to be happy with it. So you have to know it's not you, it's that person. Like, you can do anything to help try to get them to be satisfied, but sometimes they're just not.
Some men are the same way.
Some men are, but
That's true.
yeah.
Sometimes it's not necessarily that it's anything you do, but sometimes they're a better fit with somebody else.
Yeah.
But that's with anybody. It doesn't matter if they're male or female. They're just a better fit with a different person doing their hair because the personalities click better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ashley, how'd you get into this world?
My mother.
Oh.
Well, you said, how did I get to the world? No, sorry. Honestly, I kind of fell into it. It was something I could do no matter where my ex-husband got stationed, and I just kind of happened to be good at it. And then I fell into the passion for it. So
This is an area that I think there's always been like, and maybe it is still ripe for disruption, but I'm curious, like, are you all hipster type of barber? Is that, I don't know what the right term is, but all of it, like haircuts got really, really expensive, and like the hipsters with the fades and the beards and all that kind of good stuff. Is that your target market? Or
I feel like we do more professional. Like,
Yeah.
we have a lot of like professional guys who come in, and we do a lot of military.
and a lot of government contracting too.
Yeah.
And a lot of baseball haircuts.
A lot of, and we
Lot
do
of
a lot of
kids.
kids because of like the mullets they like, and
is that the end thing right now?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, mullets and like what?
fades.
Lord
Yeah.
have mercy.
Oh, Lord.
I had a faux hawk for a little while.
You did.
Yeah, I need to bring that back.
You had it for a while.
kind of have something.
Yeah, it's yeah.
You should have did your hair today.
Of all
Thought about
days, Zach, of all days to do your hair.
I
Should've
know
been-
you would think. Well, I mean, why change it today? Just be natural with the old done type of thing. I'm sure my barber is not very happy when they see this during this. So
Oh, Lord, yeah.
Are we? Heather will replace the eye roll with the sip of beverage.
Next question, please.
okay, so you guys, how long has it been? 7 years, 6 years, 5 years? When did you guys open?
We're
Almost.
coming up on 8
Yeah.
years.
August 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mhm.
That's crazy. Okay, and so I guess being a barber is kind of like a solo contractor in itself, right? And so you kind of have some business acumen from that perspective. But was that ever something that when you guys were working at a different shop that you thought that like, hey, like maybe I do want to do this? Is that ever in the cards? Like, how does that come to be?
Well, so before I moved here, I was living in Texas and I was running a shop down there. And then when I moved here and I ended up working with these ladies, we had many of conversations in Heather's backyard by the pool about actually running our own shop together. So just because we thought it would just be a better fit
Yeah.
for our well-being and mental health.
Yeah. I feel like we had outgrown the barbershop that we were at. Me and Heather had worked there 8.5 years. We had a completely full book. We had these clients for 8.5 years, and they only were coming to that shop to see us. And we were like, well, how can we better ourselves? Like, what's the next step? I never went into barbering being like, I want to own my own shop. But I feel like for me, Heather's like my safety blanket, and she was like, we need to branch out. And Ashley was always with us, and Ashley was going to school to do like business organization. So we got the ball rolling. We were like, we need to advance our career because we kind of felt stuck. So we were like, at first we were like, well, maybe we can rent spots together. And then we were like, did more research, and we were like, we're probably just going to open up our own shop.
Yeah.
And
Because renting costs more than just opening a spot.
Yeah, so I don't know if you know this, Tim, but some places like they have, you can like rent a seat type of thing.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I wanted to get into is the unit economics of all of this. Like, do you all just split like the fixed cost, a third, and a third? Like, this is how much rent is, this is how much power is. You each pay your third, and then you take whatever you bring in. How do you divide up business and revenue and all that kind of good stuff?
We pay ourselves as a W-2 employee. So we're employees of our own business.
And you're responsible for your own book of business? Or do you share, or is that shared across the business, so to speak?
So it runs like any other barber shop, I guess, in a technical sense. We're still a W-2 paid employee. The only difference is we don't make an hourly wage. We only make a commission. Mm-hmm. So if nobody sits in our chair, we're still not making any money. So we still only get a percentage of whatever sits in our chair. But whatever percentage is left over, all of that still goes pumped right back into our business. So like everybody else that's working for us, all of that extra money, that's what goes to paying our bills, paying our front desk, paying the electricity, paying the rent.
We buy all
the back bar. We pay for all the products. We pay for...
Like we don't charge our employees like a tap charge
like most businesses
do. We don't do that. Like if you're doing a razor shave, we don't charge our employee to use a razor that we purchased. Or the products. So if they need a product, they go and take it off the shelf and the business pays for it. Only because we were charged an astronomical tap charge at our old shop. Even if we were only doing a haircut, they didn't want a shampoo, we were still being charged an astronomical tap charge. Yeah. So at the end of the day, like, we don't charge our employees to be there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what is that? You guys got what, 10, 12 employees now?
14.
14.
Wow.
It's expanded multiple times. There's been talk, and maybe we get to this, is to expanding even more. But I mean, it's not just like the three of them, Tim. Every time I go in there, I feel like there's some sort of construction going on. That's a lie, but like they've really opened it up, and it's really quite interesting. They did all the build out themselves with some friends and family, so they're very resourceful from that perspective.
We also
it sounds like from the perspective of the tap charge and Tim's comment about innovation, like you guys are kind of innovating what the old way has done while being people who actually like lived through and suffered through that kind of pain. And so I always think that's kind of interesting how people are willing to really shake things up, where in the past it's like, no, this person should pay for this because they're using it. When you guys are like, no, we're a business. We got to treat our people right.
Yeah, right. That's how we feel because like you said, it was done to us. We didn't open up a barbershop to be like, we're going to be rich and millionaires. Mm-hmm. We wanted to open up a barbershop where we wanted to go to work. We wanted to have a place where like you can wear what you want and be who you are and not have to worry about somebody criticizing you walking around the corner and being like looking you up and down like, well, why are you wearing that shirt?
Why don't you have enough makeup on?
Yeah, like you have to do your hair. What you just have to, like, we were always constantly criticized and told what we could wear, what we couldn't wear. And we were also told like, you have to only talk about professional stuff. You can't talk about personal stuff. Like we knew these men and their children and their wives, and we were being told like, that's too personal, they're going to hit on you. And I was like, that's not how it is.
We were also told that they weren't allowed to bring their children into the shop for them to get haircuts because that wasn't the kind of establishment that was.
Yeah.
But we wanted to have establishment where your family is allowed to come in there with you. We want your family to come in and get these haircuts because we want that type of relationship built with our clients because they're essentially family to us. We want to watch your family grow with you and with us. Like, that's what we wanted. But that wasn't what we worked for. So that's essentially why we have our own as well.
Yeah.
Wow. So how many chairs are in your establishment?
We started with 4 and 2 pedicure chairs. Now we have
7
and 1 pedicure chair.
And a massage therapist.
Yeah.
Who's phenomenal. Zach, you know that.
But we definitely have people that rotate in and out of the chairs when some of us aren't using them as well.
Yeah.
So we have more people than we do chairs.
Yeah.
10 barbers, 7 stations.
So
And
I
how is-
remember. No, you go, Tim.
How is that managed in terms of, do you have a software platform that manages like who's got chairs on what day at what time, or is that just you all do that?
Yep. And everybody has access to that.
Yeah, like every barber has a set schedule, so they know when they're coming in, what days, what times.
What is that, Mevo?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we use.
Yep.
Yeah, they do all like the text, like, "Hey, you got to confirm your thing," type of thing.
Yeah.
So it's nice from that perspective. Was COVID the hardest thing for you guys?
Oh yeah, that was man, that was serious.
Yeah. It was.
Yeah, I mean, what
Yeah.
completely shut down? One of those businesses completely shut down.
Yep.
For a long time.
Till the last day that we were allowed to be open.
What walk us through those days, because we haven't. I don't know that we've talked to a lot of people who really got like completely shut down, Tim, because I think a lot of the companies we typically talk to are more software related. But maybe a restaurant, but like y'all, I mean, you just got the call basically saying, "Hey, like you gotta turn off the door," turn off the lights. How do you guys walk through that? Because I think what you guys did was admirable, and you kept a lot of people on, if not everyone on. And how was that?
Right. It was sad.
It was rough. We did a lot of FaceTiming.
Yeah.
Between the 3 of us, definitely.
Yeah.
We definitely busted out and did our PPP loan as fast and as diligently as we could, trying to figure out what a lot of that meant. It was a lot of newnesses with it. Luckily, we did get our saving grace was that we did get approved for. Our landlord did work with us for it, saying that we didn't have to make a rent payment, just make whatever you could, as long as by the end of the year we were fully caught up with our rent. So that was a saving grace for us because they understood we were fully shut down. We had nothing to give.
People could still buy products.
Yeah.
And we would like meet one of us 3 would meet them there.
Because they could purchase it online and we would just meet them there to give them their hair products.
We also had a lot of people who bought gift certificates and not used it, just like kind of like a donation to the barbershop. So that way we could stay in business, which I thought was amazing because, I mean,
they weren't making very much either at the time. So it was nice to be able to have that.
Yeah.
But when the PPP loan did come in, we were able to pay everything in full. We did go through and pay all of our employees for the time that they did miss at work. So, because some of them, before they came to us, they were not eligible for, what was it? Not workman's comp, but unemployment because of wherever they had worked before with previous barbershops. They weren't eligible for it. Yeah. So they were struggling even harder.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
And we did allow them, like, clearly they have access to their books, but like a lot of people would Facebook message them and be like, "Can you come to my house and do a haircut?" And they would ask us and we were like, "That's on you. Like, you 100% can go and hang out with your client to cut some hair." But
maybe you guys should on the tap charge for those.
I mean, I feel like right after COVID was when we really, really, really like picked up. Like, it was like 2-3 weeks before you could get an appointment on our books.
Yeah.
People were so excited that we were finally back open. It was like, I was like, I missed my friends.
Oh yeah, I remember when we first came back. You're like, "Can I hug you?"
I know,
I'm
I was like,
"Yes."
oh, wow. Like I didn't know the rules. I was like, I just need a hug. But yeah.
So,
Those were the days.
do you have any standards that are put in place, or not? Standards is not the right word, but like, how do you develop that type of relationship with your clients, and how do you hire people to ensure that they meet those same standards as you're growing your business?
That's tricky. Yeah.
We've definitely had some people that have come through that did not stay or stick with us, and it wasn't necessarily that they didn't meet our standards or requirements. I like to say it was that they just didn't meet the longevity that they could have with us.
Yeah.
You know, you meet some people that are meant to be with you through like long times, then you meet some people that are just with you, you know, like a good short time.
Yeah.
And we've gotten lucky that we have met a good group of people that
Yeah.
have met with us for a long time.
Yeah.
So
I do like 98% of the hiring.
yes.
And I feel like I have a good gut instinct. And I don't know, I just kind of feel like you can read people. I feel like I can read some people. And there are some people who I'm like,
Yeah, I feel like it's always like give 6 months, until either they get
Honeymoon.
comfortable, or like the real.
The crazy starts to show.
Yeah.
How do you get that crazy out of someone though in a short period of time so that you can really see their true
They-
colors? Because
they
Just
just
happens.
they
It
just
just
do it
happens.
themselves. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we had to fire a girl and she was like, am I being punked? And we were like, no,
no.
you're not being punked.
am I
Like,
being punked?
yeah, she kept coming in the office like, am I being punked? And we were like, no, this is a real thing. And she was like, are you sure? Yes, we're sure. But I feel like in it, you kind of just lead by example. Like if
Mhm.
you want your barber to clean up after themselves, us as owners have to clean up after ourselves.
Yeah.
We're not like when we first started out, like we were cleaning the toilets, we were mopping the floors, we were doing the laundry, we were picking up. So we're not going to hire somebody to be like, you're going to do this. Like, I'm not going to tell you to do something that we haven't already done or that we also wouldn't do ourselves.
Or still aren't.
Yeah. When our front desk takes a break, we answer the phones. We still book appointments. We still cash people out. You know, so I think a good thing is like you lead by example, and they know what they can and can't get away with, because like I will let you know, like that's not appropriate, or don't be doing that. So I always tell the people, I'm like, if I have to come to talk to you, then you know. And they're like, okay. Mm-hmm.
Zach, when you roll in there, Heather knows exactly what needs to happen? You just sit down and
From a haircut, a
Yeah.
haircut perspective? No,
Yeah.
because I'm a pain in the ass, and I probably change my mind every once in a while. So
Yes.
actually, I learned this maybe a year ago from Kelly, and it was showing pictures is okay.
Yeah.
Because, I always thought, I was like, what do you guys want me to look through this silly little book and point at something and be like, that's it? No, that actually gives a good gauge, because, it's hard to communicate. This is what I'm thinking. This is what
Right.
the expert is hearing. And so showing that picture, I think it was a picture of a soccer player, had a little bit of something going on. I was like, let's do that. So what about you, Tim?
Mm-hmm. Kids do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, it was the first couple of times, and then I just go in. It's just like same as we always do. So
What do you got? All these hair products that are like fixing the loss of hair. It seems like that's really become, not like Rogaine wasn't big in the past and things like that, but it seems like that stuff is actually working in some regards, or at least that's what the marketing is saying. No, it's not working.
Rogaine?
Any like, is there, people come in, they're like, oh, I'm balding, like every time I go in there, I freak out about that. But like, is there, what? I don't want to bald. Like, that's like, seems like the worst, like one of the worst. I got thick hair, I think.
Don't use Rogaine. That causes impotence in men. It says it right on the box. It's just not very
There you
big.
go. It's one of those like warnings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
It's like
There are
what is
other
that?
things that you can use that are much better projects. That's not it.
Yeah, don't use Rogaine. And then as soon as you stop using Rogaine, like
Everything that you've grown falls out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Nutrafol's good. Xenogen's good.
Good.
yeah, we usually tell people about Nutrafol.
What are
Nah.
some of the crazy? Are these like the questions that people will ask about though?
Yeah.
We have clients are like, hey, am I balding back here? Or
Yeah.
my wife says I'm balding, or is my hairline receding? Or like they ask us questions and I'm like, I will be honest if you want me to be honest.
Just please don't be upset with me.
Yeah.
When we answer you.
Yeah. There are some who are super paranoid about it and I'm like, you got nothing to worry about. But then there are some where I'm like,
But my favorite is the ones where I'm like, you're not actually balding. You're just brushing your hair the wrong direction. So
Right.
it makes it look that way.
like it
Yeah.
parts back here
Mhm.
and
Is that
Man.
a real answer, or are you just messing around?
No,
No, it's
seriously.
true.
yeah.
They've just
Oh,
been
okay.
brushing their hair the wrong direction for their calyx, so it makes them look bald. They've been doing it for years and had no idea. It's fantastic.
Wow.
But you can't see back there, so you don't know until somebody tells you.
Yeah. Or
No, I
also-
take my cellular device out and I go. Shh.
Well, I also like to tell men, I'm like, good thing you're over 6 foot tall because nobody can see that spot. So
True.
you got that going for you as well.
I knew this show was going to be ridiculous. This is
I'm like, let's
Yeah.
just we'll do a low taper fade and we'll let this grow and we'll just kind of slick it back and just kind of we'll cover
Zhuzh
it.
it up a little
We'll
bit.
cover it. And they're always like, okay. So yeah. But I've
Okay,
never
so-
said you're not
How do-
going bald if he really is going bald. That's fair. Like I'm not gonna lie.
How do you guys make the decisions on like your expansion? Because when you guys opened 4 chairs, a little bit more than that, then you guys decided to build the office and then a couple other chairs. Well, like what metrics are you looking at? Are you looking at other shops in the area? Like, how do you look at any of those and make sure that you're not going to make a bad decision from that perspective? Because I think growth it can be challenging. I always try to use the example of this place in downtown Norfolk. It was called Empire. It was a restaurant. It was on the corner. There was 30 seats. Then they get an offer to go 2 doors down, 3 doors down to a 120 seat unit, and it basically closed in 3 months. And so it's crazy how growth can go the wrong way, and sometimes it goes the right way. And so how do you guys kind of look at your metrics to make educated decisions?
We always know like bigger is not always better.
Yeah.
We worked for a place that expanded and it went to heck after that. But when we are completely full, like when we were open Tuesday through Saturday and all 4 of us were completely booked, we're like, okay, we need to add another chair. And so then we added another chair. And then we were only doing 1 pedicure at a time. We used to have 2 pedicure chairs and we were like, we're not making money on 2. So the smartest thing to do is just get rid of 1 pedicure chair and put another barber seat there. And then we just kept growing and growing as of like everybody's book is full. We're like, what else can we do? We know we don't want to like knock down a wall and get a whole nother place. So it was either like open more days and add another barber or 2 or open up another location, which is really, really risky. And we're like, we're just going to open up the 6 days. So we kind of just sit around and talk about it. And we're like, look at the numbers and
Shoot ideas.
just kind of fucking wing it. Wait, oops, sorry. Kind of wing it. Sorry, whoops.
Whoopsies. There's the Boston.
But yeah, no, we just talk about it.
Allegedly, PG-13 now you can have 1, I think 2 F-bombs. I don't know
Sorry,
if you guys knew that.
Okay, well,
Did he say that it was supposed to be PG-13?
I don't know. I wasn't warned, Zach. I wasn't warned.
We got no warning.
You know, barbershop talk.
Sometimes
I think that you all should. You could have your own podcast
it's
and
always.
talk about the crazy.
I say.
Oh, yeah.
I
We
always
can do
say
that.
we need a TV show, and Ashley's
Nuh-uh.
like, nope.
Nope.
I'm like, okay, we can
We
do
would
it.
get canceled.
No, I don't think
No,
so.
we wouldn't.
There's a lot of like obscure content out there that you would never think is popular that gets millions of subscribers. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Right. So like there's a hair company, I believe it's called Beard Brand, where they just trim beards, I guess, on camera, and they put like a GoPro or something on the guy's. It's either here or here. They look down and they record that. And like, it's interesting. Like how
It's hard for the guy to respond if he's getting his beard done, because then you're gonna like mess up the.
Yeah. It's a quick way to make somebody be quiet. What'd you say?
Yeah. Especially if you're like going around the mustache area,
Mm-hmm.
they can't talk.
Nah.
I mean, we say it all the time. So many clients are like, you guys need your own TV show, and she's always like, no.
You can just sit back and be the executive producer. You don't have to be on.
I'm
on
like,
camera.
we'll just fuzz you out. You could just be fuzzy. But so we're still working on her, Zach. We're still working on her. It's been almost 8 years, and she just keeps shooting it down. So I'm like, man, I'll just keep it.
I don't blame you.
Hell no.
Why?
Do you all? One thing that I've always wished that there was, and maybe you all offer this, I don't know, but a subscription service. Pay X amount of dollars, and then if you need to go in for a quick trim up or whatever, all that stuff's already prepaid in advance, and like I just wish that was there.
Technically, we don't have a subscription service, but Black Friday through Christmas Eve, we have a gift card special where you buy 100 and you get $25 free, or like add it to your account. So a lot of people buy bulk of that. That way they never have to see the front desk. Like there's a pop-up note for how much they're gonna leave for a tip.
Oh, it's gonna be loud.
And their service. So they have enough for the whole year.
So it covers them down for when they know they're coming in for X amount of color trims, X amount of haircuts. If you're doing X amount of like massages, like they incorporate all that and they know it because they're so regular with everything that they pay for everything up front with their gift card and they just know.
Yeah.
You're saying though, like Tim, like $60 a month, $100 a month. If you realize you're having a bad hair day, you want one of the ladies to go in there.
It'll be a way to recognize that revenue up in advance for you all as the business owners, and then.
Well, the problem with that is it's hard to get in. Yeah. On our like if somebody's having
but that would be one of the perks though, is that they would have priority booking, if you will, and you could have that on a reoccurring schedule. But if they needed to come in just to get a little trim, they got a TV shoot or something, whatever they got to do. But it would just be a way to, I don't know. I wish that was something that was offered.
Yeah. We just don't have like wiggle room on our books in order to do that.
But we do offer reoccurring like scheduling, and you can have it go out for as many years as you want.
Yeah. Like you can come every other day and have it set up that way for the next 3 years if you want. It's called like a standing appointment, but it's not, you don't pay extra for it.
I've got clients that come every week.
Yeah, same.
And the same exact appointment time every single week.
Yeah.
That seems a little absurd. Like, what is I know the answer is
growth rate.
So I have clients that come every week, and 1 week it's for their beard trim, and they get cleaned up and they get their shave with it. And then the next week it's haircut and beard trim. It's actually an entire family of them. And it's every single week. But that's their pampering. That's like their thing that they do for themselves every week. To them, that's normal. Like,
I have a few clients.
It's their form of self-care, and nowadays everybody needs some type of self-care. If you think about it, whether that's you talking to a therapist, you getting a massage, you're getting your feet done, you're going out for coffee. What's the difference between getting a $7 coffee every single day or going to get a haircut once a week? That makes you feel fantastic. And you have someone to talk to every week. It's about the same thing if you think about it.
I mean,
$7 for a coffee seems a little absurd in itself. What is that? Just a bunch of milk?
that, so.
But I'm saying everybody has their vices. If that's his
Sure.
one vice every single week,
Yeah.
who am I to judge next to the girl that pays $7 for a cup of coffee every single day?
Yeah.
Or someone that goes and pays $300 a month to go do CrossFit every week. Everybody's got their vices. That's just their vice.
Mhm. And it's free therapy.
Yeah, it is free therapy.
Like, it's free therapy.
How do you all, as three partners, make sure that you guys are communicating, not fighting, like keeping things, in the growth mode? Because I think you could make the argument that things in salons and barbershops can be a little filled with drama. But
Yeah.
three of you guys, 8 years into this, still, if not best friends, pretty darn close to best friends, real close. And I'm like, how do you not get sick of each other? How do you make sure that like you can make cordial business decisions and things like that? Because I think that's like a real thing. Like
Yeah.
if you're really good friends with someone, like it's probably not a good idea to start a business with them. But yet you guys have shown that, hey, like it can work.
Because everybody does their own thing. Like we know, like, this is what Ashley does, this is what I do, this is what Heather does. And so we try not to step on each other's toes. It was a little rough in the beginning.
Oh yeah.
But I mean,
It's a growing experience.
if you all want the same goal, and we just have to remind, like, this is why we started it, because we did love each other and we were friends and we still hang out all the time. We go on vacations together, and
Vent sessions help too.
yeah. I mean, it's almost like a marriage. Like, people are married to 60, 70 years, and
Sometimes we forget, even though like we're our own individual people, even though we work together almost every single day, we talk to each other almost every single day, that sometimes we do have to remind ourselves like, hey, like I'm still here, like guess what's happening this week, or hey, this happened, or hey, you weren't here today, but so and so and so. Because sometimes we get so used to the other person being there that even if they're not there, I'm like,
sometimes I'm like, oh, I didn't tell you, and she's like, no, and I'm like,
I always say everything always happens when I'm not here, because I don't work on Tuesdays. So I'm like, hey, I'll come to work and I'm like, hey, what happened yesterday? And I'm so to me it's like a funny
on Tuesdays.
yeah, everything happens on Tuesdays.
Mhm.
And we're like, did you tell Ashley?
Wait, I get a haircut on Tuesdays.
See, it all happens
See,
on
it
Tuesdays.
all happens
That's why I
on-
never see you.
Yeah.
I just think to Tim, like when you talk about founders, I admire that you guys are actually still close, because I think that can be such a difficult thing, and it's just very unique, and I appreciate what you guys just said there, because you see so many like just butting of heads of people, and it's like, man, like communicate.
But I also feel like we're not like girlies.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want the drama, and that's why we do own a barbershop, to work on men, because like, don't bring it. Like, if there's somebody that brings drama and we're just like, no, we worked that. We're not doing that no more. And like, when we sat down to do this, everybody had their specific job, and you just stick with that. It just works. I don't know. Everyone always asks us, do you guys still like each other? We're like, yeah, we hang out all the time. Like, all the time. If my kids can't get a hold of me to ask me a question, they call Heather.
That's fair.
So, and she's like, did your daughter call you? I'm like, no. But yeah, it just works.
I think Heather was my son's emergency contact for school.
At school, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, our kids were the same age. They grew up. They helped us, paint the barbershop, and they were going roller skating together. They were going bowling together. So it just, I don't know. We got really lucky. And I feel like it's a respect thing too. Like, everybody just respects each other.
What is happening? He's channeling him. We can't hear him.
What's the future for you all? It's multiple locations, continuing to build out. What's the plan?
Just take it one day at a time. we love our barbershop now. Like we're super, super happy where we're at. Everything just flows. There are days where we don't even have to be there and we can count on our front desk to take control. We have really good barbers that do what they're supposed to do when we're not there. Nobody takes advantage of us. Like,
Which is nice.
it's just nice. And it's scary to go and add something else because that's not how a lot of people are. Can't, you know.
Sometimes multiple locations is not always it.
Yeah. And then we'd be separated. Somebody would have to go there and
That's not fun.
we don't want that. Maybe one day, like somebody that works for us or with us can open up a location and but as of right now, we like what we're doing and we enjoy going to work every day and it's not very stressful. I feel like if we opened up another location, it would be a little bit stressful, but
It's hard to find the people. Like there's people that have applied lately that aren't even licensed when we try to find them
yeah.
to make sure they are licensed.
How long is the licensing process?
Depends on the person.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1,500 hours, so it depends on how long it
Mm.
takes the person to go through those hours to get
Like
it.
school. If you're an apprentice, it's what, 2,500 hours, like working hours.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
it's longer.
Yeah, so it's a little longer, but you're actually like working in a shop under somebody's license, and you have to like do the bookwork yourself, and we have to log the hours for the apprentice. So if you go to school, like it took me 9 months to get a license because I went to cosmetology school full time up in Massachusetts.
Is that length as long as it is because of what you guys are using, a deadly weapon type of thing? Like what? Why does it have to be so long? I mean, obviously I can't cut my own hair. I can't cut my own
You don't
beard.
have
I
a
can't do
Philly?
anything. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know why, because every state's different. Like California has different, like the amount of time you have to go. In Virginia has.
I think a lot of it just has to do with making sure, like, obviously you're learning a vast of different things that you have to know, but a lot of it really kind of boils down to make sure you can understand the sanitation process to make sure you're not passing on bloodborne diseases and staph infections and different things to people that they don't need to get that can kill them. Yeah, essentially.
Well, thank you for the Department of Cleanliness for that.
We're very clean, like very clean. I'll drop a comb and you literally, you cannot pick it up and keep working on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have so many clients that like, I'll drop the comb and they're like, you can get it. I'm like, no, I can't. Like, I don't mind. I'm like, no, you understand, like legally we cannot pick it up and start working on your hair. So, yeah.
Tim, usually you're like a little quicker. You're just
No, I'm.
Really?
This is a fascinating conversation for me, and
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys won the Cova Biz Best of Business a handful of times, right?
Yeah.
How do you guys go about doing that, winning stuff like that? Because
We didn't even know we were nominated the first
Oh.
few times we got nominated. We had no idea. And then all of a sudden they came to us and they're like, you guys won. And we were like, oh, did we? And we don't nominate ourselves. We don't ask people to vote for us. I don't know. It just happens.
well, that's cool.
I guess we're just that good. Sorry.
What is this tune that keeps popping out like 4 times? Like, what is that? Like, someone
Sorry, it's just notifications that keeps coming through. I can't stop it.
anything good?
that's the sound of money hitting the account.
I'm like, what does it say? Because it pops up on the screen
No,
too.
if I knew how to stop it, I would. I'm sorry.
No worries. Does every barber have a tattoo? Like, what percentage of barbers have tattoos?
Actually, I think they all do. Lori, wait.
I don't
Lori
think
doesn't.
Lori does. She's our oldest barber. I love her. Every time I call her Miss Lori, she drops the F-bomb at me because
I
I
don't
say,
want it all.
I don't think so. I'm sure.
She could have one.
I don't think Miss Lori has a tattoo.
We're gonna find out though.
I think
So a very high amount, like 95% plus. Tim, does the person who cuts your hair, do they have a tattoo?
No. Well,
Sure.
not that I'm aware of. Nothing visible anyway.
Yeah, could be hidden.
I don't know. I had somebody ask me the other day. They're like, "Oh, is that new?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah, I'm always cold, so rarely do I ever have short sleeves on in the shop. And if I don't have a long sleeve on, somebody's like, "Whoa, you have tattoos." I'm like, "Uh-huh," because I'm
Just a little bit.
always cold.
How do y'all get the word out about what you guys do?
Yeah, I want to find out about marketing as well.
Word of mouth. And then recently, like Chesapeake Moms Group.
So like a Facebook group or something?
Yes. I was like, where do you guys get mullets for your kids? And everybody says Anchorage Barbershop. It's mostly.
So like someone will post where to get a haircut, and then they post Anchorage, and then that just pops up through.
Yeah.
So there's been no like specific coordinated effort towards that. I mean, that's great to basically be at a full book of business.
Yeah. Well, we also took a lot of clients. Am I allowed to say that? A lot of clients followed us.
Yeah.
When we left. So I had already had a pretty well-established book, and Heather already had a pretty established book. So Ashley had only been working with us for about 2.5 years at the other place. So she was lucky enough she got to take like a lot of the walk-ins and like the newer clients. So it's just word of mouth. And we had a huge barbershop flag outside. That was pretty much the only thing.
Lori has no tattoos.
Lori has no tattoos.
Lori has no tattoos. We asked.
Mm.
She's been a barber for
I don't actually know.
40 years.
Yeah.
She's great.
And we don't do anything. We don't post a lot on social media either.
We don't have time.
We did at one point in time do that car show when we first opened.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, the car show at the convention center.
Yeah, we did that when we first opened.
That was it.
I think that was really about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so no recurring marketing.
Occasionally, Alan will give us a shout out on 106.1, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so some guy named Alan.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
And okay, so but I think the key to that is, okay, you get the business, but then keeping the business is then the difficult part. What do you guys do to retain these clients 12, 14, 52 times a year? Like, what's the go-to strategy there?
We give a good haircut. We're not super expensive. You just have a relationship with the people.
Good customer service.
We have free beer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So it's like
also is like father sons too.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of clients who I've been cutting hair since they were like 3 or 4, and now they're 16, 17, still driving it. So, yeah, we just feel like it's just the relationship you grow with the person in your chair.
You keep coming back.
Yeah, why?
Well, my next question is, how do I fire a barber?
Oh my God.
You can't.
You're stuck now, Zach.
Yeah.
We know too much about you.
I guess that's like a
Where you
good
gonna
question
go?
for you. Like, why did you follow Heather when there were other options around where you lived? Because
yeah, how did you find out about Heather's?
Megan had bought me a birthday present that was like, it wasn't just a haircut. It was a bunch of crap. It was, I think it was like it was a massage. It might have been like a manicure, pedicure.
Little Manny Penny.
The steam thing. Probably like the beard thing. Back when I didn't have a beard. And I was like, that's cool. And then I think I like didn't go back to Heather the next time. I think Kelly has cut my hair maybe once, maybe. I don't know.
just once.
And then I went back. Well, you know, the hair cuttery sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I
think
feel
at some
like
point,
places like that, like as soon as you hit the 1,500 hours, like that's where that's where you start.
Yeah.
That's how I-
You have to.
I don't
I did.
I don't think I'm an upscale person in the slightest, but I don't know. I felt like a little bit better there. Maybe it was the beer that got me. I don't know. But and then when you guys opened up your own thing, I remember I don't know if you guys knew this, but Heather would say, "Oh, we're doing this," and I was like, "Are you guys sure? You guys sure you want to do this? Like, it's hard."
Yeah.
And no, I think at that point it was like, okay, like she had been cutting my hair during the TV show days, and I was like, well, I guess I gotta stick with this chick.
There it is. Kind of half-ish eye roll.
I mean, men are loyal to their barbers. Like, we've noticed, like, men are really loyal. If they have an emergency, we're like, hey, I can't fit you in, but Ashley can. And they're like, I love Ashley. But it's just something, it's just like trust that you build. A lot of men like to come in and sit down and tell us what's been going on with their life the past month. And they don't have to think about their haircut. They don't have to think about what they're doing. They don't have to tell me. They know that as soon as they are done, they look good and they feel good. And I feel like that's a pretty big deal for most men. Like, men are loyal to their barbers, like really loyal
to their barbers.
It's true. So that family I told you about, if I'm not there, they won't come in for a haircut.
Yeah, no.
Like, at all.
Yeah, I get that. Like, there's every once in a while where the place that I go to, there'll be like, if there's someone else that I don't know, it's like, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
My reservation was with you, and yeah.
We all talk amongst each other, like, because we're so close and we've been doing this for so long. Our clients end up coming in at the same time as the next client, like in the chair. So they end up getting to know each other, and we get to know the client. Like, I know Zach pretty well because he sits with Heather and I sit right on the side of Heather. And so it's such a familiarity. Is that the right word? Did I say it properly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Close enough.
Yeah.
And he shows his calves off all the time.
And I'm working on it, Zach. I'm
Imagine
working.
that.
Yeah. He's like, see that, Kelly? He's like, rub it in.
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, what do you expect me to do? You know, if you have an asset, show it.
That's fair, Zach. That's fair.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, I would show them off too if I had them.
It's genes. I didn't do anything. Maybe it was soccer and lacrosse growing up. I don't know, but I feel like it's genes. Gene, not Jean. For those of you wondering.
I know, because when I met your wife that time, all I talked about was your calves, and she was like, "It's genetics. Don't let him fool you."
I can't imagine Megan saying that ever.
Yeah.
How did you guys pick the location that you guys are in?
We knew where we wanted to be because there was no other barbershops around. And we
looked in Virginia Beach first.
Yeah, it was kind of centrally located. Like, me and Heather were in Suffolk, and Ashley was in Chesapeake.
I was in Virginia Beach.
Oh yeah, you were in Virginia Beach. And so when we were looking, we knew what we wanted. Heather had sat down on her iPad and was like, okay, we want this much square footage. We want to put this here. We want to put this here. We want to do this. And so when we already had, like,
Heather was a whiz with all the layouts and like all the designing on how everything should look. Like, that was all her forte. Like,
and we had to be so many miles away from the barbershop that we had already worked at. It was like in a contract. So we were like, okay, well, Chesapeake is centrally located. And like I said, when we picked out that spot 8.5 years ago or 8 years ago, there was no other barbershops there.
We did look at Independence at Town Center. Yes. On a Saturday, it took 25 minutes to get off the exit. So that wasn't
terrible. Traffic was
great.
A nightmare.
The only time like traffic's really a nightmare is around Christmas time, but that mall's kind of fizzled out. So
no, there's still traffic there then.
Well, yeah.
It's in Greenbrier, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, there's a lot right there. And then obviously the dollar thing went up. That whole
have you ever thought?
It's produced a lot.
Have you ever thought about having a haircut roulette wheel where you spin the wheel and wherever it lands, that's the haircut that person will get? Like, it could be a mullet. It could be a flat top. I think that would be really fun.
Only if you're the first one to do it.
You could. A lot of people do that with beards too. They're like, "Oh, how can I? I'm going to shave my beard, We know ultimately I'm going to get to that, but how can we make it look as ridiculous as possible? And like, okay, we shave here, get the chops, then we're going to do the Hulk Hogan, what is that? A Fu Manchu? Like, how about just the creeper stash,
Yeah, no, that's, I have a specific name for people that have those type of mustaches.
I don't think she could say that on here.
What? So like, but when people come into the chair and they ask for a certain cut, and you're like thinking to yourself, this isn't the cut that you need.
We let them. We let them know.
We let them know
because I would want somebody to let me know.
Yeah, and they take it pretty well, and they go with your they go with your recommendation.
Sometimes they don't, and then they come back a few weeks later and they're like, "I should have listened. Should have listened." Yeah.
Is that because like their hairstyle, like in the same way that you're saying someone's like calic is the wrong, like what haircut would not work for me?
A Friar tuck. Flat top.
Oh, my dad has a flat top.
The Bieber with the swoopy bangs.
You definitely wouldn't work with that llama style haircut.
Friar tuck. Oh Lord.
The broccoli cut.
The who?
The broccoli or the llama, these kids they have that poofy bang in the front and it's like tapered low in the back.
They have to walk around like this and look down so they can see.
Oh, wow. That's
ridiculous.
Once you,
you
can't unsee it.
Yeah.
Is the mullet is the new fad that's happening right now?
Yeah. It's like a modern mullet, so it's not like the Billy
Is that all thanks to Morgan Wallen? Is he the culprit?
And some baseball players, like all the kids I have that play travel ball have mullets.
Is that from the Bananas?
Savannah Bananas?
Yeah.
No, because I feel like it was on. I feel like it started with Morgan Wallen. Yeah, because nowadays they're perming their mullets too.
Yeah,
we don't.
We're bringing back the perm.
Wait, guys perm their mullets?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
Some of them. We don't perm mullets.
Not anymore.
Well.
No one should perm mullets. No one should.
You'd be surprised.
Especially when the parents are letting the kids get their hair permed at a young age.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a bad thing?
It just grows out on a boy so quickly.
Yeah. That's a lot of money to spend on a child whose hair grows so fast.
Yeah.
Is it true that your hair is actually dead when it's like out? Or is it like, how does that work? I had heard that at some point in life.
I mean, it's keratin. It's the same thing as your fingernails are made out of.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's not like living.
But it's not necessarily dead.
It's not necessarily dead.
But you can damage it just like you can your nail bed.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's like a weird in-between thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, your hair will break at the ends and you'll need a haircut. Like, I need one, but nobody can see that. Nobody can see that. But yeah, it's not dead. I wouldn't call it dead.
What's something we haven't talked about that you want to talk about? I shouldn't have asked this. I'm scared.
You're scared? Is that what you said?
I'm scared of your potential answer, yes.
With PG. I was just born. It's PG.
13.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like everybody's always really, really shocked that we are still friends. Yeah. They're like, how are you still friends? Or like when we've been open for so long, we were told that we weren't going to survive the first year.
Yeah. Or
like,
2.
We were criticized on like the color of the walls and
the light
bulbs and like dumb things like that. And we were like, watch us. So I feel like that was such a motivator at first. And now it's just everything's like a greased wheel. It just keeps going. But like we had a lot of people like be like, you're not going to make it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here we are.
I love the haters. I love the motivation from that.
I mean, it really gives you so much motivation to be like, okay, watch.
I'm not allowed to use the word phrasing on here because it's PG.
Yeah.
I said PG-13, but
I have a phrase I like to use when people like to, be that way. It's on a cup here. Hold on a second.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, Lord. This
is fine. Here you go, look. Here you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Yeah, see, there you go. I didn't say it. I just showed it to you, so it's fine.
There's your thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What the three of you finish the day, you want to go out for a drink or a meal. Where is the go-to place, and what is that beverage or meal that everybody should try?
Oh, I feel like we're all so different because she's like vegan, kind of. So
She just can't eat dairy.
Yeah, I can't have dairy.
So it's usually around like what she usually knows the good spots because like she knows what she can eat. So we will get something around her diet. We go for coffee a lot.
Yeah, we do.
A
A lot of
lot.
coffee.
Lots of coffee.
A lot of smoothie bowls lately too, because it's so warm outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we're going to eat when we leave here. We haven't decided where we're gonna go. But yeah. But we try to do that all the time. Like even after work, we'll go to like Mexican. Everyone likes
good guac.
Yeah. She'll get guac. I get burritos.
I
With
feel
water.
like you guys did not answer that question at all. You kind of like just skirted around it. Like,
So there's no go-to place. There's no regular.
No, we like to mix it up. We go to a lot of different places. We don't really drink the way that we used to drink back in the day anymore. So that one's kind of like we can't really answer that.
Yeah.
So if you have a new client that comes in, if they are looking for a recommendation,
Oh, I
would
can't
you,
answer that because I don't live out in Chesapeake.
mm,
And I literally tell them that. I
We
have to
tell
ask
them
other
a lot.
people.
We tell them a lot to go to like Summit Point. Like there's like Neat Bird over there. There's Cork and Bowl. There's that Luce place over there.
Union Taco.
Yeah, Union Taco's really good. So
A good fried chicken sandwich down there is chicken roll.
chicken roll.
Yeah.
I haven't been there.
It's on Battlefield. Ask Misty about it. She likes it.
If you haven't been to number one taco yet, that shit's chef's kiss.
So good.
There's a Puerto Rican coffee shop at Grassfield that's really good. It's called Kinley's.
Kinley's. Yeah.
See, now we're getting somewhere. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Well, this has been an absolute delight. It was wonderful to chat with you guys. Thank you for your time. Final thoughts, Tim?
it was a fun hour, as they all are. But yeah, this is the first. This is a first.
Yeah.
3 people on one screen. We're used to having multiple screens and whatnot. But yeah, no, I appreciate the insight. I wish you continued success wherever that takes you all. Enjoy every day as you that seems to be the place where you want to go. So enjoy every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Thank
you for
you.
having us.
I tell people you get what you get and you get what you research for. So if you don't do the proper due diligence and doing the own research on what you put in your body or even the content you consume, you won't really comprehend what I'm trying to sell you. Or you might not even comprehend anything that I have at the table. Not necessarily trying to sell you something, but there's more than mushrooms than getting high. There's more than mushrooms than growing the mushrooms. Mushrooms taught me that your biggest person out there is you. You're your biggest person out there.
Hello, Zach. It's nice to see you.
Greetings, Tim Ryan. I'm
We've
Zach
had to
Miller.
record the past couple episodes due to
Don't be telling people
scheduling.
inside baseball. Don't tell people inside baseball, Tim.
But then we're
Rule
live,
number 1.
live and in color. It's nice to see you. Just seems like it's been a while,
Yeah, I kind of forgot how to do this. Can you teach
right?
me?
There you go. Yeah.
Tonight is a big
Gearing
night.
up.
Night that you and I have been waiting for a while. We've talked about this in general for a while. Savannah
Yeah.
Bananas coming to town. We're going. We got a group of 5. Party of 5.
Party of 5. Yeah.
Shall be a
It'll
good
be
time.
fun. I think that, yeah.
I'm excited to see like what their activations and their experiences are really like live. I've read at least one of Jesse Cole's books, so really appreciate him. What about you?
Yeah, same deal. I think that I really appreciate how you can take something that can be viewed as dry or boring, per viewership or whatever, possibly going down and then flipping the script to make it more engaging, especially to those that may not be interested in it at all. I think that the Savannah Bananas did that. I think that Live Golf did that. I mean, like, I watched Live Golf. I watched the tournament that they had in Northern Virginia for just a few minutes. But it's just wild to see like golfers wearing shorts, music blaring in the background.
Oh, so they do things differently. I didn't know that.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Yeah. And so like there's no cut. It's just it's so again, very, very different in terms of just to shake things up. And Savannah
Interesting.
Bananas.
That kind of reminds me of this event August 21st at the Sandler Center.
Yeah.
The beach.
What's going on the August 21st?
Well, if you know about Savannah Bananas and you like that experience, how could you take a pitch competition and Savannah Banana arise it?
Yeah.
I guess you'll have to go to innovate757.org/Startup World Cup VA, grab your ticket, find out what the hype is all about.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. We are in the thick of that for sure. But
We will give today's guest a break because she has a vendor show and unable to make it. But she's the only one we will give a pass to.
yeah.
And honestly, maybe she shouldn't. Maybe she should cancel her vendor show and show up anyway.
She at the same time, yeah, she did commit to ensuring 5 of her friends will go in place of
I didn't
her.
hear that.
So
Good, make it 10, and I'm okay. 5 for each of us.
that's right.
Mushroom lady,
Lady.
Hey, fun guys.
fun guys. Oh wow,
We're already starting, Jesse. Like this is going to be a lot of fun. Zach, do you like mushrooms?
Okay, so here's a fun story about me and mushrooms. So,
Oh Lord.
oh, it ain't that kind of story. Don't you worry. First of all, Lionel Sapp is the one who introduced us. Said, "Hey, Lionel."
Shout out to Lionel.
Shout out to Lionel. Said, "Hey, Lionel."
Yep, shout out to Lionel.
With the Digital Builders. What is he? Lionel the Builder, something like that.
Yep.
I said, "Hey, I need. You got any cool people?" He said, "I got someone. I got a mushroom lady." That's that. Say.
I told
What
Tia
did
this
you
is going to be
say?
low
Less.
pressure environment.
Say less. Yeah. So, do I like mushrooms? Never ate mushrooms growing up. My buddy James Parker, who you have met, Tim, that was mullet guy at my 30th birthday. He and I would cook a lot in college. We had a 5-burner grill, huge, monstrous. I also had side plates. How did I get a 5-burner grill? Well, I go to Target the first week of school to get a smaller grill. The smaller grill is $100. The 5-burner grill is like $110. I was like, screw it. I'm buying the big one.
$10 more.
Buy the big one. We used to have like parties of food, like big, like, you go to like Sam's Club, Costco, get the big ass pork loins and stuff. We used to have all that in there. James then goes, let me introduce mushrooms to you. He gets this tin foil, 1,400 mushrooms on there. Probably just white mushrooms. Cut them up.
Yeah.
No, nothing fancy. He ain't fancy. Puts them in there, stick of butter, tried it. I was like, okay. I
get in my belly.
I think I can do this. So that's my experience with mushrooms. Never again, never since. Kidding. I like mushrooms. I think they're cool.
Yeah. Pizza, burgers, steak.
No.
Oh yeah. Pile them on.
So weird. So you won't put that on. You don't like a salad, but you'll eat a vegetable?
I'll eat salad. It's just, my thing is
you won't. No, you won't. No,
I don't like salad either. Don't feel bad. I used to be a vegetarian. I can't. It's the lettuce.
It's just
I saw
one thing that I was
lettuce out of the sandwich last week. You eat mushrooms?
man, I'm a meat and potatoes guy through and through, and throw some mushrooms on that meat while you're at it. We're good.
That's good.
Tia, how did you meet Lionel?
So I met Lionel, I want to say through Instagram. He has his digital builders with the Control Alt and Play. And so he wanted me to be a part of his not a vending series, but the Control Alt Play. And when I pulled up, it was an amazing experience. It was like red carpet. We had interviews going on. People was actually engaging. There was a band. It was amazing. It was nice. I met Ed Lionel. That conversation was had at the Black Brand building during my accelerator cohort. And I think that's where I met Ryan too.
Yeah. That's
Why does
right.
everyone call you Ryan, Tim?
I'm the man with two first names.
I just realized that it definitely says Tim Ryan. That's cool.
I
That's
You can't
really
go wrong.
cool.
You can't
Tim
go wrong.
Ryan Tim.
I answer to both.
Oh, well, it is confusing because
My handle. Yeah.
Ryan
TNT. Yeah.
I blame you, Mr. Ryan.
Well, this is the first time that my handle is publicly next to my name, but it happens all the time. It's cool. How did you get introduced to mushrooms, Tia?
So back in 2020, I had lost my father. And when I tell you I needed some type of healing, I needed it. So I started growing the lion's mane because I heard it's good for depression and anxiety. And so once I started growing the mushrooms, I realized that it took my focus off of my grief and it really made me narrow into like my inner workings of self. So really helping me find my own balance within myself, helping me find my balance with the relationships outside of like intimacy, but like friendships, my mom, my cousins, and my aunts and stuff. Just helping me connect with the oneness, I want to say. And then with after the lion's mane, that's when I started growing my good friend Rishi here. And I can tell you each mushroom kind of taught me its own secret message for me. Like lion's mane taught me that you can do whatever you can, but just make sure that you're at one with yourself. You can do anything if you can put your mind to it, but make sure you are at one with self. Rishi taught me that it's really all about balance and making sure the inner workings are right before you even leave the house. Because if your mind is not right before you leave the house, you don't know what you're really giving to people. Someone who grows my own products and transmute those products into teas, powders, and supplements, I want to make sure that I'm the best that I can be at all times. So my products are the best. And so when people are taking it, they're taking the best thing. So
I dig that. Either of you, have you seen Fantastic Fungi on Netflix?
yes, I cried. I was on shrooms when I watched it though, and I cried.
Dude, it's crazy. It's a documentary about
What's it called?
mushrooms.
Fantastic Fungi.
Yeah. And but like the crazy thing is, man, like it totally boggled my mind is like they talk to communicate with one another through their root system.
Yup, it's called the mycelial network. And when I say the mycelial network is the original World Wide Web, so they talk through exchanging nutrients and different type of signals to the plants, the trees, and other mushrooms around. And so it's mainly the mycorrhizal mushrooms that do this. Those are the mushrooms that you find growing on the ground. So the Mario mushroom, which is the Amanita, that's the classic mycorrhizal mushroom I like to use for example. Then you got portobellas. Those are mycorrhizal mushrooms because they're found growing on the ground as well. And those mushrooms are really good for the pathway communication with the trees and plants in nature. It's amazing.
Early 2020, March 2020, when the COVID was like, this is Monday of Cocoa. People weren't afraid yet. People were still like, man, there's like one person in America, whatever. I go to have a meeting in downtown Norfolk with my buddy Mark Marling, went on his podcast. And he's just telling me about this mushroom coffee. I'm like, oh, interesting. And I believe that's the first time I ever...
2020 is very interesting.
Well, are you saying like I'm a late adopter? Is that? Because I felt some like...
You're early.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay. So I can't remember if I had it or not. Four Sigmatic was the company.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now I'm
on
getting
Rogan quite a bit.
Okay, and so now I'm getting ads for this Rise thing, and I've been interested in it. I think my wife recently said, "Hey, have you heard of it?" And I was like, yeah, I heard about it. So I texted my buddy Mark Marley a couple weeks ago, and I was like, cool. I just think that the universe is telling me that maybe I need to try a little bit of this. Because apparently mushroom coffee, I don't know if you've done it, Tim, it's supposed to be better than regular coffee and have better for you, better effects.
I hear that a lot. I've not tried it
Caffeine
though.
is dull anyways. It's 2020. We're in the 2020s now. You just caffeine, add a little more to your caffeine. Get some
We're closer to
cordyceps.
we're closer to 2050 than we are to the year 2000. How's that for crazy?
Oh my goodness.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's true. We have to finish this year for that to be
I'm
factual.
doing the
We're
math
past,
in my head.
We're
I
in
don't believe
July.
I think you got to get through the whole year. I don't believe you. I think your math is slightly off by about 5.5 months. But I could be wrong.
2050? I don't want to know what the world looks like in 2050.
Well, if you've ever watched Will Smith's hits iRobot, expect it to look like that.
No, we don't want it. We're
Thank
supposed
you.
to prevent that.
Thank you. All these people want it. Will Smith tried telling us, then he even told us again, telling you, y'all need to worry.
I guess my biggest question is who are the people determine what's healthy mushrooms and what are the poisonous mushrooms that are going to make you feel bad? I don't want to be. There was probably some really sick people that had to figure all that stuff out.
Oh yeah, those people are called mycologists, and like I tell anybody, because I'm a diehard forager. I tell anybody, if you have to question or even think to fathom that you don't know what it is, for the love of God, do not put it in your mouth. Don't. We have AI, we got Google. You can take a picture and try to figure it out, but if you naturally look at it and you have to think about it, don't put it in your mouth. Don't.
Right.
But if you do want a quick little test to see if the mushrooms that you have are poisonous, the poisonous mushrooms do have a slight little nutty taste afterwards, like a little peanut taste to it afterwards. Because I wanted to see what a poisonous mushroom tastes like. When we say poisonous, it's usually like dysentery. You'll get severe nausea, a very bad upset stomach, extreme diarrhea, which I didn't know extreme diarrhea was a thing until I actually Googled what is extreme diarrhea. And yeah, that's the thing. And so yeah, it's like Oregon Trail. When I talk about mushrooms, I feel like I'm playing the game Oregon Trail, even though I never played that game because I'm not that old. But yeah, it's Oregon Trail.
Well, I was watching
dysentery.
I was watching a season of Alone, and this guy found some mushrooms, and he was pretty sure that they were not poisonous. I'm like, man, I don't know if I want to roll the dice on something like that.
And they were poisonous.
Okay. They were not.
Oh.
He was good.
And some
Speaking
people
of
classify.
No, speaking of craziness from mushrooms potentially, Tim had asked me about this scene in a TV show, and I hadn't seen it yet, so I had to Google
can I
it
guess
without.
the TV show?
Sure.
Is it Last of Us?
No.
Okay.
Correct channel though, I think. Something to do with this band, and I watched some of it last night just to get the vibe of what he was telling me, and they could have been on some poisonous mushrooms.
Well, who was the first person to eat mushrooms off of cow poop and be like, hey, let's give this a go?
Christopher Columbus.
Christopher Columbus, that makes a lot of sense. That explains why the western route to Asia ended up over here in America.
Maybe he was on mushrooms.
Because he was high on his mind.
This show has gone off the rockers. All right.
Some people
15
consider the psychedelic mushrooms poisonous, which is funny because if you read some mushroom books, they'll be like, oh yeah, penis envy is classified as a poisonous mushrooms. And it's like, wait a minute. No, it's if you don't want to get high off of mushrooms, then yes, that's poisonous because nobody really wants to sit here and hallucinate when that's not the intentions. But for those people who see some type of healing in those mushrooms, I think we need to properly label all things that are poisonous, all things that are hallucinogenic or psychoactive as hallucinogenic or psychoactive, and not just poisonous, because it's stereotypical.
Because it's the psilocybin that is the
Hmm.
ingredient in mushrooms that is the hallucinogen. Is that right?
Yes, it is. That is the active ingredient that makes you hallucinate in mushrooms. Well, it's psilocybin in mushrooms, and when we eat it, our body digests it and it turns into psilocin. And then that's when we start having this psychoactive experience.
But there's a lot of research right now about like real benefits of that from like a PTSD with military, like just really getting over traumatic experiences. That there's some of the benefits of that.
You know what's crazy about all this stuff though? Even like ayahuasca or whatever it's called.
Hmm.
I don't know. Don't ask me how to spell it. Like people have such like an interesting like first thought of it. And it's just like same thing with like people who like there's this guy who the guy who sold Stripe. I think his name's Brian Williams, maybe. He's like trying to anti-age and stuff. And people's first like thought on all of these things is like, that's wrong. You're an idiot.
Right.
How dare you do that? And I'm just like, first of all, like let them be them. Let them try it. They're doing it in their own vein.
Yeah.
Just because it's not for you, but it's like, but then you just say like, well, all these healing things. It's like, well, we talk about this world who is in more pain than ever, probably, and here's this thing that we've been so frowned upon. And then it's like, well, that's bad. So it's like, well, why is it bad? You don't even know why it's bad, but a version of it you'll eat. So it's like, it's just very weird how we're so like against something without really knowing anything about it.
Blame the government.
So quickly.
Blame the government for the reason why you're against it. Blame the government for the reason why we don't know much about it. And blame the government for the reason there's only one type of mushroom being sold in most grocery stores. It's portobellas. Even the white button mushrooms, that's a portobello at a different stage of its life. The large cap mushrooms you see being sold with no stem, just the caps, those are just portobello mushrooms. And I honestly think it's because here in this country, they don't want people to really get healing from the food that they eat. Because if that was the choice, when it comes to mushrooms in grocery stores, we would have more than just one mushroom being sold to us and repackaged 1,000 million different ways. You will
Okay, so
have lion's
let's
mane.
deeper into that then. Is it not the government? Then you think it's actually pharmaceutical? You think it's actually like the medicine companies that are doing that?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, I mean, I don't study medicine. I don't study hospitals and things like that. But from a high level view, it's interesting to see someone like Mark Cuban come in and he has like this new drug company, this new prescription company.
Yeah.
I think it's a
Cost
very
Plus.
small percent. What's it called? Cost Plus?
Cost Plus drugs. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think the genesis is basically here's the cost of it. There's a slight markup plus a shipping fee so that it's affordable for everyone. I don't know. I don't know why that's such a bad thing. Like when you go to like Rite Aid or Walgreens or whatever, Wally World, and they're like, here's your prescription, even with insurance, and like it's $4,000. And you're like, huh?
Yeah.
Like this pill is this big. Like,
Yeah. And you got to take 2 of them twice a
and
day.
different people have different prices.
Forever.
That's the crazy thing. A cup of
That's
water
one
at
of the
Costco is
reasons-
$19,000.
That's one of the reasons why I'm scared. One of the many reasons why I'm scared to take medicine, especially prescribed medicine, is why are there so many companies selling the same cure, but it's not trustworthy and it's scary. And more people need to ask those questions. Zach.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, not to mention, just think about the COVID times, right? Where it was all this money went into finding a cure or a shot for it, and then all these pharmaceutical, medical, insurance, all these companies get all this money. Then all of a sudden they have all these ads on TV, and it's basically like, this is odd. Like we paid for all that. No one had a free shot, but just odd. Apologies for jumping on there, Tim.
Yeah. No, it's I mean, that's my thing. Like it was, I don't know how the phrase goes, but it's something like either make time to work out now or make time for doctor's appointments later.
Yes.
And so like, that's my whole deal is like, I will be 52 and, when I go to the doctor's office for like an annual checkup, and they're like, and who's your pharmacist? I'm like, I don't have a pharmacist. I don't have a pharmacy. And they look at me like I'm crazy. And I'm like, nor do I intend to have one anytime soon, because
Good,
it's like,
Tim.
well, I mean, like me as a business guy, when you think about like prescription drugs and pharmaceutical companies, it's just the only thing that I hear is lifetime value, because you're going to be on this drug for the rest of your life. There's no better business to be in terms of like, what is the lifetime value of a customer? And like, so I just don't, I want to avoid that at all costs.
That's smart.
Friend of the program, Michelle Bates King North. I never knew she had that long of a name. Congratulations, Michelle. See you in a couple weeks.
Yep.
Start World Cup. She goes, "Hi, Tia!" Exclamation point. Love your energy and your knowledge on all things mushrooms. Now here's the fun part. Have you ever been mushroom hunting? If so, where's the best place to go and when?
So we call it foraging or foray. Up north they call it forays. Down here we call it foraging. And I want to say the best place to go foraging would be start in your backyard, start in your front yard, right? Start at home, and then if you ever enjoy going on walks in the wilderness, you want to look for places that have a lot of leaves and branches on the ground, and then always pay attention to the trees, because trees have turkey tail mushrooms. Like if you're in VA, you probably seen a turkey tail mushroom and didn't even realize it. I have a bag of turkey tail mushrooms somewhere over here, but you probably seen it and just didn't realize it. Mushrooms are very common. It's because they don't really teach mushroom or mycology in school. We only know the classic cap and stem mushroom. But when you see like these are cordyceps, and I go cordyceps out of rice, sterilized rice, liquid culture, and a lot of humidity. But if you was to find this in the ground, it would be growing out of a caterpillar, kind of like this. And yeah, you wouldn't know what you were looking at. And then 9 times out of 10, you'll probably step on it. And then you
So for
got
those,
lion's mane.
well, for those listening, it almost looked like a pile of cooked spaghetti noodles that have dried. I mean, it's just, that's interesting.
I love it. People make broth out of the cordyceps mushrooms. It's really good. And then lion's mane is a cypertropic mushroom. Cypertropic means that you'll find it growing on the side of trees. So, yeah.
So you like
That
grate
almost looks
that?
like,
Huh?
Is that like Parmesan? You like grate that? Like how do you?
So what I like about lion's mane is the texture of it. People use it for a seafood substitute, and it's like crab meat kind of. So we
it almost
pull
looks like
it.
cauliflower.
Oh, it does
Yes,
look like cauliflower.
yes.
Yeah. So how like, I don't know if that's the right word. Like, is the viscosity of that hard to pull apart, or is it pretty easy?
It's really soft.
Oh, that's soft. Yeah.
It's spongy, and then let me get you another one. And it has these little hairs on them. That's
Yeah,
when
see,
I
the hairs are where
know.
that's gonna be a no for me. I don't like hair.
See, and I tell people all the time, if you have a texture problem, mushrooms might not be the thing for you. But there's things like powders, teas, and supplements, because they are beneficial. Because some people do not like how lion's mane feel, and they're very spongy. They hold a
Ooh.
lot of water in it. Yeah, they hold a lot of water in it. So
Oh, wow.
Ooh, squirting.
So
yeah.
you squeezed it like an orange and liquid came out.
Yep.
Wow.
So get into some of the benefits of mushrooms.
Okay, so when it comes to lion's mane, it's really good for anxiety, depression, memory, focus, and concentration, and it's really good for your gut buddies in your stomach. Our stomach and our intestines are our second brain, and it's very important that we practice mindfulness throughout our whole entire body. So lion's mane is good for connecting the neurons in our brain to help with a better gut, which is very important here in America.
Gut health is really, really important.
It is. It is. I learned through lion's mane that gut health helps out with a better mental, better sleep, just better overall anything. And then lion's mane is really good for your kidneys too. Yup. And what else I got here?
Where are you getting this data? Where are you getting these data points from? Like where?
Oh, well, yeah.
Like what
How
you
did
just
you
said,
start
like,
learning? You seem,
yeah.
you're like, you know it.
So I always start, I'm old school. I start with a book because I didn't find any mushroom growing classes. I didn't have anybody that could teach me how to grow mushrooms or even the benefits or the science behind it. So I bought books, I used the internet and Reddit. Reddit taught me a lot. Reddit taught me so much that I honestly forgot that Reddit could be used for anything else outside of mushrooms. So yeah, shout out to Reddit.
Wow.
But mainly
You said, Tim,
books.
I saw you like losing it.
Books are amazing.
Well,
So
I think that is, some people don't even know what books are.
tangible things. We need in order for you to
What are
have
they
a
called?
tangible experience, you need a tangible thing. So I'm really big on books. So you can turn the page, I can highlight it. Somebody be like, oh, you're wrong, this, that, and the third. Well, no, Paul Statement actually said in chapter 2, page 73, that we supposed to use hardwood or softwood pellets to grow our oyster mushrooms because they're very resilient and they
All
don't
right.
matter.
So with that, Zach, you would over in the background, over Tia's right shoulder, that is her grow tent.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I was going to ask about that. Is that like a sauna thing?
This is a AC Infinity grow tent. I used to have one that would cover up this whole entire wall here, but due to oyster mushrooms producing so many mushroom spores, my mom actually got spores in her lungs. So mama got sick, we had to downsize. I got my reishi mushrooms colonizing in this tent right here. And shout out to AC Infinity because it keeps all the light in, it keeps all the moisture in, it keeps everything in. So, but yeah, these are my ciliated grains and hardwood pellets, aka fruiting block. I put this together so I could make more reishi mushrooms. If you can see, we got some growing on the side here, and you can kind of see through the
How
back.
long is the growth cycle?
Woo! I made this. It took 3 weeks for me to myceliate grains, and then it took me until February, right, to get this. And this is still growing. And I want to say I made this block February the 2nd. I made all these blocks in February. And so what I do is when it comes to reishi, because everything is beneficial when it comes to the reishi mushroom. The fruiting block is beneficial and the fruiting bodies is also beneficial. But because I'm not like those other mushroom companies, I'm not going to sell you myceliated grains and tell you it's reishi mushrooms. I take the precious time of harvesting all my mushrooms and regrowing and regenerating the process so you can get 100% fruiting bodies every time. So,
Wow. So this is so from the time that you start to the time that you actually transact a purchase could take
woo.
a long time. 7 months. I don't know.
About all in all 6 to 7 months, because it's going to take me 2 to 3 weeks to myceliate the grains. Myceliating the grains is very important because with grain spawn you can make a lot of fruiting blocks with it, and then you have to wait for the grain spawn and your substrate to myceliate as well. And then you have to wait for them to start producing fruit. And when it comes to long, steady growing like reishi mushrooms, a lot of mushroom growers might opt out of growing reishi because they take forever to grow. I would rather grow reishi mushrooms because they're extremely beneficial and the people in my community need it, so I will always grow it. And two, because it takes a long time for it to grow, I can grow some cordyceps somewhere else, or I can regenerate lion's mane, or I can grow oyster mushrooms, and I'm still waiting for my reishi mushrooms to grow.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're a farmer.
I am. I'm a mushroom farm.
Yeah, I mean, and farmers, I mean, that stuff just takes a while, right? I mean,
well, I think I guess
that's why if the crop gets screwed up, you're screwed, right? And that's why they're so serious about it.
Yeah, you got to keep that thing going. Yeah,
and that happens. That happens a lot. I want to say, growing mushrooms, the biggest competitor I have is another another fungus deciding to reside in my tent, and it will contaminate my mushrooms. And I don't sell anything that's contaminated. So if I see any signs of black mold, trichonomia mold, or lipstick mold, I will throw the whole entire block away. And sometimes when you opt out of throwing stuff away because it's contaminated, you lose profit. You lose so much. But it's the name of the game. It's the game I chose.
What who typically purchases your mushrooms?
Oh, my target audience is very broad, but I want to say people over the age of 25 who already know the healing of mushrooms, because I don't have to spend my time trying to convert a customer. The people who are already taking mushrooms and the people who are on, I want to say, the company like Rise or Magic Mushrooms, they twin to switch over with Southern Bell Fungus, because you can actually call me and I might be literally knee deep in mushrooms. So like, and then Rise actually reached out for me to work for them, which I found hilarious. I didn't know.
Rise, the powder company.
They're looking for mycologists. And my thing is, I don't want to talk bad about nobody, but my thing is, if you are a
whenever
mushroom
someone starts that means they're about to say something bad about somebody.
It's just, how are you a mushroom company looking for mycologists? How did you get here? Rise is a big company. I feel like they should have a larger form than I have.
Maybe game knows game, and they realize that your game is strong.
Yeah.
Was it a quick no? Did you consider it? Like, how did that work?
I didn't even answer.
Oh, damn. Just ghosted.
Yeah.
You're one of those people.
Because I was like, what? My competition. I think
that's a great validation, though.
It is.
And so when people purchase your mushrooms, what do they typically use them for?
Oh,
like how do they test them?
People usually, I want to say, so my top selling mushroom line would be my cordyceps. People use cordyceps because it helps regulate with the issues they have with diabetes. If you have hypertension problems, it helps out with that. It helps out regulate the hormones in men and women. It will raise your testosterone and lower your estrogen if you're a man. And if you're a woman, it will raise your estrogen and balance out your testosterone levels if you're a woman. And I love that. And people who are constantly in the gym, they use it for pre-workout. People use lion's mane products, or the business focused savvy people who don't mind sitting down, focusing on a task and handling things out like that. The people who buy cordyceps for me have a very active lifestyle, and at the end of the day, they just want something that can take the edge off and not have any chemicals and not get high. So I will always recommend my reishi mushrooms for those people. If you want a nice little nightcap, relax, get you some reishi mushrooms.
What's the thing that people take to sleep?
Melatonin.
Is it melatonin? Okay, so like if they could take something like this instead.
Yes.
Interesting.
I used to take melatonin.
But it doesn't have the same effect in the morning from my coffee. Like, okay, so I have been looking at this, right? I feel like I'm over the cusp now, right? I'm ready to make a purchase, right? And so what do you anticipate me feeling when I do this compared to the nightcap difference? Like, is it going to make me sleepy? Or some mushrooms make you sleepy and other ones make you do other things?
Well, some mushrooms put you at a more relaxed state of mind. People call reishi the Xanax of the woods. And I tell you, if I make a hot tea of it in the middle of the day, I don't want to do anything. It's not that I can't do anything. I don't want to do anything. I'm too relaxed. I'm good. Like, I would rather just sit here and play the game or watch TV with my mom. I'm good. So I prefer taking reishi because I go to bed like around 8 or 9 o'clock. So my wind down time is like 5 to 7. So like around 6 o'clock, I'm making my reishi mushroom tea. By 8 o'clock, I'm in the bed, like just waiting for my eyes to close. And sometimes the sun don't even be down. So
Not at 8 o'clock. Interesting. This is quite interesting. So how do you figure out the business aspect of that? How do you figure out that people want to buy it? How do you figure out where to find those people out? You said the vendor shows were something that has been good for you. Like, how do you figure out what shows are there? Is there any pushback because of what you sell at places like this? Like, how do you go through the business aspect of this?
I want to say shout out to Black Brand and Brian and his accelerator program. Because if it wasn't for that, I would still be trying to find my voice, my audience, and a whole lot of other stuff when it comes to Southern Belle Fungus as a business. I do get pushed back a lot because everybody thinks I'm selling drugs and I'm not selling drugs. I don't grow anything psychoactive. So that's the problem that I have when it comes to vending at certain places, is that I feel like I have to overly prove myself and my products to let them know, like, hey, I don't have anything psychoactive. It's, and that's kind of hard to prove in a community that doesn't quite understand anything outside of drugs and psychedelics when it comes to mushrooms. So it's a struggle. Even in the bank, it was hard for me to get a business bank account because they thought I was selling drugs and growing drugs. And I was showing the dude at the bank, like, no, you see the fresh produce box, you see the video. I'm going into this restaurant. The restaurant is called Conscious Planet. They're a vegan restaurant. I have vegan food. That's what I'm growing. And the dude was like, well, I'm gonna just talk to my supervisor about it. He was only gone for about 10 seconds, came back and was like, yeah, my boss said no, she's never heard of any of the mushrooms you talked about. And quite frankly, that puts you at risk of having your other account shut down if you're blatantly selling drugs. I'm like, I'm not blatantly selling drugs. That was a time. So when I became a Black Brand member and I was going to some of their networking things, I noticed that they had Truist there. And so I was talking to the young man from Truist, and he was like, what? I've heard of lion's mane mushrooms. Yeah, girl, you good over here. I'm going to have my people contact you, and you going to get you a business bank account. And I did. So I want to say 2024, like December 2024, was the first time of me having a business bank account, and I've been LLC since 2021. So yeah, it's been interesting with the mushrooms.
I see a lot of stuff on your website is sold out. Is that, are you trying to increase production or?
Yes. Yes, an increase in production is needed, which is why I'm trying to find the proper finances so I can build the ultimate mushroom shed in the backyard, because I don't like selling out. I like to have an abundance, because this might be bad for business, but I like to give things out for free and to the communities who don't have access to what I have. And I think there's no community that has access to lion's mane, reishi, cordyceps. There is not, unless you're in like Japan or something.
Well, yeah. So the southernbellefungus.com is the website for people to. Yeah, and I suppose that once, I don't know, I suppose you have a whole production schedule that you have in terms of you have to constantly be like any delay is like a day for day delay to be able to sell it.
Yeah, it sucks. So let's just say if I don't harvest the mushrooms in time and I have a vending opportunity on a Saturday and I was supposed to harvest the mushrooms on a Monday, and for whatever reason I didn't, and they get harvested on Wednesday, I still have to dry those mushrooms out, which takes 48 hours, so I can turn them into teas, powders, and supplements. And then sitting here, I used to grind the mushrooms down by hand with the little bowl and thing. That was a stupid idea. I didn't know. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do like a traditional woman.
Yeah.
No, idiot. I bought an industrial grinder, and I'll tell you, my life has been smooth sailing ever since.
Wow. So do you go to like farmers markets or things like that to in addition to your e-commerce site?
I love farmers markets. Farmers markets is how I get to talk to the people. I get to
Yeah.
show them. I get to show them my stuff. I tell them, hey, you can touch the mushrooms that are on this plate is to touch. They're not to eat. So if you want to know the texture of what you're buying and how it smells, pick it up, smell it. Don't put it in your mouth, but you can touch it, smell it,
Yeah.
feel it.
That's amazing. What going back to Michelle's initial question, outside of Virginia, where is like the mushroom capital that you would like to forge, like
I
around the world?
The mushroom capital is in Pennsylvania, and I have a
Is it
brother and
really?
a niece. Yes, and I've never been to Pennsylvania. I'm missing out on the fun, guys. Honestly, I'm missing out. New York and the Catskill Mountains have an amazing mushroom community when it comes to foraging. And they have a broad, because they're at a higher elevation than us, they have
Hmm.
a broad span of mushrooms up north. Even
What?
in Richmond. Richmond is a good place too.
Oh, really? I for some I want to say that I heard like France was also like known for mushrooms as well,
They
but I could.
do. They have overseas in the UK, France, they have a lot of mushroom growing courses that I took just so I could further my knowledge because I couldn't find that stuff in America.
Yeah. Is that because it's just a darker, damper climate there?
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah, that I guess I'm curious. When you see that emoji, like with the or the Super Mario Brothers, what kind of mushroom is that?
That is an Amanita mushrooms. Amanita mushrooms are psychoactive, but they're not psychoactive with
Oh,
psilocybin. They're psychoactive with another compound that I can never remember it. But their psychoactive effects, in my opinion, aren't as strong, but they are beneficial. Some people take Amanita mushrooms for relaxation. It helps put them to sleep, and it does get you high a little bit, but it's way less than weed if we can compare it to anything.
hmm.
So,
Yeah, I think that's just got to be super frustrating in terms of how quickly, especially in today's world, how quickly people are to judge and or make a judgment, and then the whole education process that you have to go through because you're early. I mean, if Zach was early in 2020, we're in 2025 right now. I mean, it's just
See, I feel like I was
it's
late.
still pretty early. Yeah.
I think you're early. If you're hearing about mushroom coffee in 2020, because I feel like America had a mushroom boom in 2022, 2023. I didn't start growing my own mushrooms in 2020, but I had to dig on the internet to find
Hmm.
information. I had to dig on the internet to even find decent YouTube videos on other people cultivating mushrooms. And now all of a sudden, I'm legit watching YouTube videos of how to start and run your own mushroom farm and start your mushroom business. And I was like, well, I wish you guys was here when I was in 2020 struggling, trying to figure it out. What the heck is mycelium? What is that? So
Just,
What are we looking up?
I'm looking because my wife just she got some mushrooms from the old Amazon, and I was looking to see
The forest, the rainforest, or the website?
what actual product it was that she
That
purchased.
that was a great joke, and no one laughed.
Mm.
I didn't want to laugh because what if people would have said the Amazon for real, for real? I'm like, oh shit. I need to see these.
Yeah. I'm extremely disappointed in both of you for not
And
laughing at that.
I'm sorry, I was in the process of reading and
Books, right?
no, reading the product description, and I feel like I know a little bit more because it's today's show.
Yes.
Lion's mane, yeah. Wait, turkey? Did you mention turkey tail?
Yes. I'm really tempted to go get a bag of turkey tail mushrooms and my iPad charger. So turkey tail mushrooms are very, very useful. Some people take it to fight cancers. I made an abstract for this woman because she was telling me about her brain tumor, and she was telling me so she knows the benefits of mushrooms. She was like, yes, if you can make me something that has turkey tails, cordyceps, and reishi mushrooms in it, I got you. And I don't grow my own turkey tails because they come in abundance outside. I definitely went to Sandy Bottom here in Hampton and just stole some from a tree and made my own tinctures from it, and I gave them to her. And she's doing tremendously well with that. I don't know if it's shrinking her tumor, but I know her hormone levels and other um medical levels that she has is dropping or increasing the way it needs to. So I'm proud of that.
So what's your plans? Where would you like to take this as this gains more and more popularity and the education process decreases?
So in the near future, I plan on streaming my growing process because I feel like the streaming world is so interesting. We need more farmers and other people outside of playing the video game all day streaming. And I will play the video game all day too, but we're going to be growing some mushrooms. And then I want to say I will be having my mushroom shed. After I outgrow my mushroom shed, I'm looking to get a warehouse either here in Norfolk. Either here in Newport News or a warehouse in Norfolk. And then when I get the warehouse,
why not both?
Why not both? Why not both? Why not both? So I will start with Newport News, and then I'm going to grow to Norfolk. And then I'm going to have my own little tea lounges because I love tea. And who doesn't want a mushroom tea lounge? And it's going to be more than just mushrooms. Get your lavender tea, some chamomile, hibiscus, because I love making tea and I'll sip on tea all day. So Southern Bell Fungus Tea.
Wait, hold on a second. We need to do that again full screen. Southern
Bell Fungus Tea.
There you go.
Do we have a tagline with it?
Do I have a tagline? I don't.
You should. So you should do that again and just make up something real quick.
Okay.
We'll start the show with that maybe.
Okay,
right.
hold on. Let me think of something. Okay, I got y'all. Southern Bell Fungus Tea, where beauty meets quality. I need a better tagline. That used to be my slogan, but I don't know. I'm still fine tuning those things.
Yeah, like that was some good like
shimmy shake.
Some good.
Is that a shimmy
You
shake?
seen Emperor's New Groove, the movie? Like the old. You never seen Emperor's New Groove?
I like chick flicks.
Emperor's New Groove came out in like 2003.
Look, as an early adopter into the knowledge of mushroom coffee, I feel like I should be given a little bit of a pass on not knowing anything about Emperor's Purse or whatever it was called.
My Emperor's Purse. You get a pass. You get a pass because you know about mushroom coffee before I even knew about mushrooms. Because I didn't start growing mushrooms until, I want to say, June of 2020. Like, it was deep in the summer.
Well, it seems like you have really embraced the mushroom culture. I'm really quite impressed with your
knowledge.
Your knowledge about mushrooms as a whole.
Thank you. And I'm definitely want to increase my knowledge. I tell people all the time, I don't know everything when it comes to mushrooms, but one day I will. But that day has not come yet.
So how do you find like an organization like Black Brand? You said great things about Brian Owens. Shout out to Brian Owens.
Shout out to Brian.
But how do you find a Black brand to help you? Because it's always interesting how, like, kind of like the same question with Lionel. Like, how'd you meet Lionel? Like, how did you meet Black Brand so that they could help you? Because obviously, it sounds like they're extremely beneficial to your growth.
Yes.
And without them, and so just making sure that the people who need to know can find out. So how do you find out about an organization like Black Brand? Ooh, tongue
twister. I know they're Black Brand on Facebook and on Instagram. I found out about them at the Cousins Festival August last year, which is a crazy story. I don't drink, so when I do drink, I'm drunk. So I was drunk and I'm just walking around the Cousins Festival and I look up and I see this sign and it says Black Brand. And I'm like, well, damn, I'm Black I have a brand. So I go over there and I start talking to Brian. And I was like, hey, I'm black and I have a brand. Mind you, I'm drunk. And Brian was like, okay, what's your business? What's your business? And I was like, oh yeah, here it is. I grow mushrooms. And he was like, what? I was like, yeah, I grow mushrooms. Not the kind that get you high. He was like, are you on mushrooms right now? I said, no, I'm drunk right now. Not on mushrooms. And so he told me about his accelerator program. And then the other thing that Black Brands does. And so I was like, you know what? I have to remember this conversation because it's hard for me to remember things when I'm drunk. Remember this conversation and hopefully remember to tap back in with Black Brands so I can further grow my business because he was naming all these resources and I need it, especially what a bank account. So when I went the next day, because I was drunk that night, the next day I go on Facebook and I look up Black Brand, and that's when I seen I saw the Surge program, I saw the Accelerator program, I saw the Women Who Leads, I saw so many things. I'm just like, and then they've been around for about 8 years, I believe. And I felt so small when I realized that I'm just now getting put on to this. So I'm always trying to tell my entrepreneur like-minded friends about Black Brand so they can further their business and grow too, because it's needed.
Okay, there's so much to unpack there. That was an amazing story. Number one is, it sounds like maybe you could unpack and meet a lot more people if you drink more and randomly go up to people and decipher their, because you're black and I have a brand. I mean, that story in itself is epic. Have you kudos to Brian for still not being like, okay, like
Shout out to
whatever.
Brian for real.
Yeah, I texted him
what?
a minute ago. I was like, oh, Tia just said good things about you. That was before this story. Now we get to hear the initial, that's great. No, I mean, I think it's really cool. And he and I were talking the other day, and it's like, these resources weren't available 8, 10, 15 years ago. So for them to be available, that's great. And, shout out to what you've been able to do and to Black Brand to seeing you guys get to where you are now. It's pretty cool stuff. Minus the stuff with your mom and the fungus is growing inside of her, because that was crazy too.
So what do you say to the people that give you pushback, looking for science based data?
I tell people you get what you get and you get what you research for. So if you don't do the proper due diligence and doing the own research on what you put in your body or even the content you consume, you won't really comprehend what I'm trying to sell you. Or you might not even comprehend anything that I have at the table. Not necessarily trying to sell you something, but there's more than mushrooms than getting high. There's more than mushrooms than growing the mushrooms. Mushrooms taught me that your biggest person out there is you. You're your biggest person out there. And your biggest enemy is you or another human being. Mushrooms' biggest competition is another fungus infringing on its space, growing on its environment, turning the environment into something that it cannot grow in. So everybody need to do their mushroom research. Even if you don't like mushrooms, do your research on how they grow, how they interact with the environment, and how the environment interacts with them, because we're human beings. Human beings are animals. Animals live in an environment. And if we are not aware and cautious of what our environment is doing to us, it's not going to be good for the children. What about the babies?
Right.
So I don't have any kids, so I always try to my friends have kids. I don't have kids. What about them? We got to do
What kind of mushroom is on your arm?
This is the first psychedelic mushroom I grew. It was a mazatep, which is the name of the species. It is a Mexican P. cubensis. So those spores are from Mexico, and that mushroom changed my life as well. I ate 28 grams of it. And yes, we go balls to the wall. I ate 28 grams of it, and That's when I decided to just go ahead, get my LLC. That's when I decided to stop watching television. That's when I realized that everything I consume on a screen might be smokes and mirrors. Like, this is the smokes and mirrors they talk about. It's not a wizard in a cloak. It's the man on the TV screen trying to tell me that I need to take his medicine so I could not be depressed. And then in the fine print, he gonna say, if you take this medicine, you're gonna have severe diarrhea and contemplation of suicide. Like, so
Interesting. I thought you would have, like, on 28 grams of this would have, learned about a plumber who eats mushrooms to power up, but I guess that's not the case.
That's when I realized the show Smurfs, off the 28 grand trip. Smurfs are the psychedelic compound you find inside of mushrooms. They are the same psychedelic blue, right? And they live inside of mushrooms. And then like how mushrooms reproduce is so very complex that on the surface level you really don't know if it's a female, if it's a male. That's why you got all those male Smurfs and then you got Smurfette, because it really don't matter.
Who knew?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
Is there anything you want to talk about that we haven't talked about?
No, and sadly my iPad is on 2% and I want to run and get my charger right quick.
Is that what we're on this? We got one question left.
Okay, one question. We can last for 2% with one question.
Man, you like to live. You flying close to the flame. What where's your favorite place to eat? If there was a food of the region, what is that food? And if we don't have a food, then where is the place that you would like to plug that the people have to try?
Yanditty got some really good lamb soya. Get the lamb soya with the fufu. They're going to look at you like you're crazy because you're not supposed to eat dry food with dry food. You're supposed to eat the fufu with the soups and stuff. Get the lamb soya with the fufu and tell them the mushroom lady sent you, because I love it. I love me some Yanditty. And they're located in Virginia Beach.
There you go. The Mushroom Lady, one of the most wild and rambunctious shows we've ever had.
Yeah.
Going into this.
My mom is missing out. That's the funny part. If y'all think I'm wild and rambunctious, wait till you meet a woman named Aretha Henderson who quilts.
Aretha Henderson.
She quilts and she plays video games all day.
Well, and she's like on the meta world, so things are crazy. Gee, this has been fantastic.
Do people call you the Mushroom Lady? Is that
yes.
Is that
branding is important? Black brand taught me that.
Well, technically, you being drunk.
Yes.
And meeting Brian Owens, you realized you had a brand.
I wasn't going to go to the Cousins Festival at all until one of my homies was like, "You like Erykah Badu? Why don't you go to the concert her and Larry June's going?" I'm like, "What? Why don't I?" So
there you go. The rest is history.
Yeah.
This has been an absolute trip.
The very best in your business venture.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we're getting a shout out of the HQ. Love it. Tia, this has been an absolute trip. Thank you for your time today. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yes.
And see you on the other side.
I will. It was fun talking to you, fun guys. And don't forget, take your mushrooms. Be good boys. Take your mushrooms.
There's a lot of difference when you sign the back of the check versus when you sign the front of the check.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
That's funny. Oh, not much. What about you?
Just life is good. We are just working away at this event on August 21st, which a lot of energy going into this thing, but great. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a ton of fun. Thanks for
absolutely at Sandler Center, August 21st evening. Speaking of venues, I saw this thing crawling in the local headlines recently about some guy, and I guess the storyline is guy with no credibility, no experience, no opportunity, or season opportunity. He's going to be the one to create the Virginia Beach arena. Have you seen this story? I saw
No,
it.
I've not.
I hope it's true. I hope it happens, obviously, but like it's just crazy. Like he's been on like I first saw it from a Richmond thing. And he built a website. He got some AI generated thing because apparently he went to a comedian show, Nate B. Can't pronounce his last name, at the old Scope Arena, the old 4,000 person arena. He's like, I want to see Beyonce or something like that, but she can't come here because we don't have a big enough venue. So he's going to be the guy to create it. I wish him well. I hope he does it.
Wow.
Yeah. You do not know today's guest, correct?
I don't, but I do look forward to the conversation.
Absolutely.
I like talking money.
Yeah, money's good. Oh, money. Today's guest is someone that I've known for
many, many, many years.
Many years. And
how'd you guys meet?
Eric? Did you know Eric then, or did I?
No, I think I met Eric there, dude. I think was it Derek Hulser? Was it he was an attorney that worked with a couple of the people over there.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was.
Did I know you? Did I know you before you went on Hampton Roads Business Weekly?
I don't know.
I feel like I would have.
Yeah, and then it was around the time also when I got the top 40 under 40 in Hampton Roads, and I don't know. It's been probably like 15 years, dude.
How old are you now?
I'm about to be 48 in August 6th.
Yeah, man. Soon to be happy birthday. You don't look 48. You look pretty good for 48.
Oh,
yeah, man.
You stop
I never would have guessed.
Dude, my oldest just graduated JMU. She's starting to work for me. We actually have a meeting tomorrow, go over her contract and everything.
Did you say JMU or GMU?
JMU, James Madison.
Yeah. She just graduated?
Yeah, in May.
Yeah, my daughter did as well. From
That's
JMU.
hilarious, dude. This year?
Yep.
That's awesome. What did she study?
She majored in communications with a minor in sports marketing.
Nice.
So she's up working with the Washington Nationals right now. So that's she's enjoying
awesome.
that. Yeah.
That's pretty fantastic.
How about your daughter?
She did business and then ended up doing digital marketing and marketing.
Oh, cool.
And that's kind of what she's going to be doing for Squire, is really helping all the stuff that we've gotten done, relationships and everything. It's been awesome. So it's great to, anytime that your kid goes, hey, Dad, I want to, work with you because of the work that you do. I'm like,
yeah,
that's very cool.
Yeah, that's great.
Now, do you pay her the way that first out of school rookie
should
get paid, or you pay her a little bit better? Because
no, I don't. Listen, it's business is business. She's got to learn. She's got to earn. She's got to figure everything out. So it's starting salary that's competitive, like 40, 42 or whatever, and then 90-day review, and then 180-day review with potential increases in pay depending on work and everything. So I think that's the right thing to do. Just got to earn it just like anybody else.
All right. So anyone that is watching, they see your name on the screen, and I always like to
Danijel Velicki.
Do you think that? So is like how hard? Like when you were a kid, was it easy for you to learn how to pronounce your name and everything? Was it ever like a stumble? Like what was that like? I mean,
well, pošto sam rođen u Hrvatskoj, mi normalno smo razgovarali ovako, onda normalno možeš reći Danijel Velicki. But when you're in English, it's a little different when you start, throwing the J. So, Croatian alphabet is, and I don't know, Tim, if you knew, I'm born and raised and stuff in Croatia. So I came to America as a foreign exchange student back in 95. So, Croatian is extremely phonetic language. So our alphabet is A, B, C, D, F. So if you spell Zak, it will be Z, I would say Zak, Z-A-K. But that's how you say the letters. So our J is Y, so it's Daniel. It's not a J or a H like in Spanish. So in our language, it's just Danijel Velicki. It's just normal. So I had no trouble pronouncing my name. But I love the freaking question, Zach.
Well, I feel like I just call you DV so I can never mess it up.
I know, dude. That's what Melissa. We just celebrated 24 years of marriage, and whenever we moved here from West Virginia, where Zach went to WVU. I took a couple of classes there. I graduated from Fairmont State University, down like 10 minutes south. But so she's from Parkersburg, which is like right on the Ohio border, and so when she was Melissa Marie McGinnis. I was like, dude, I'll take McGinnis. It's so much better than Velicki. Like, this is such a great name. And now she went to Melissa Marie Velicki. But to your point, when she was a teacher, all the kids would call her Miss V because they could never pronounce Velicki. So she was always Miss V, Miss V. It's awesome. Man.
So did you know how to speak English when you moved here?
Yeah. So I don't know why, but I had this like almost destiny kind of feeling when I was 7. There were 2 girls that lived in our village where my grandparents lived, because I was spend summers there, and they were from Australia. And I told them at 7 that I was to speak to me in English because one day I was going to be in America. And fast forward, when Melissa and I, we travel back to Croatia all the time, that we actually got to see them as, we were grown-ups, and they were visiting their grandma, I was visiting my grandma. And they told Melissa that story, that whenever, they were like 8 and 10 and I was 7, that I told them they remembered speaking English for the whole summer because I need to learn English because I want to be in America one day. So I don't know how I had this thing that I either wanted to and just made it happen, but it was always kind of a thing. So I was fluent in English. I was fluent in German, French when I came to the United States. So it was just, languages were easy for me. Plus I went to high school for tourism and hotel management back home. So we had a lot of languages.
Wow. Okay. And obviously business is a language in itself.
And money is a universal language as well.
Or lack thereof language.
Right, but before we get into
I feel like it's Esperanto. Like nobody really knows, but it's there.
All right. So before we get into the business of business, you experienced some time in Morgantown in West Virginia, and
the best place ever.
So why would you let your daughter? Like, why wouldn't you have your daughter go? Like, it just seems like a missed opportunity there.
So see, it's funny. She wanted to. It was so. WVU,
if you get into JMU, you get into West Virginia. Let's be honest. Come on.
Yes, but that's out of state tuition too, Zach.
That's right.
And our deal was that Virginia has fantastic schools, right? So I was like, Mom and I, Melissa and I, put funds together to have school paid for, state school. I mean, we have JMU, George Mason, William Mary, Virginia Tech, UVA. I know. Listen, I'm gonna alienate so many people just by saying this because this is somewhat of a Hampton Roads Innovation show. But one thing I told her, dude, you're killing me. One thing I told her, I was like, I'm not writing checks to Virginia Tech. Like I can't do it. I can do anybody else. I cannot do Virginia Tech. So that was, Zach, my homage to West Virginia, right? Because I was like,
I didn't realize that ran so deep.
Oh my gosh, dude! When we were in school, like Virginia Tech showed up and burned our field like grass and stuff. I mean, we had it was a tough, long-standing, terrible rivalry.
I just always thought it was a Zach thing. I didn't know that it was.
Oh, dude! If it's two schools, Ohio State and Virginia Tech. I don't know what, except for
and everyone hates Pitt, and not
it's a love hate really. We goof. Like I've never seen a fight at a Pitt WB game. I've always drank with Pitt people. Like we had a great time, and it was just this mutual respect. Like such a great place. Some of the best games that I've seen were at the Pitt Stadium, in Pittsburgh, and I don't know.
It's so beautiful coming out of that bridge.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Into the city.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've done that before, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Too. But over Three River Stadium or whatever. I don't know.
It's amazing. Yeah.
It's one of the most iconic like arrivals possible, which is pretty.
Yeah, you'll appreciate this, Zach. I was a speaker at a conference. It was May, and I was telling my story and how I ended up in West Virginia, and and then Tim, you don't know me, but I'm as metro as they come. I come from the center, 7 minutes walking from the main square in Croatia, which is Zagreb, which is the capital. So, I grew up going out all over the place. We would go to Vienna, we would go to Venice, we would go to all those places, and then I end up in West Virginia for student exchange program. And I can tell you that I told my story about West Virginia, and this lady afterwards, Zach, came to me. She didn't say anything and just hugged me. And I was like, okay. And she was like, I just appreciate you saying such great things about West Virginia, because anybody that ever mentioned my state, and she's from West Virginia, she's from Charleston, she was like, everybody just craps on it. And I was like, it was a biggest blessing in disguise, because I don't think if I landed there, I would have anywhere else but there. I would have had completely different life, probably not here. The things that have happened in West Virginia that just made my life possible I don't think would have happened anywhere else. So I love the state. I love the people.
Yeah, West Virginia gets a really bad rep, and it's mostly from people who have never been there. Who hear about the cousins.
Right.
And, it's, I don't know. It's a great place. Like, it's
What brought you to Hampton Roads?
so nice.
So after graduating, I interviewed. I got into finance because I really, I wanted to be a doctor, but I figured out I didn't have the money or the time to do that. And then I was like, well, finance helps people not get bad health, or bad health can cause bad finance too. That they're deeply connected. So I got into finance major and marketing. So I got double major graduation, and then interviewed with Merrill Lynch, UBS, all kinds of schools up in Pittsburgh, and everybody just told me what kind of sales I'm going to be making, what kind of calls I'm going to be making. They give you the yellow pages, the white pages back in the day for you young people. And it was just all about commissions and all about sales. And I was like, I've been helped so much through school, through working, through meeting my wife there. I was like, I want to give back. I don't want to sell. So I completely quit the financial industry and took a job with 7-Eleven, because they were just like Enterprise or any of those places that recruit heavily at all the campuses. They're like, hey, we have this management consultant position, and you can pick Pittsburgh or Virginia Beach. And Melissa and I, we were together in college, and we were like, Pittsburgh or Virginia Beach. So ended up coming to Virginia Beach, and she was a teaching degree. So within 3 days, she got 7 offers for a job, and my job with 7-Eleven was here. So we ended up.
It is so funny. I randomly in my algorithm on Instagram, it was.
Zach's face was just amazing. Like, what?
Yeah. So I'm like I'm just scrolling, and the whole thing was, how many times can I randomly pick a spot in Virginia Beach on Google Maps and find a 7-Eleven? Dude, and they did it like 7 times in a row. Like, Virginia Beach has the most 7-Elevens.
Well, the Southland Corporation headquarters are right off in Hampton. So that's why this was such a big area for 7-Eleven. And, back then they still owned all the stores. Then they went into a franchise model where they figured out that it was very expensive. So now most of the stores in Hampton Roads are owned by operators, which were like the management consultants that I was supposed to be. Like the one over here, I live on Cedar Road in Great Bridge, Chesapeake. The one down the street is owned by my old manager that was above me as a management consultant.
Interesting.
So she bought
the one across from Publix?
No, not the little one. The big one across from Aldi's or whatever, down the street a little bit further.
Okay.
No, I don't know who owns the one over there, but I think they're about 60-40 now, corporate versus franchise owned. But it was a big shift back then, but it didn't matter.
You know what's weird about 7-Eleven is it seems like a lot of them are closing.
Really?
Like I've seen 2 or 3 recently. I don't drive that much. But in my like kind of like roundabout, like I just see that like they're turning into something else. And I'm like, huh, that's interesting.
And it might be because of the potential individual ownership. Not everybody's meant to be a business owner. So, I was there for a year too long, but I was in some of those, regional success meetings and stuff where they talk about numbers and profitability and everything else. And it was a big deal where the corporate had to teach and bring consultants and stuff because the managers and they weren't business people. You worked up. So you're talking potentially people with no education that are hard workers, fantastic operators, great heart people with great work habits, but doesn't mean that they were great business people. And once you think that you can run everything, once everything's on you, things change because it's a different. I've said this so many times. There's a lot of difference when you sign the back of the check versus when you sign the front of the check, and your decision making abilities change. So a lot of them will not know how to properly run a business. So not because they're fantastic people. I mean, the people that I worked with even back then, they were great. It's just I think that's the what happened to some of those, Zach.
That's a great line. I never heard that before, but I like that.
It's, dude, I do speaking, and it's people do not understand. You don't know what it's like. You have no idea. It's the hardest thing to teach when it comes to entrepreneurship, startups, business, is that the guts, the crazy, the insane that you have to be in order to live that lifestyle. It's not for the weary, it's not for the weak, because it takes everything. It takes everything to know that every 2 weeks you got to find a way to pay your people, and they sign the back of the check. You're the only guy that signs the front of the check, and it's the weight of that it can be crushing.
I remember this is I don't know 2014, 15, 16 timeframe. Eric J. Olson, who we all know, he started at Hatch, and we had for 6 months. And I really feel like that number is correct. We were talking about his first employee, and he's like, I think I'm ready. And it was this back and forth. And to see where he is now at 50, 60 employees, whatever it is, it's really cool to see because I lived that with him, those conversations. And I remember he was doing okay and he could afford it, but it was just it's such that first person is so important. And it's just crazy because I think it's really easy for people to Monday morning quarterback and say, oh, let's hire and do this. And it's
put your everything behind it and know that everything's on the line. I mean, that's
because now that employee that employee needs to be making you 4x probably to make sense.
Yeah. I mean, and the problem in today's world is, consistency and being able to as a CEO, as a business owner, your mindset is completely different. You can't be the person that's in the weeds because you're never going to be able to scale. And that's the one thing that I admire about Eric is that, going from where we knew him back then, you and I 15 years ago, to growth into that business ownership. And then if you remember, I mean, you were part of the story when he switched from, project to more management of clients and digital marketing and everything. That was a big, scary thing because you're talking about potentially, getting rid of some of the revenue, but you have to cut some trees to allow for others to grow in potentially even bigger, which has happened. But all those things are sleepless nights, I can tell you.
Yeah. That and the fact that it's easy to do the easy things. And, dude, founders will just keep doing the easy stuff as opposed to swallowing the.
Well, it's funny you say that because when I started Squire as my, another startup, another company, I had a great team, but I went to my team and I said, I don't know how to do this as the leader. I mean, it was a smaller team, I think 4 or 5 at that point. And I was like, if you guys stick with me, if you give me time, let me learn, I promise I'll be the right leader for this. Because there's a difference and I worked with a coach on this, and it made such a big impact on me, difference between a practice and a business. And, I have friends that obviously in the medical field, they're practitioners. They might own an office, but if they don't do medicine, they don't get paid unless they have a whole bunch of nurses and everything else working for them. That's different, right? But in the financial field, it was a practice. People needed to talk to the advisor. So you could have your own DBA, you could be, your own business owner, but it's local. It's mostly have one or two assistants or something like that. But I was building a national impact company, and I was glad to hear my team appreciate the fact that I was vulnerable and extremely candid up front to tell them that I'm not the leader that they need. But then I bought 10 different books. I started a master's program. I made myself better to be better for them and to serve them better. But that's, again, I talked to one of my investors who I was extremely lucky to get acquainted with, and for him to support our mission. But he was like, when we look at businesses to invest, we invest in the jockey, because it's all about how the leadership is going to take the idea, the mission, and the business forward. And through conversations over the last couple of years, I'm a beginner's mind. I'll be the first to tell you I don't know anything, and I can learn everything. And conversations with my investor, he was like, I wish more people didn't have as big of an ego as they do, because you can teach them, they can learn, but they're just not open to listening. And in business, and you guys know this, pivoting is extremely important. If you are so stubborn and so stuck in your ways that you cannot see either the changes in trends, economics, your product placement, go-to-market strategy, and if you're not adapting depending on what you're learning, I'm not sure how long you're going to be around. So that adaptive strategy and business is I think what you have to have the ability to do as a leader.
Yeah, that's super interesting in the sense that, because I tell founders all the time, it's like, man, you got to use vulnerability as a strength.
Absolutely.
And
it's you ask for help in that.
Oh, Zach, this. I've talked so many times over the last however many years, but like I stand on so many shoulders that I'm proud of that. Many people will see that as a weakness, or like, oh, you didn't do it yourself. Nobody's done it themselves. And anybody that said they did, they're full of shit. Because I can't go to where I want to go because I've never been there. I don't have the skills, the capabilities, or the experience to be where I want to be later. But there's somebody there that I can reach out to, ask for mentorship, ask for coaching, because they're at the end of the dark tunnel with the flashlight, and they can go, hey, here's a low roof, watch out, I hit my head there, or there's a pothole here, pay attention to this. We can learn from their mistakes, their experience, and get there faster. But it's going to take breaking down what we think we are today, because the skills, the abilities, the knowledge that took us to where we are today are not going to take us to tomorrow. So that's that vulnerability that you said is extremely important, because I don't think that you can move forward unless you recognize that you're not good enough for tomorrow. You have to work today to be good enough for tomorrow.
Tim, how big is the Nationals team that your daughter's part of? It's got to be close to 1,000 people.
I don't know, man. That's a great question. I know that there is just within her department, I guess, if you will. There's 9 or 10 folks, but it's just there's many layers to making all that happen.
Because you see the 9 players on the field, and you're like, oh, okay, a little bit more than that, but it's like
easy.
So many people.
Oh, it's a crazy machine behind it, like crazy.
Bizarre.
Because you just see these organizations, and you're just like, wow, like how many people are there? Like it's just.
And then the thing that comes up with that question is, how long does it take to make a decision and actually move on it? Because that the bigger the organization, the glacier the pace. I was talking to a couple of my friends, and they were like, what are you going to do after Squire? And I was like, I wouldn't mind working at an organization, run a department, use my skills, and not have to worry about the cash flows and everything else, and really use my knowledge. And he was like, you would die in a big organization, because I'm as an entrepreneur, you move quick and you make a decision and you go, and you can adjust and you can pivot, and you hit your head in a wall somewhere, be like, well, that's not the door, that hurt, but let me go move somewhere else. In large organizations, I feel like there's not a lot of that. So That is an interesting
Yeah.
thing to think about, like how big the organization can become, and then how do you make decisions to be quick enough, because today's market moves like this. I mean, it's crazy. So being able to keep up, it would be a hard thing to do, I think.
Don't you think
Yeah.
that's a skill that people like? It's hard to work at a small business, a startup like that, because you aren't ingrained in like that like, oh, I have to do 50 things at once. Where if you work at another place, it's like, okay, like I can spend 14 days on this one paragraph.
Yes, yeah, and you know who's going to ask me about it. But the other side of, and I love the fact that you said it's different. You know, it takes a different personality to appreciate the startup, the entrepreneurship world, especially working with a startup, not starting a thing. Because might as well, you know, I put together job descriptions. It's worthless. It's going to change tomorrow, and then I'm going to add 17 more things, and you're going to figure out 8 more things that needed to be on there. So, you know, that uncertainty, perceived uncertainty in people's minds, where they're like, "This is too fluid. I can't do this," because there are people that are extremely. They have to be in I show up at 9. I do this. I go to lunch at 12. I have 45 minutes. I work. I go home at 5. And that's what they need. That kind of person is not going to ever work or be successful or happy and satisfied in the very high pace, change all the time startup entrepreneur world. It's you know, that's the beauty and the value of the startup is the uncertainty. But you have to be able to have the chutzpah to enjoy it. And that's why it takes the special kind of crazy.
Well, I hear, like, and it's funny. I hear a lot of people talk about like Elon Musk is super, super difficult to work for because he moves so fast.
And sleeps under his desk and expects you to as well. Like,
yeah. And then like people will leave because they can't handle the pressure at SpaceX or Tesla. They go to another place and they're bored out of their mind, and they end up going right back to SpaceX or Tesla.
Well, the grass is always greener, but I think this is just a little bit of different arena for that, you know, analogy, because it's what your personality can take, and that's why, you know, when I hire people, it's funny. I was just talking, like, my daughter's coming. We're meeting tomorrow to go over agreement and everything. I was trying to talk her out of it. I was like, I am hard to work for. This is so quickly moving. Like, in my interviews, I try to talk people out of working for us, because the more dark and crazy I can paint the picture, and they're like, put me in, coach, the better. Because then it's not a surprise 3 months later where I'm like, we're doing 27 things. You're on 14 of them. Where are they? And for them to be okay and really thrive in that kind of environment. A lot of people will just die and go into, and that similar thing happens when you try to promote people past their capabilities. I've lost a great person on my team because of that, and it was just a pretty hard lesson to learn. But it's, you know, I learned about it afterwards, read about it, and have to be more careful.
Yeah, I have similar conversations with folks when I bring them on the team. I'm like, hey, I am not an easy person to work for, and dude, we move really, really fast. And if you're looking for like same thing every day, that you could, you know, it's just like, it doesn't work like that in this world.
I gotta say the other side of that, you know, working with a coach, we worked on like what are my primary values, right? Because everything, and we know Simon Sinek, everything has to come from a why. And Squire is absolutely a passion project. I walked away, and Zach knows this. I was top 100 in the country on the, you know, financial planning, insurance, investments and stuff, and doing really, really well. And then I just felt this terrible, overwhelming call to build something that's past just that, because I felt like I couldn't reach and I couldn't impact as much as I wanted to and I should. So it was definitely a big jump. But it's something that, again, not everybody has the ability to do. And we're doing something great. So the right person is going to see and drive with the mission. And that's the one thing that I'm extremely proud of, is everybody that's on our team join because of the mission. But then the second part of that is my number one value is time. Like, I'm from Croatia. I love my country. My mom is still there. I lost my dad, my gosh, 11 years ago. And that was a terrible thing. I was on the phone when he had a heart attack and, having to fly there. It's hard. So for me, time, I want to be able to do what I do wherever, whenever, however I want, and still have the same impact. So being in that, surgery kind of position with the financial planning and wealth management firm, I had to be at the office. I had to sit down with people at a certain time, so many hours a day. And it was not a scalable thing. And I wasn't making enough impact, but also I didn't have as much time as I wanted to. So when I hire people, that's another thing that people can't deal with is, like, most of our people are virtual, California, tech, all over the place. I'm like, if you work from 6 to 2, I don't care. If you work from 2 to 8, I don't care. I'm mission specific. Most big places won't let you do that. You have to clock in, you got to clock out, you got to lunch, everything like I said before. But the right person will take that and run with it and love it because they know that they can control their time, their family, their working hours, their, lunches, their everything, but they'll get the job done. And most of the time, they'll probably do more in less time if there's, the kind of the right person. Then the person will 8 hours where they have to sit there from 9 to 5. So, it's a hard thing to truly find right off the bat. But like I said, like you said, Tim, if I'm pushing somebody away in our recruiting and hiring process and teaching them how we really think, because I'm Croatian and we work to live. And that's a hard thing for people to understand. So my way of doing things is just a little bit different than a lot of companies out there. So a lot of people, when we're hiring them, they're like, what are days off? I'm like, take what you need. What are your, deal on the holidays? And like, just do work. If you want to take a week off, take a week off. Just make sure, stuff's covered. Just be a part of the mission. We're on the same bus. We're going to the same place. Just get stuff done. I don't care if you do it 3 hours a day or 9 hours a day. It's up to you. So, but the right person is going to do even a better job in less time.
And you can tell if they're, like, generally how much they're putting into it. It's not hard to figure out.
And Zach knows, everything about EO and stuff. And one of the things that I took away from EO was the Entrepreneurs Organization. One of the speakers, Jack Daly, his biggest thing was hire slowly, fire quickly. Especially with him in our situations, when you're in the startup entrepreneurship world, time is not a friend, because cash flow, payroll, revenue, growth, all that stuff is very time specific. And that's what people, you send them an invoice and you're like, I already made plans for this, so please pay me on time. They don't understand how, being a small business, it's every check matters. But when it comes to finding the right person, I have been burnt where people are like, yeah, I'll do everything and great. And then they end up not doing what they said or being capable as they said they were. So, hire slowly, fire quickly, because it's expensive.
I don't know how companies do like net 90, net 120. I've seen some. I'm like, how? Like, what?
No, dude. Net 30. I'm like, nope. Net 15.
No,
and pay me next week. Actually,
no prepay. Like,
dude, like I don't understand. Like, how can you? I mean, that just means you either bankroll stuff or like I have a friend who owns a business. And they do factoring. So they have a company that gives them percentages to cover all their accounts receivable that they have. And they're all like a 30, 60 or 90 day. So that way they can keep operations and pay stuff. And then, there's a small fee, usually 1.5%, 2 or 3%, depending on the company, that can, give you pretty much a loan based on your AR. And then you pay it back as the AR comes in. Because it's impossible to, I don't know how it would work if it's a net 90, net 60 even. That's a lot of time in a small business.
Yeah, I don't know. One of the things that we learned in business school, and I can only, assuming that everything is true, a lot of people are like, hey, Costco makes all their money on membership fees because that's just gravy that comes in. But
is that true? That's what.
Well, so what we learned at business school is Costco has been able to negotiate the terms on invoicing so much. So if they can do a net 45, net 60 or 90, they're able to turn that inventory in a
Once or
day.
twice yes.
And they can turn it over so fast, that they've already they're making so much money before they even have to even pay those invoices. That
I would imagine they sell out of most things too, right? Because aren't
Quickly.
stores like Costco and Sam's Club? I'm a Sam's Club member because it's closer, right? But I would imagine, like, it seems like they're just spinning through stuff there, and if it doesn't move, they're like, "Oh, let me put the yellow ticket on it."
Absolutely,
and they
get rid of it at cost or less. Absolutely, but that's just a good business model that they've done forever. The one business model that amazes me and so freaking genius is like Paychex, ADP, those places. You know how they make money? They don't care about the fees and people and everything else. They make money on the spread of interest of when they draw the payroll and the tax.
Right.
They get to keep it 1, 2, 3 days, depending on when it's drawn. That fractional interest on billions and billions of dollars in that escrow account, they get to keep. The business doesn't get it. The employees don't get it. Nobody gets it. So you're talking stupid amounts of just easy money that they're not doing anything wrong. They're just using that 1, 2, 3 day carry. And Starbucks, amazing. They're one of the biggest banks in the United States of America by deposit, because who doesn't have a Starbucks app? And you have $25 sitting there and you might not go for a week and then you immediately load it back up. They're not giving us anything for that money. The fact that they have so much in deposit and that 0.5%, 1%, 2% that they make on those deposits is ridiculous amounts of money that cost them nothing. So it's a pretty amazing little thing.
Do
you have a Starbucks app, Tim? I could see.
Well, yeah. And as I'm thinking about it, I have a ton of money that's sitting on it. Every time I get a gift card for like speaking or something, like
gift cards, 30% of gift cards are never used.
Yeah, because half the time they're forgotten or whatever. I've done that. So now as soon as I get one, I'm like, because I'll forget it somewhere and it'll be in a drawer so for 3 years.
One of my clients, he has, I think it's like a spreadsheet, and he puts like a sticky note on it saying like the date and the amount, like the expiration date, so that it doesn't happen. So one time he was like, "Oh, we got to go to lunch. This expires tomorrow."
We know where we're going.
Man, yeah. Well, it's the same deal with furniture stores, man. With all the financing stuff, they don't care about the, they don't make money on the sale of the furniture. I mean, it's just
they do a little bit. And same, I mean, we have a lot of relationship with auto dealers. Auto dealerships, their business model is service supports the operations most of the place. If you got a good dealership and the sales are just extra, it's just gravy, because the service is your consistency. And during COVID, the dealerships I went to visit, they were making 60% on service, the service department.
So are you telling me that when I bought my Jeep, that negotiation, I'm actually the one who got screwed?
It's not a screwed. It's just, I mean, you got a good deal on the purchase and stuff, and then they hope that you bring it in. Why do you think they do the 1 year, 2 year free oil change?
I get it forever. I get it forever.
Yeah,
because you think it's such a great give, but
when
you
you're
have
there,
to go back, and then they're like, oh, you need new tires, and you need this, and you need to, your A level or this thing and this thing is $200, $300, $500, but that's their loss leader. It's fantastic because they want you back on the platform. And then if it's 3-4 years in your car, they're like, oh, by the way, we got a loaner for you. Here's a new car that we just got.
Give you a little
taste
keys,
because you don't want to go. Sucks going back to your stinky car afterwards. Not that your car is stinky per se, but But again, just a great business model.
It's just a standard Jeep Wrangler. What are you driving these days? I feel like last time I saw you were in a convertible.
Just a car.
Mm-hmm.
There's a convertible story. All right, there's a story. So I wanted a motorcycle, and Melissa was like, "I will divorce you if you get a motorcycle." And there's a big story behind it because her dad in West Virginia is a big Harley. Always had a Harley. He was in a Harley accident. Then my brother-in-law decided to buy a Harley. He said he rode motorcycles. I don't think he ever has. Almost killed himself. First day in front of the house. My wife Melissa was there. Everybody was there. They took the Harley off the trailer, and he ran it into a neighbor's building and busted a bean with his head and almost died. Like, it's just, And then his brother, 6 months later, bought a Harley and driving West Virginia roads, drove, big left turn, car coming the other way, head-on collision, and lost a leg from a knee down. So not great experiences with bikes. So I was like, well, how about a convertible? She said, yes. The next day, I bought a convertible because, dude, we live in Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Norfolk area, like 8-9 months out of the year. I have my top down, and for dates and enjoyment, and I drive a lot.
True story.
So, like, I want to have a nice car because I spend a lot of time in it. Like for me, and I don't know how you guys are, but Tim, you do speaking as well. Like I've been stuck just this year 5 times overnight on airports, airplanes.
Oh, dude, it's so bad
and terrible. So my deal is 8 hours of drive or less. I'm driving because I'll schedule meetings. I'll listen to podcasts and stuff. I can control everything about it. I have a nice car. I can listen to music. I can do whatever, and time passes. But I don't have to worry about, because 2 times this year it has cost me not being able to be present. One time I wasn't able to speak because they couldn't get me to the location. I was supposed to the day earlier until the next day nighttime, which was the second day of the conference.
Dude, it's a crapshoot, man. And like with us, do we pay the money to get lounge access? And like we will have extended long layovers based on what lounges airport has, so that we know that if we're going to sit there, we can work in the lounge, we can eat, and because
so it's free food. It's free food.
Oh yeah, free drinks. Oh yeah, I have a Centurion. We have United.
I can't remember. I used to do the Delta Sky Club, maybe. I can't remember. I don't remember there being.
They're all
food.
the same. Oh, there's good food, and like they'll have like 4 or 5 bourbons and things and drinks that are free, and then everything else you can pay for. But it's just like you, Tim. I've been stuck many times, and that's the best. That's really good money spent to have that access.
Is it real silverware or is it like plastic?
No, it's real. Dude, I don't know if you've flown lately, but we were in England and Croatia, and now they're doing wooden spoon and knife. There is nothing worse than putting your tongue on a wooden freaking fork. Like,
dude, it gives me the chills to hear you talk.
No, like it's the worst. Like I almost was like, can I just use my hands? Like I don't want to do this. It gives you like the heebie-jeebies. It is awful. I'd rather do plastic. It's at least like slick rather than wooden, man. It's awful. It's so bad. But yeah,
to me, like I'm all about the turtles and I know the straws, but like people walk around with them straws. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of weird. Like,
yeah,
I don't think I ever had a wooden spoon to my tongue though.
It's a terrible. As you are thinking as bad as it is, it's bad.
Dude, it takes me back to elementary school when you had the ice cream cups and you had to eat them with the
the little wooden spoon. Yeah,
but that was like just like that's like the end of a popsicle.
Yes, yeah.
I miss those pizzas. Terrible. I wonder if they were actually good. Probably not. Cafeteria pizza. Yeah, that was.
I mean, didn't Jeremy? Not Jeremy. What's his name? The British guy. I was like. They had pizza as having all the vegetable servings for the day as on the menu. What was it? Jamie something that came to the United States and did like all the stuff about school food. And seriously, they had it listed as pizza, like so many servings of vegetables because of the tomato sauce. And
that's right.
Like, what the heck, dude? It was unbelievable. So yeah,
I know what you're talking about now. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. It is ridiculous. It's hilarious.
So what is Squire?
Oh yeah, okay. I think I wrote everything down. So it's like I said, it's
I'm like, this is your opportunity. You're like, well, I don't know. Like, hey,
I already did all this shit. No, it's so you'll find. I think you'll find this funny. So back in the day, I don't do them anymore, but you would go to networking events and chamber and all that stuff. And now I go to higher, like CBDA or chamber. That's still great. But then people ask you, like, what do you do? I'm like, can I just have a index card, just hand it to you, like, here, read this, and then we can talk about everything else. And then you turn to another person, and they're like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, here's my index card. I'm like, that should be something, because you end up being like, well, this is what we do, and then again, this is what we do. But
I hate that question. Do you want me to read it for you? Since you clearly
They span several markets and share a common need for better financial literacy.
Sure. How do we mute
beyond content delivery? Squire emphasizes a supportive community oriented approach. The company's mission is to help families. But
I feel like our connection is bad.
Who's your target market with Squire?
Again, Squire. It's a funny name, right? Everybody's like, all right, what's the name? So when I would teach, I was a financial professional. I am a financial professional for 23 years. And sitting across from all kinds of people, great, educated, smart, and successful. And I would ask them just general financial questions. And most of the time they had no idea what I was talking about. So like, simple math interest, compound math interest, buying cars, houses, mortgages, kids, insurance, all that stuff. And they just didn't know much. So I started doing research on what's available out there when it comes to the true financial wellness, financial literacy that's not connected to a product or a company, because banks will say they haven't, but all they're doing is teaching you how to use their loans, how to use their credit cards, how to use their car loans and things like that. So it's very pointed towards a specific outcome that they want for you to engage with them, which is use their products. So I found that there was just a need for something that's a true empowerment tool. So we started building curriculum for a financial literacy wellness platform that was really designed to be as a part of a benefit for employees of companies that want to offer it for their employees by the employer. And it's self-study, no sale, no product, no data, no spam. It's not a Trojan horse like some companies out there. So we found a pretty good success there. But the reason we call it Squire is because when I teach, we're here in Hampton Roads, obviously with the Navy SEAL teams and EOD and all the stuff. I would teach some of those teams. And I would always teach, in medieval times, you knew who had the most money. They had a big old castle. But then what did they have around the castle to protect from anybody coming in and stealing and looting everything? They had a big old moat. Well, today we have the castle. It's our houses, our cars, our incomes, our savings, our all the things. But then the moat, little gecko tells us 15 minutes saves us 15% or more. So all the things of moat have been forgotten or sold on price. So Squire, and I wish I would have come up with a name, but one of my team members did. If you ever thought about naming a company or a book, it's not as easy as you might think.
It's the worst exercise ever.
Terrible. But Squire is the little person, the person that prepares the night for battle back in medieval times. So the idea is we prepare people for financial battle of life. And so we really play in three lanes. We started off as an employee benefit, got really good success, and then got lucky. Air Force representatives saw it, so we won a government contract with the Air Force. We rebuilt all of Air Force's, they're called terminal learning objectives set by the Senate for airmen and women to learn. So after basic, first promotion, first post, first deployment, first child, wedding, divorce, promote, all the things that have to do with the life of an airman and women. We just finished that work in October last year, which was awesome. And then the feedback was, this is fantastic. I wish I would have known this stuff 20 years ago. So I'm a nerd, went to a conference for higher ed. Because I was like, how cool would it be for, 10, like our kids to know this stuff coming out of school and that they have a place that they can learn it without somebody trying to sell them something. So I interviewed about 20 presidents, did a viability study, and it was an overwhelming, oh my gosh, yes, this would be amazing. It is a strategic conversation on campuses. A lot of kids are not either going or dropping out because of the money, because of stress, because of not understanding, the value. And then, you had Gary V's and Musk's and everybody telling you that you don't even need to go to college because it's worthless and you can go to, whatever Value City and buy stuff and then sell it for 10 cents more and you're making money. Like that's the story that's being sold out there. So yeah, we had 4 presidents that agreed to be on a development committee for the product for higher ed. And we launched that last year. We're about 40 schools now, and we just got picked. We're the only ones to have the ability to work with the schools of independent schools and colleges, which is 33 states, 920 schools represented. So we just signed that agreement. The announcement should be coming out next week. So it's just been It's really a work of passion because I built it with 3 missions and motives behind it. Number one is put financial literacy in as many hands as possible, because people need to know how to make decisions based on knowledge and what's right for them rather than somebody selling them something. And that's the second motive behind it, was teaching people how to buy rather than being sold, because most financial products are sold. And then there's a lot of potential for buyer's remorse later and wondering if somebody's doing something for you or for them, and you find out potentially too late, and it's cost you quite a bit. And then the third one is something that we're still improving, is education without implementation is worthless. So really taking people into a place where we're teaching them, but also empowering them to make decisions and doing things for their household. So the school thing has been amazing. It's just, I gotta say, it was a big risk. It was not easy, but I'm proud of what the feedback has been, the impact that we've been able to make. And our new goal is impact 1 million lives by 2028, which is...
That's amazing. I mean, why they don't teach this stuff to kids at a younger age is just, it's criminal.
Well, so, it's funny to say that. So again, I'm a nerd. So we tested, when we were building Squire, we tested with middle school, high school, college, 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds. I had a bunch of people in my office and just kind of did, again, I work off of my Remarkable, and I have my, 20 questions. I brought food and drinks and everything else. And what I found is very interesting. Middle school, high school could not care less, because it's a chore. You're not paying bills. You don't have credit. You don't have a car payment. You don't have insurance. You're not buying a house. You're not having kids, hopefully. All the things that you're learning don't matter. So if you start that way too early, then you're putting a negative connotation in the person's mind, in the kid's mind, that they had to do something. It was homework. It was something that didn't matter, but they had to learn anyway. So just like, trig or any other things that 90% of us are never going to use, you have to do it. How do you feel about trigonometry today? Not really the topic that I care to talk about. So
know anything about.
Or know anything about.
Yeah.
But it puts this negative connotation on the topic, which then can be very negatively impacting their life and ability to learn and listen. Right?
Well,
now, 10% gave a shit, and that was just because who their parents were. It was a banker, financial advisor, attorney. The conversation at dinner table was okay. It was totally fine. It wasn't taboo. It wasn't a deterrent. It wasn't a pain. It was a tool. Those are the 10% that did and cared. And it just depends on the dinner table. College, that's when it started making a lot of sense, because you got credit. You potentially have a car. You have to, pay some bills. You gotta start planning stuff. So that's where it matters. The most interesting were the late 30s and 40s. Embarrassed, feel like they're behind. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to ask. They feel like if they ask, they're going to look stupid. They're going to look ignorant, and they tend to put their head in the sand. Which then we come in. No need to talk to advisor. No need to buy anything. No need to do anything. Learn at your place. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to show up at for Dave Ramsey or something on a Saturday, at the school or church, and tell people that you need help. So we fill that void of your space, your freedom, your ability to learn whenever you want, whenever it's yours. And it walks with you. And that's the big difference between some of the plans out there. Like, when you show up for a classroom thing, you walk out and life hits you in the face. And then 6 months later, you might be buying a house, a car, you found out you're pregnant, you need a new job, you need something. You don't remember what you learned 6 months ago, but there's nothing that walks with you that's going to empower you to make that right decision. We walk with them. We're there the whole time. So it's been a lot of learning, but a lot of just amazing feedback and amazing impact.
Well, I'm really super bullish on the Invest America Act, where I don't know if you've heard about this act, but every child that is born in America, they'll get $1,000 deposited into like an index fund spread across the 500 best performing companies in the United States, and just the compounding effect that
it's
those
silly.
kids will receive, is just what a great way for them to learn about just some of the fundamentals about this is huge.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know about that. I just think about like, what is it? 75, 80% of people live paycheck to paycheck. You hear about the student loans and craziness behind that. And it's just, there's got to be a way to teach people this stuff that's not homework. From
that's
that
why I'm like, man, with Invest America, man, it's just like they can watch this stuff grow over time.
Right, because then they see how it goes, and then it's exciting.
But the thing about that's just one little piece, right? That's an account.
Right.
But you still got budget, you got house, you got kids, you got insurance, you got liability, it's got risk, you got business, you got all the stuff that's hanging over your head.
Marathon. Yeah.
And that's exactly, it never ends. Because
but there's a lot of people from a business perspective that think that way too, right? The 30s to 40s, like, oh, my business isn't where.
Yeah, but it's one of those things, man. With like at the risk of sounding like the old guy, like we're,
old
like
guys.
Well, and in the sense of like we have daughters that graduated from college. This is like, now's the time, man. $100 a month, man. Like the compounding effect on that is huge.
We did that with Maya, man. I mean, my kids have, we bought small cash value policies, $2,000 a year for each when they were born, because that's what Melissa's parents did when she was born. And then we, with Maya, we set up a Roth IRA, a cash value policy and a mutual fund. And I split whatever she puts in, I put in half. So if she puts in 100, I put in 100. If she puts in 200, I put 200. When she was little, we have these, I don't have one to show you, but it's a plastic piggy bank, and it's got 4 sections. So I give that to people usually. And it says, save, donate, invest, and spend. And as she was earning, and my twins are earning, their money, I would give them always some cash. And I was like, hey, here's dollar bills. Choose how you want to separate that, and then teach them what that means and how it works. And every, November, December, we would go and take her donate money. I would, again, Melissa and I would match it. We would go, buy stuff for the Giving Tree at the church or, donate somewhere, but she had to do it. So just teaching, first off, how lucky we are. Second, that there is value to money besides just yourself, but that you always have to take care of yourself, because today Daniel should take care of the future Daniel. And teaching my son especially, a dollar is not just a dollar. A dollar is what a dollar could be. So every decision that you're making, whether it's shoes, AirPods, I don't know, my son loves the swords and everything. He's a dude. So I'm like, you're spending money on stuff that's not a dollar. Like, you just spent $27 on this. That can be $3,000 in 20 years. Like, just teaching them to think of decisions. Every decision has a consequence to it. You either do this or that. You always have to look at both. You cannot look at one-dimensional thinking when it comes to making those decisions, because every action has a reaction, right? Dude, so you got to know how to do that.
It's a bizarre conversation, man, and we can go on forever. And it's just like and I'm also like reading in the process in the middle of Die with Zero. And that's, so it's just like, man, a battle, future, then Die with Zero.
Well, this is the thing that I'll tell you. I came to America, right? I'm not from here. I learned the American system. I'm a big reader like you guys. So learning about the Rockefellers and how truly you can build generational wealth. And I am planning to die with zero, but I have a bin flip, big MF life insurance policy that's in a trust that will replace everything that I spend, and my kids get tax-free. So I'm using 10 cents on a dollar to provide an asset that's going to be there for my kids. And then in Melissa and I's will and trust, we also have stipulations that any kids that are born, life insurance is purchased in the trust so that we continue that trend. It's very simple, but it's just like, I'm very much a student of my craft. So, learning what the most successful people have done, you can figure all that stuff out. Nobody has to tell you. You can read. But they're things that have been around forever. I'm like, I love dying with zero because I get to enjoy the fruits of my labor, but I also want to make sure that my family is taken care of afterwards. So there's a way to do that.
Very cool.
I'm gonna check out that book. But before then,
really, it's a
Mr.
great read, man. To sum it up, man, like the thing that really stood out to me so far, and again, I'm only halfway through it, is the fact like if you know you can still give to family and charities and all that kind of stuff, but Zach, if you were to die with $300,000 in your account, and if you were making $100,000 a year, you just worked 3 years for free.
Or you were really, really nice to somebody else.
Well, the good news is I have a Hoopla account with my library card from the Silver Library, and I just download that bad boy for free. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Silver Library.
I'm gonna die with the free audiobook. Okay, so we end almost every show with a certain question, Mr. Danijel Velicki, as you
nailed it.
What is the food of this region, or like what is like your go-to place to get a meal?
Here? Oh my goodness. So I see a therapist and I take shots against my problem with sushi. On regular basis. I'm like Jeremy Piven. I'm this far away from mercury poisoning probably. So any sushi place is fantastic. I specifically love Volcano in Norfolk because it's all you can eat sushi, which goes to my problem with my therapist. So that's great. But the real place, like Melissa and I just had our 24-year anniversary, and Aldo's is probably my favorite Italian place, and service and location and atmosphere and everything. Like we've been going there for 20 plus years, and it's just amazing. So those are probably two places. One small, and you probably know this, Zach, right on the corner by Town Bank, the little bookstore that has the little shop in there. What
the Leaping Lizard?
Called? Is that what it's called? It's Brian owns it. Great, the best soups in the freaking area. Thursday they have a
good cookie back in the day.
Yes, yeah. But dude, that's my like little hidden pleasure because every Thursday he makes this chicken dumpling soup that's out of this freaking world, and I have to go there. So like we're 12:05. Like I'm like, guys, it's Thursday. You're killing my soup time.
Well,
I want to say it's Sleeping Lizard because I'm just looking at it.
I think it's Sleeping Lizard.
It's right across from Grain. Yeah, Lizard Cafe. There we go.
Lizard Cafe. Is he a soup Nazi?
He could be, but he's not. I feel like he's like a bad weekend away from that. But because I've seen him on like crazy busy days, and he might throw freaking something at somebody, but I haven't seen him do that. But he's
my understanding is that Seinfeld story is a real story.
Yes,
like there was a real guy that was
an actual guy. Yeah, but yeah, that's probably my little hidden secret that I just learned about a couple years ago, and I'm like, dude, that place is awesome.
We'll have to check it out again. I haven't been there in a while.
Check it out again.
Well, DV, appreciate your time. This has been lovely.
This has been all over the place. People are going to be like, what did they talk about?
That's what makes it great.
Exactly. I love that because, like, you go on a podcast and people are like,
no, well, that's why we don't have questions that we don't. People are like, what are the questions you're going to ask? We don't know what questions we're going to ask. Yeah. This just goes wherever it goes.
If you got good energy and stuff, it just happens.
That's right.
Just let it happen.
All right, brother. Good to see you. See you soon.
Always. Peace. We got to do some drinks or Lizard Cafe soup one day.
The drinking sounds good.
I appreciate that. Hey, Tim, it's great. Thank you for today. This was awesome.